but that will be Panda picking up the pistol round.
Took a moment there. That was their first LAN fist bump.
The more I play CSGO, the more it's more about the little things that you get to touch on, get to talk with your teammates.
I think it would be pretty spectacular, honestly. If we were able to make that pro spot, I think it's a great achievement.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Silent! The galaxy's easiest meal.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
He's going to get the one kill in that bomb incoming onto the side. FNX has to stay up. Oh, he gets the triple FNX. Oh my god, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this over still. Oh, triple on that.
And I welcome you to the 4th day of the Pro League Season 4 Finals and to my hometown, São Paulo, Brazil. Yesterday we had amazing matches and today we're gonna have a lot more here in Ginásio do Ibirapuera. The group stage is over and SK Gaming and Mouse are already at the semifinals. And today, playing the quarterfinal matches, we will have on stage EnvyUS versus NIP and OpTic Gaming versus Cloud9. They are all fighting for a spot at the semifinals tomorrow. And here we go. Quarterfinals are about to begin, so we head to our Xfinity analyst desk.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bia. I don't know if you can hear me. I certainly can't. But either way, that was Bia, and she has already, of course, set the scene so beautifully for Sao Paulo. There we go. Now I can. Either way, welcome to the ESL Pro League Finals, and this is when things do start getting incredibly interesting. We've waved goodbye to a handful, a plethora, in fact, of CS teams that did attend this event. We started with 11, and now we have simply the 4 in the quarterfinals, and of course those 2 locked in for the semis as well. I'm not alone to go ahead and set the scene for what is coming up today and what has already happened. I'm joined by YNK and Chad Birchall. You are making us all look bad, Yenko, looking fresh today.
Listen, boys, I gave you a chance for 2-3 days, didn't wear anything, so it's playoffs time. Okay. You need to step up.
I have a tie. I will wear a tie tomorrow. That is my commitment. I will do so. Chad, do you have a tie?
No, I bought a blazer from...
That counts?
Yeah, I haven't worn it yet. Never been worn. Last time it was a school ball that I wore a blazer, so that was 10 years ago now.
All right. Yeah. You see, ESL Pro League Finals have first time for everything. Yeah. Perhaps it could be a first time that we get to see the likes of Cloud9 in that grand final at the Pro League Finals. It hasn't happened before. SK, of course, here to defend their title, but we lost some teams a little while ago. That was really hard to talk, sorry. We did lose quite a few teams, a handful in fact, of big names that we were expecting to see do more damage here. I think we have to start the discussion by highlighting the teams that are absent from the playoffs. So without further ado, Chad, I think we have to start by saying Dignitas not making it to the playoffs. Perhaps a bit of a heavy blow for the Danish side.
Definitely the group of death for them though, and the way that they went out, it was very disappointing. To lose to Cloud9 on Mirage, and they lost the earlier map on Mirage as well. So that was a map which we would have thought was very strong for them. They would have definitely put towards the top of their map pool. They're obviously not happy about it, but at the same time, all the teams that are in their group are butting for top spot, and that was just the way it went.
And I mean, it was a tough departure for FaZe Clan as well in that group of death, Yenko, unable to make it out right down to that final game.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that it was the Cloud9 game that decided it for them. It was a 16-14 game. They definitely had a chance to win it there. But for FaZe, considering that they just made the roster change recently, I think they will be, maybe satisfied with what they had to show. They still need more time to practice with Kerrigan.
Yeah, I mean, we said it was going to be a learning experience for them, but you can see some of the results that we did witness. We actually started our day, of course, day 3 here in the Pro League Finals with Immortals, 16-14 scoreline in favor of them. Surprising a lot of us here, but that did not stop mousesports from going ahead and getting that slot in the semi-finals. It was just perhaps a little slip-up on their way to success. Envy did look great, and we'll continue to see them today, in fact, in our first game of the day. And following that, you can see how the group of death did play out. You're right, it did come down right down to that late evening Cloud9 Dignitas matchup. Conceding it to the North Americans left the Danes wanting a little more. So with SK picking up the winner versus NRG, it's worth also highlighting that we were expecting them to pick that up convincingly, but a 16-10 score, and NRG made them sweat just a little bit.
And that's even NRG getting 10-5 first half, so it was SK actually winning 11 CT-sided rounds in a row on Cobble. SK definitely showing that once they get things rolling on the CT side, it doesn't matter which map they're playing, they can make it CT-sided.
They did certainly not do too bad of a job. And these are some of the games we did see. Highlights are plenty. In that FaZe game, we actually saw NRG looking probably the best we've seen them on Dust 2. It seemed to be the map that worked best for them, Chad.
Yeah, the thing with NRG is they didn't actually have terrible results considering, they're not considered a tier 1 team, and they were going up against some of the best teams and putting up decent numbers. And they were very disappointed with their losses. You could see it through the emotional players like Tabson, who were very upset with the way that those games unfolded. And they did have the chance to close out like the 2 of those games, the KH1 and the Dust 2, but they just weren't able to do it. So a few more tweaks for them, and maybe we could see them dangerous in the future.
So Team Liquid, Immortals, and Dignitas, FaZe, and NRG are the teams that we have lost already in the Pro League Finals. The rest continue to fight on here in the playoffs. So these playoffs should promise to be rather intriguing. We've got a lot of storylines coming into both of this semi-finalists. Of course, mousesports in a semi-final spot. That's not something we see every day, Yanko, not something we anticipate.
Yes, we only saw that one game from them yesterday on stream against Immortals, and that wasn't pretty for sure, but they managed to beat EnvyUS in the last game, and that was directly for the semi-final spot, so it was a even a convincing win on Cash. So props to Mouse Sports for having a day off and securing a spot in the top 4.
And SK Gaming managing to take that top spot here on home turf. If you rewind to day 1, Chad, it wasn't necessarily something we were expecting. They just looked so shaky to start off that first loss on the board, but ever since then they seem to have hit the ground running.
Yeah, they've definitely turned it around. The crowd behind them, being in the arena, better branded Counter-Strike from them, and it's good to see because they had to have a bit of a drop-off since Fur went for surgery and whatnot. Now that he's back, the team, they had a few personal issues. It seems they're rebuilding, they're getting back to where they need to be, and a dangerous SK is what we have on our doorstep.
A dangerous SK, a good way to summarize it. Of course, we will not be seeing them play until tomorrow. They've got the day off to just sit back, relax, and watch as the 2 quarterfinals do unfold. And that is what's coming up today. So why don't we go ahead and put that up on your screen so you can see how we will be starting things off. NIP versus EnvyUS to kick things off. A matchup that we haven't seen in an offline environment for nearly 11 months. It's going to be great to see another historical matchup between these 2 CS titans, the winner of which will meet SK Gaming. And then we go to North America. That's right, OpTic and Cloud9. No strangers to one another in a domestic environment or even in the North American Pro League, but now they're going to be battling to get to the semi-finals and battle versus Mouse Sports. I don't know which side of the bracket I prefer more. It's going to be kind of fun that we get just literally EU and NA. We get 2 teams from Europe, 2 teams from North America, both in the quarterfinals, an even split.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will look towards the NIP EnvyUS matchup, but for me, OpTic Cloud9 is particularly interesting because even though Cloud9 dominated since the addition of Automatic, especially in Pro League, across North America, OpTic was actually the only team capable of taking series from them early on. They were the ones that defeated them in the qualifiers for Star Series in Kiev and also in the ESL 1 New York qualifiers. So I think Cloud9 will definitely be out for some revenge here in Brazil.
Especially considering we keep calling into question who is, a battle for top of NA. OpTic, if they wanted to overtake C9, winning this quarterfinal would be a big step in the right direction, Chad.
Yeah, definitely. NA's always been wide open. Yeah. Obviously, we have the South American teams in that region, but once we're talking and the Aussies, they're all better than all North American teams. No. So with like Cloud9, OpTic, Liquid was in the mix. They've dropped off now, lost a Peacemaker. They seem like they're in a bit of dismay. Then we had in the past, there's like even TSM were looking okay, not for like a top spot, but to be contending for the top 3 in NA. So the door's wide open, and I guess whoever comes out on top of this battle, at least for the next few months, we might consider the top dog.
The top dog, yeah, indeed. And of course, King of the Kennel at the moment is SK. They're defending their title here for the 4th season of the ESL Pro League, and they're waiting the semi-finals. We'll be seeing them play, of course, tomorrow. If you are interested to know, we rather are interested to know what you have to say regarding both the past, the present, and indeed the future of the Pro League. Keep hitting us up with that hashtag. It's, of course, ESL Pro League. Throw that at ESLCS, or if you rock the Facey B, give us a /ESLCS. So, You've said OpTic versus Cloud9 is your one to watch, but NIP, Chad, that's a match that I'm sure you can quickly highlight why that is one that you do not want to miss as a CS fan.
For me, this one's really exciting. Like, this is 2 teams who have had a really rich past of being competitive and being at the top of the scene. They've gone through a couple of roster changes, and now, in my opinion, with the addition of Makalele and Sixer, respectively, these teams are looking like more of a unit. They look like more cohesive, and it's what you want to see. When we had Devil in Envy, he looked a bit, it didn't look like they were a team. He was just an addition, and they hoped he'd fit in, and he didn't. Sixer looks like a guy who, he knows how to be part of a team. I'm excited to see.
Makalele just a stand-in, of course.
No, well, not in my opinion. No. I've thrown that away. I've thrown that mentality away. Sorry, Pyth, you're the stream team.
But
it's on the stream team.
You genuinely have had that mindset for a while.
Yeah, I've been saying it in all the Pro League.
Yeah, once you saw NIP looking with Makalele, you were quite quick to jump the gun and just say that this is how it should be.
Well, it just seems more natural to me. Yeah. I don't know why, and they were even saying themselves that they're happy that Michael's come over a few of the issues which he had in the past, and if that's the case, I don't see, a
reason not to.
Exactly, they seem to be playing better.
Well, we'll continue this dialogue when we do come back to actually discuss the pre-match. That's indeed what's coming up first. Envy NIP in a best of 3. You do not want to go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break so you could go ahead and grab yourself a cup of tea, a cup of joe, whatever you fancy. And when we come back, we'll be kicking off with our first best of 3 of the ESL Pro League finals.
They train.
It's always been about fighting your fears.
They travel.
The thing that I strive for the most is to be able to capture the moment.
They explore.
Constantly trying to push myself and then try to see how far can I go.
To see the world in a different way.
I'm not supposed to go here, but what if I go there anyway? What's gonna happen?
It's interesting to kind of just watch the world go by at your feet.
It's such a liberating experience.
Urbex, an exclusive 8-part series, only on Red Bull TV.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!
This is the Score Esports, the ultimate esports experience. The Score Esports is your home for everything CSGO, delivering the biggest stories and all the scores, stats, and updates you care about in real time. The Score Esports takes you inside the ropes with exclusive video interviews, features, highlights, and analysis. Even get all the same non-stop amazing coverage on your desktop at thescoreesports.com. The Score Esports. Get it now from the App Store or Google Play.
Okay, tags up. One. He's gonna get. Oh! I'm starting to believe as well, Henry, because he's got to take and play. Oh! Fallen! Stop blowing my mind! This is gonna be absolute madness.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Envy had a strong season in Pro League, finishing with a 16-10 record after toppling G2, the runners-up of last season's ESL Pro League. They continued their performance with victories over the likes of Na'Vi, the winners of ESL 1 New York, and Team Dignitas.
They've got so much presence on the map. Guardian missing a shot, gets tagged up. Hold on. Sixer, he pulls back 3. Kenny's got the first. I take that back, but either way.
It's a matchup we haven't seen in an incredibly long time. The Ninjas in Pyjamas, hailing from Sweden, go up against Team EnvyUS, of course, from France. NBK tweeted this morning, "I've been waiting a long time for this, 11 months in the making to see Envy and NIP clash in an offline environment." And we all know just how different it is when you are sitting there 2 meters away from your adversary. It makes a whole lot of difference, as well as when they've got a crowd like this who have been spectacular, making noise not only for the Brazilians, but for every single team here playing their favorite game. I'm Alex Machine Richardson. I'm joined by YNK and Chad Birchall. Decided I'm not going to try and say Paunovic anymore. It's an executive decision. It's probably not wise. But to start this discussion, to set the scene, we start with the French side. Envy will be our first port of call upon this discussion. And Yanko, I'd like to kind of quickly probe you to set the scene for this EnvyUS roster, not necessarily in the last 6 months, but since this team has existed in any way.
Yeah, well, since this inception of the team, actually, originally the Happy was the in-game leader. We had Shocks and Smiths as well in the team, Kirishima and MBK as LDLC, and they were known as this team that's highly dependent on individual performance, very explosive, 4 players grouping up, trying to get the trade kills, brute forcing their way into a bomb site, and Happy on the lurk. And they were quite successful for a very long time. I mean, they last won the major championship in Cluj last year around this time, but after that tournament, that's the biggest drop of form. We had a former major champion going out in the group stages of the next major, so that's something that's pretty much unprecedented. It was basically they fell off a cliff in 2016, and they have been trying to reinvent themselves, changing rosters, and recently, once they reverted back to their old roles and old playing style, is when we saw them gradually looking better.
And in this tournament itself, Chad, we have actually seen a pretty solid showing from them. 3-1 in, admittedly, the easier group. Does that take anything away from their success here and get themselves to the quarterfinals?
Not really, because everyone was saying this team was basically, on their last legs just a couple of months ago. They've turned it around quickly, and this addition of Sixer has definitely helped that. Kenny, back to almost his old self at this event. I was just taking a peruse of the strategies last night once we got home, and he looked like he was playing fantastically, just statistically speaking. So his impact in game, it's obviously notable, but when an All-Pro is topping stats for like damage and stuff, that's huge.
I mean, sorry, we have to hold on to that point for a second. I need to throw this into Yanko's lap. Kenny back to his old self. Isn't that not quite an outrageous statement considering the peak we have seen Kenny at, or do you think he's on his way?
I mean, we have seen vintage Kenny's performances in this tournament, and him playing really well, considering what his play style is like, the type of player he is, very aggressive, going for openings for his team. That's basically going to propel EnvyUS to a high placing. So if he can maintain that level of performance, EnvyUS can do a lot better than we've seen them do for a long time.
Yeah. Chad, you described Envy as a team that, to many people, they thought they were on their last legs in coming into 2016. Does that not kind of sound quite reminiscent of NIP, the Swedish side, coming into Dubai, where there was rumors awry that this was going to be their last tournament, this was it, and a historical roster was going to be gone forever?
Yeah, so many rumors about those guys. They got into a really dark place. The Core 4, Freiburg Forest Exist, and Get Right have been around since the start of CSGO, basically, and they're the most well-known CSGO name. They had that amazing LAN run where they were undefeated for some ridiculous amount of wins. Yanko, you can...
87?
87-0.
Yeah, I don't worry about those mythological. I'm not going to say it. English is my first language, yeah.
Oh, you speak Australian too?
Yeah, sorry guys. Yeah, so this team had the same kind of blueprint in the sense of they were almost dead. They came back, and it's not that they've risen from the ashes, but they're still humming around, and they're looking a much better team than what we've seen from them in the past.
Yeah, coming through as the 3rd seed within Group B, which admittedly was the group of death. They're head and shoulders above FaZe Clan, Team Dignitas, and NRG. 3 wins, 2 losses for them in this tournament, and the name on your screen there, Makaleli, was filling up the kill feed. This was a traditional change, or rather, excuse me, an unexpected change. Don't know where the word traditional came from, but it was something that people were quite happy to see Pitt in that roster. Makaleli stepped in, and it does seem that he's actually impressed and exceeded expectations that we had for him here at the analyst desk.
It's because it's hard to, with that core of 4 players, it's hard to add a player who will be the star of the team. You kind of have to add a player who is going to be more supportive of others, mostly get right and forest, and that's why Pitt was a good fit for the team alongside Threat. But with the addition of Michaelella, they have, won the Kiev tournament. Before that, they won Malmo, so in a span of 6 months, pretty much. And they have been looking better, and it seems like the rest of the team, the problem when Michaelella was in the first time was the other team wasn't really willing to play for him. Yeah. Now they're not playing for him as much, but they are willing to budge a little bit so that he can do what he's comfortable with.
Just settling into playing around a player. I mean, Chad, you know that you know more than most about that kind of experience, playing around someone and letting them have the freedom to make the plays they're capable of.
I think the good thing with this unit is because they've been together for so long, the 4 of them, the core 4, they basically have their structure and the things they like to do. And then, like Yanko said, they have the allowances for Makaleli in the team, but they're letting off the leash a little bit. He is that explosive AWPer, and it's on the T side, you see Forrest as the main AWPer, right? But Makaleli is able to pick it up. I don't know how it works exactly, but you do see him grabbing it from time to time, and he is maybe more aggressive with it. And then on the CT side, you need that guy who can hold overpass, for example. We've seen him holding that bomb site, getting multi-kills from there, just re-peeking, and being a good addition to the team.
It has been great to see, well, both Envy and NIP, historical names, starting to get back on their feet. This game is more competitive than it has ever been, and hopefully this quarterfinal will be as well. But we can't continue to talk about it, and we can't even start the quarterfinal without getting the teams up on this grandiose stage here in Sao Paulo. So it's back over to Bia to get these teams back in bums in seats.
Gente, vamos fazer muito barulho para receber os jogadores nesse primeiro jogo das quartas de final. And now I have the pleasure to introduce our first quarterfinal match. During the regular season, they finished 5th place in the European standings. In the final group stage, they had 3 victories and just 1 loss. Please welcome the French boys from EnvyUS. Counter-Strike teams. 2nd place in the European standings and 3rd place in the final group stage. Coming from Sweden, they are NIP! have seat and get prepared, because in few moments we'll have greatest matches here between EnvyUS and NIP.
Versus NIP in a best of 3. Who will win? We will see, as it's going to be pretty fiery here in Sao Paulo. Things are definitely heating up, both outside and here in the arena. Gentlemen, now we can get into the nitty-gritty. Once Get Right starts playing, the crowd, he's trying to buy the crowd right now.
Seems like NIP is the home team today.
Yeah, it looks like the
With the
decision's
absence
been
of
made.
SK.
All modeling their nice NIP tracksuit. Get my hands on one of them. But now we can get into the nitty-gritty. Thank you very much, Chris, for getting the hype going. But, gents, with a matchup that we haven't seen in oh so long, is it not kind of quite interesting to you as analysts? You kind of really can't base your opinion on how this is going to go off of online results. Surely you're the first to shut down online and offline. So this is up in the air.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, with online, you mostly look to how the teams are playing in terms of play style. Are they changing things? At the results themselves, it can always be a bit, you know, deceiving, whether teams were coming back from travel, how many games they played a day, and so on. Well, line results are always what you will look to more.
And so, I mean, the first question has to actually be the fact that these teams have often prepared for matchups like this, quarterfinals, $750,000 on the line. I'd like to start this discussion regarding preparation. I'm looking at you for this one, Chad. Now, how do you understand and get your head around how different teams prepare differently? I mean, it's safe to assume, right, that everyone has their own kind of approach to preparing for a quarterfinal, semi-final, grand final.
It definitely depends on the resources you have at your disposal. So if you're a team who has a coach and an analyst and the in-game leader, they might get together and they might prepare, you know, several days in advance. They might get all the research done and sit down and look at what specific parts of a team, like if they're doing an A execute, what are the smokes that they throw, what are the tells? If Get Right is playing outside long on a default, if we see him in upper dark, what does that usually mean? It just depends on how teams want to structure their preparation, right? Some teams, they might only prepare literally on the day or the night before, which can be pretty stressful. Or some teams might be well prepared that they are so versed that they play these teams all the time that it's in their arsenal and they just have a little bit of a, you know, a homework session where they sit there and they just refresh on what they already knew. The level of preparation, though, some teams don't react as well as others. So if I was to sit there and tell a player that this is how Guardian is going to pick this line, and he knew that this is the one that he checks first, and then the second one, this is how he goes through his motions. You tell a player that, and he might think that that's exactly what's going to happen, and something else happens, and it might throw him, you know, off the face of the edge with a tilt. And so you need to think about how your players, they can take that information, or if they're better off just not knowing and you let your fraggers do their thing and you as the in-game leader are mainly prepared. It just, every team is different, and it'd be interesting to see. I think we have an interview with NBK a bit later where he actually outlines how they prepare.
It's going to be, I mean, no doubt an intriguing clash. There is some differences between the two in terms of firepower, right? Like, I think, Yanko, it's worth highlighting as I do delve underwater for a moment. Can you hear that?
Yep.
Bloop, 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 bloop. It's in kind of the point I was trying to make is that you don't have a Kenny S on NIP, and yet these guys go together, butt heads, and have a very different structure to the way that they succeed. They find success.
Definitely so. Some are more reliant on individual performances, other on team structure. It's what NIP has become known for in 2016. But for me, what's really interesting about this matchup, Alex, is that this is almost a rematch of the grand final at DreamHack Winter 2014, where we had that 3-map you know, bonanza between the two teams. LDLC winning their first major title. 3-map, third map goes to overtime. That's when Michaelella was playing for NIP. Obviously, that's when Shocks and Smiths were playing still for LDLC, but that was an extremely intense matchup.
Ooh, I like it. Setting the scene, and oh so long ago as well.
The good thing with this is I think this version of Envy, or this version of the French unit, they're not as stubborn as they were back then. I know they won that event then, but the thing was they were basically throwing everything they had against the wall. Like, it was just aggressive play, fast, lots of entries, Apex and all that just going ham.
Apex is a god.
Yes, he is.
I would just say that much.
Well, you could talk about this as well. This is another interesting point. You've got two very notable combos on both these teams. Yeah. Apex and Kenny, and on the other hand, Forrest and Get Right. And both of these are legendary duos, and they both bring something different. Whereas Kenny and Apex are known for being able to win any situation and be super aggressive and take all those duels, whereas Forrest and Gerard, they're more of an all-round pair, and they're just legendary.
Legendary is a name for a lot of the players sitting up on stage here in Sao Paulo, but we do also need to start determining what the 3 maps will be for this one, and the vetoes have begun. It's going to be Mirage removed by NIP and Overpass from Envy.
That's really interesting to me. I thought NIP probably would have removed Dust 2 after falling to Cloud9 yesterday. That's what my notes say.
I think the problem is that EnvyUS would pick Mirage, and I think this is where NIP actually has an advantage, because EnvyUS don't play. All right. We could just show all of the vetoes now at this point and then discuss what maps are being played.
Obviously, we're just going to speed on through them. Okay, so the Nuke has been selected. We know NIP have been kind of forging quite a new path on Nuke, and it's going to be alongside.
The problem is EnvyUS don't play Overpass, they don't play Train. They have to veto one of the two.
Right.
NIP won't pick Train, so they will pick Nuke. Out of the 3 maps, Nuke, Overpass, Train, Nuke is the only one that EnvyUS have played with 6 or 4 times, 2 and 2 I think on the map. So Envy after that is going to pick Dust 2. In the end we get Cobble as a decider. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, that's surprising to me, seeing NIP, who wants to
take cash.
Yeah, that was their best map. That was their go-to. Seems to be all gone now. I know they were shaky on it in the last couple of days, but to not have confidence in it, we've seen that from a lot of teams this last few days. They've all been dropping their statistically best map.
Immortals is the one that springs to mind, right? They were the ones that did the kind of, well, we're really good at Cobble, and then proceed to get 16-2'd on it by none other than Envy. So we have even seen Envy looking good on Cobblestone in this tournament. Yeah, so it's kind of crazy that we aren't going to be seeing NIP not taking cash, and we are going to be seeing a Nuke pick from NIP as well. It does seem like they are kind of starting to try and join the list of teams that have got that map in their pool.
Definitely so. They had that crazy game against Dignitas in the group stages where they had an 11-4 T side half. Unfortunately, couldn't close out the game on the CT side. I think the picks are pretty straightforward, and I think the teams will split their respective maps, but when it comes to the decider, that's where it's very interesting, because Envy have shown to be extremely strong, even on CT side Cobble, but that's mostly down to individual performances and whether the opposing team has executes in place to kind of diminish the impact of your stars, and that's something that NIP certainly has. So I'm getting a bit ahead of myself here, but I think that we will get to that 3rd map and that it will be super interesting.
So expecting the teams to take their picks then in terms of predictions. I just want to know what you're thinking for Nuke, Chad, because we're almost ready actually to get into play.
Yeah, I think that's going to go in favour of NIP. I've watched a bit of Envy on that before, and they seem very telegraphed in the way they do things. A lot of teams obviously know Happy's lurk and they wait for it, and I just don't think it's going to be a strong map for them.
And Yanko, what's your prediction then going into Nuke?
I'm going with NIP. Just much more practice on the map, show us a lot of different things, and yeah, NIP win Nuke.
Perhaps Envy have had an ace up their sleeve the whole time. We'll be finding out though if NIP will be able to take their pick in this best of 3. It's the first of our quarterfinals. The days keep on coming and the good CS does too, as we're going to take a very short break. When we come back, your caster's going to be ready to guide you through our first quarterfinal here for the Pro League Finals.
League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Well, we start our playoffs, our quarterfinals, NIP versus EnvyUS. It's a classic matchup, and NIP has been on the rise. Of course, didn't make it through in Epicenter at a 3-3 scoreline in their group, but this time they slipped through because of Cloud9 beating Dignitas, and the champions of Epicenter do not move forward. So it's an interesting back-and-forth affair in CS as of late.
Absolutely. It's kind of funny to think almost the same outcome happened to them. Just getting through by the skin of their teeth there. 16-14 between that game towards the end. You saw the reaction video. Did you catch that, Matt? You can see Get Right on his knees watching as the result came in. They did make it through the group. But yes, what a tantalizing game we're coming in. EnvyUS, a team that's been in a slump for the last year, on the ascendance now since the addition of Sixer. They've managed to get the monkey off their back and looking a lot stronger here. NIP as well. Lots of storylines there. Michael Eddie still the mercenary technically. We're not sure what the future holds for him ultimately, but they've won tournaments now with him, and they're looking to get better. Unfortunate at Epicenter, but this is going to be a really good series. We kick things off with Nuke, moving to Dust 2, and then Cobble if required. But the first one, that's what interests me the most. It's interesting the fact that EnvyUS, a team that hasn't played this a tremendous amount, is allowing NIP to get this one, who are actually one of the strongest Nuke teams in the scene right now.
I think that's absolutely true. They put a lot of time into the map, and I'm curious to see how EnvyUS battles in this quarterfinal. It looked like they would actually advance directly through to the semifinal until they played Mouse Sports, who ended up beating them. And then because they both had one loss, the head-to-head was the factor, and because of that game, therefore, it was Mouse Sports that makes it in. So it's interesting to see them here. Yesterday afternoon, I would have thought that they would have been all the way through and not playing today, but start things off. Here we go. Nuke it is.
Nuke indeed. And we'll be live right now as well. We're going to kick things off with EnvyUS here on the T side. NIP starting on the C2. We'll have a look at the buy coming in. It looks like 5 sets of armor for the terrorists as well. We're going to see whether NIP can hold them off. T-pistol, so lucrative. If you can pick that up, it puts you on such a great start here. Most teams do favor towards the ramp. That's what EnvyUS will be bringing to the table as well. There is going to be a challenge here from Forrest, who nails the first headshot as well. Looking for more, but taken down as he tries to find his second frag.
Lovely shot, Sixer. To follow it up, it does get Forrest back, but Michael Lely's going to follow that by getting Apex. Sixer jumps back in, finds yet another 2 kills for him, down to the 3 versus 3. Happy posts himself inside of the hut. Get Right's on top of it, trying to fight beyond the yellow crossbeam, and he gets caught by Sixer, who's got 3, but he's going to have to get all 5 because he's lost Happy. He's lost his other teammate that was coming in through from heaven, and he's going to go try and bait this plant. May have been best suited to just try and stick it, get money, because chances of winning it now is very slim as Michael Lely slips in.
Well, there it is, towards the ramp from they go. It was Forrest ripping things up there with a nice headshot, taken down. It was a bit of a brawl. Like I said, most teams favoring that ramp area because normally there's only 1 CT challenging there, maybe 2. Good rotations from NIP mean they could actually challenge that position as well. Sixer did a great job there with 3 frags. Like you said, 2 versus 1. Might have been better off to get the bomb down there, but he went for the glory. Fake plan in, hoping to bait some CTs out with the knives up, potentially try and stop him. Can't find the headshot there with low HP, and the bomb is not going to go down. 1-0 in favor of the Ninjas here. Great start on the CT here, but a force buy coming from EnvyUS, a team famous for this sort of buy. It's a Desert Eagle in the hands of Apex. We know he's deadly with this weapon, and his teammates holding towards the lobby for now, doing a little bit of damage to Get Right. He's got the scout. That's quite standard for now from the Ninjas, but Apex goes under 31 HP. In terms of grenades, got 6 on the smoke. Apex with a flashbang as well. They'll just be trying to poke them up for now. Check towards ramp, the huts, squeaky door, see if there's anything available for them, and then group up together with the 1 smoke and flashbang. A lot of teams will try and jump down the vents as well, so that's definitely an option.
Happy gonna rotate back around, potentially try and spot over top of Twinkie. Exactly that. Triberg's inside of main to watch if they push through Squeaky. The smoke's now gone on top of the upper side. It's going to be Forrest and Michael Lely playing together at ramp, so an early rotation coming in from Forrest could be beneficial. They get taken down immediately. Again, Sixer looking solid to start off this game. He'll get traded back, and because his teammates were on the other side of Flames, he was left to his own devices. There's Michael Lely down below, but with Forrest gone over toward the turnpike, it's a full wrap. Potential to split on the upper side as well. And they've pushed Forrest so far away. Oh, that bounce nade doesn't quite get down, but it does do decent damage when it fell, so it did bounce once and then go down and hit Apex for 15.
Well, it's an unequal situation, but still, 30 seconds remaining, and EnvyUS need to get the bomb down. That's a good kill from MBK, though. Actually gets towards heaven as well. Still got a plan there. The CT presence in the upper bomb side. It's a 3-on-3, but look at the HP. Exists down to 1. Michael Lely's low as well. Still a chance here for the defense side, but need to act now. 15 seconds remain.
Freiberg with 2 with the angle from below. He's going to close it with the 3rd as well. MP7 on all the kills. Lots of money made. As Michael Haley found one of the UMP, excuse me, as well. I would expect, although we still know they like to switch up the op a little bit, that he'll be grabbing that at some point in time. 4-0 for Michael Haley.
Yeah, Forest is known to wield on this map as well, but primarily it's going to be Michael Haley. So there it is. Although EnvyUS do get 3 kills, there's no bomb plant. Some teams would force into this round after getting the plant down and making it so close. That's just not an option here. Going to have to take the full eco on the chin. And NIP live to fight another day here. 2 M4s. 2 SMGs and exists just the USP. That's fine up against unarmored heads. He can shoot through those in some long-range situations. Where the T's going to be focusing towards. Looks like outside here. Staying as a unit, trying to go on the catwalk area as well. Faster towards main. It's Forrest who spots him first. Bit of damage as exists, finds a first kill with that USP.
Forrest was waiting for the angle, but it's Get Right instead that finds Kenny. Pop back out, headshot found. Lovely shot as well into Sixer. Drops the bomb and knocks down Happy as well. Little shake of the wrist. Not quite the same flick he wanted, but it was a shake of the wrist to make sure the aim's still there.
What's interesting now is after that force fire, not getting the bomb down after the pistol, Kenny S can bring the AWP out, but it will be a glass cannon. He's still contemplating it. Is it worth it? Apparently it is. I don't think it's such a big deal on Nuke. It's normally going to be very long-range duels against AWPers as well. So regardless of armor or not, you're trying to get the opening pick for your team. It's not like you're going to be influential throughout the entire round, right? If you can open up the map for your team, get the bomb down, at that point, his job is done. Let's see whether he can actually find anything here. Going for the outside face. Could be Forrest to the AWP on the CT side. He's more defensive towards CT spawn, pulls the trigger but can't find that first shot. It's going to be Get Right though to find Apex crossing. No smokes deployed. He's trying to go very quickly there towards secret area, but loses his life in the process.
Apex down, Happy door blown out, is going to try and spot toward the bigger garage. Needs to be a little bit careful of his position. Smoke now. Oh, deploy in front! He didn't have the lineup, and still Get Right gets found as he taps through. That's a big kill to find because it pulls it back to 4 versus 4, and the smoke was thrown correctly to allow Get Right to move inside of the upper site.
4 on 4 now. Plenty of time to work if it exists. Going to be flashing towards HUD as well. Just trying to get some information here. See if he can find any terrorists with nades in their hand, holding tight angles. The fact he has control of HUD as well, that's beneficial. But Happy, very defensive, looking for any more aggression to come in. If Exist goes any further than this, he's dead. No way he can get that kill. It's such a strong angle from the terrorists at that point. Forrest more defensive now towards the heaven position. We'll have a look what's available for the T's as well. They actually got the AWP still in the hands of Kenny S. He's still looking towards outside. Still time to play with it, and smoke's available if they want to go towards lower. But for now, just trying to find that first kill. See if anyone will dare challenge. In this equal situation, Forrest goes for it. Kenny finds him, and that's going to be the cue to get on towards lower. Freiberg's waiting for them. He goes down as well. This should be a round for EnvyUS at this point. Smokes to deploy on the lower bomb site. It's up to Michael Haley with the UMP and Exist with no nades to try and defend it off.
Kenny already inside of the vents down below, has MBK clearing out decontamination, but Kenny gets found. Exist with a fast play to get inside of the vents behind him. Watches as well for Happy, who drops down. Good awareness from Exist. Bomb gonna have to be planted inside of that smoke. It does go down. Exist can't find it, has to reload, so Michael's got to hit the shot on Sixer, or he would have been a sitting duck, but that's exactly what happens. And NIP is gonna go up 4-0 after the first gun round. So EnvyUS, we talk about this still on Nuke. Without getting that T-sided pistol round, have a lot of work to do, and that body is going to have some radiation poisoning.
That was a 4-on-2 map, and EnvyUS there with lots of time to work with in terms of when they're actually going for the lower control itself. Interesting enough though, Kenny gets in the vents. You could see Exist gets a drop in just as he takes his attention away as well. Surely it's more beneficial to get towards a window room perhaps, just to have more vision and actually be able to set up as a turret while his teammates actually plant that bomb as well. I think that was a bit of a bad move on his part. He has no armor at that point, and that's when it's actually a massive problem at close range. Taken down, the bomb that's get planted there, a 4-stage loss bonus, so they get another buy here coming in, but we've stopped the game. It must be a technical issue, no kills or damage has been exchanged, so that's fine. Yep. Well, we can slow things down. 4-0 for the Ninjas here. We do say still, although Epicenter looks a little bit more balanced going forward, we did have some big score lines there overall, but still it's actually starting to get to the point, especially like teams like NIP, Virtus Pro, they're showing us the depth you can have in the terms of the tactical game on the T side. So far so good for the Ninjas. First gun round eludes EnvyUS after getting their initial man advantage. 4-on-2, and Michael Haley saving the day with the UMP as well. Exist doing a great job to take the attention away. And we did see the buy coming from EnvyUS. There was a range of AKs and Galils. That suggests to me they'll try a set piece, maybe towards outside, get those smokes we haven't seen from them yet, or maybe just straight in towards upper with the flashbangs and smokes towards main entrance, heaven, and try and see if you can just take the jewels and potentially find that first round. I'll have a look at what the issue is. Looks like Freiberg needs to reset his sound card.
Lovely stuff. But either way, it is an interesting proposition how much work EnvyUS going to have to try and do to win this map away. Again, they found the good equaling kill. A little bit of luck for Happy as he fired into the smoke and Get Right crossed in front, but a Luck is part of Counter-Strike.
Well, this is NIP's pick, remember, so we move on to Dust 2 as well. So this series, in terms of the maps I wanted to see, I'm actually really happy. It's quite cool to see Nuke actually coming in more and more now. I think a lot of teams didn't want to adopt when it first came in, understandably, that the event schedule is so stacked. There's not much time to actually practice and get really proficient at these maps. But now, after a few months, we're actually getting to see it pretty much every tournament. I think Epicenter is one of the third most played maps, in fact. It used to just be like a pocket pick for some of the lesser teams in a veto system, but now actually the top teams are bringing it in, and it's actually getting quite entertaining to watch to see what kind of execution we're seeing. NIP, I've talked about it before, I think they've got some great stuff on the T side. My favorite one they do is their drop down towards lower from the vent as well. It's a real nice little set piece they have there with coordinated flashbangs and smokes with Freiberg getting down there. Look out for that in the second half. But we're back into it. Not too long. What's that pause? It's going to be round number 5. Like I said, a couple of Galils, 2 AKs, and Apex on the Tech 9. 6 up, going straight towards that squeaky door. Forrest back on the AWP. More aggressive angle this time. Probably knows an AWP won't be up against him, so probably toe-to-toe he's not going to be as strong as Kenny S, but when he knows there's no AWP available, he can actually take a few more audacious angles, I would say.
Flash is over. Good shot from Forrest. Remember, we did say it would be him. You mentioned it. He likes to still play this weapon on this map. Wrap back round. That's Get Right inside of main. That's going to shut them out again. Kenny. He's going to try and use something from Squeaky. They've got a split on Get Right. Good read. Dodges the flash. Takes down Happy. And now knows the bomb dropped towards Secret. Or rather, excuse me, Squeaky. And Exist is there waiting for Kenny to walk through. Ninjas of Jebba's looking very good toward the squeaky door in outside positions. I was impressed with EnvyUS's ability to push back Michael and Forrest, to be fair, in one particular round at ramp. So I'm wondering if they're going to try and go back to something along those lines.
Well, maximum loss bonus has been obtained. That's $3,400, but after the force buy in the previous and no bomb going down, a little bit of a partial buy here. Not so much in terms of armor. They've got 2 players on head armor, but just a couple of flashbangs to make G grenades. Deagles in hand, a team at one point known to be some of the best pistol players in the world. That's not so prevalent right now, but as I say, Kenny S does find Freiberg towards the main entrance, so they got the man advantage. Looking for kills towards ramp as well, but Forrest finds one in return. That's Apex dropping.
As you say, with Apex down, pulls this back. Freiberg caught that time slightly unaware, but there's no guns in a position where they can be grabbed still for EnvyUS, and Kenny's going to try and go back up and potentially go toward the Twinkie. Happy's gotten quite far up at the outside position, but he's found Forrest, well aware of the fact that he's in behind the red crate. Good awareness takes him back into the grave, and it's going to make it now 3 players left for Envy, walking now toward the ramp. This is the play where I think they've gotten the most amount of map control.
This is fine though, so Michael's down playing by himself. He's just doing the safe bet at this point, right? Obviously it's quite a lucrative part of the map for EnvyUS to pick up, but him falling down with the information, Forrest can rotate as well. He's actually in a great position here to continue fragging. He finds 2 more. He's actually on 4 kills this round as well, looking for the 8th, but Michael comes and backs him up and finds a 5th kill, only dropping 1 player there from the 1 dig of Apex, but still, round number 7, I should say, it's 6-0. And we do have another buy game from EnvyUS. Still, this is a very CD-sided map. It's not the end of this by any point by EnvyUS. They can actually still find a few rounds here or there. To be fair, the money's getting reasonably strong now for NIP. You can see 10k on Forrest, 8 for Get Right, so they've got a few rounds in hand. So the problem is for EnvyUS, they need to start winning rounds convincingly. They need to keep players alive and avoid that full reset. That's a very big possibility right now. So Kenny S on the AWP. We'll see if we can find anything. Straight towards Squeaky Door, fires a shot. Just to the right there, the main player, so doesn't manage to get anything for it, apart from a bit of info as to what position he's been playing. He's going to be going back towards outside, maybe from silo. But this is more of a pick game, another default for EnvyUS. Is absolutely fine. Just try and bleed out of CTs, but look at the aggression for this. You see Forrest baiting in a player towards that silo area. That's going to be Get Right. As soon as Forrest fires a shot, you know he's going to be striking. He's actually going to push a little bit further. Here we go. This is good from Get Right. Great timing.
Yep, this is very, very good. Spots one. Easy shot.
Fall back at this point. No need to overcommit. Got the man advantage. He's staying alive. They can't get the reactive frag. He's fallen back. Great work by Get Right.
And there's something else that was telegraphed by this. He saw a player sitting for a nade through the skylights, which could indicate they're going to upper. So he's going to rotate back in toward main and cover that off. Freiberg, he's not far off that position as well. Down and actually above the vents. He's at the top floor, behind the closed vent, the second vent. Meanwhile, though, Apex trying to take back Get Right's position. He's going to rotate all the way back into the outer position where he's already given up. Going into Secret, they want the ramp. Again, they've had the most success distilling Michael. Like you say, he's playing it conservatively. There's nothing wrong with that, but it is giving them a bit of room. And that kill onto Michael is going to open up this lower site. It pulls Get Right back, but he finds a kill immediately before that on the low HP player that was trying to push in. Now down ramp, he's set for position on the left side. First shot's very easy. Knows that they're on the right. Lovely shot, and Get Right with the ace.
Unbelievably sick there from Get Right. That was so good. He starts the round off by pushing towards outside, completely out positions them. They have no idea he's there. I said it was great play. Don't overcommit. Get that one frag, reposition yourself, and what a reposition it was as well. Back towards the lower bomb site, gets the kill there from Secret, and then goes to ramp as well. He's just everywhere for EnvyUS. They're trying to stay away from him, and what a hold towards lower as well. Powerful position. I was about to say before it happened, if he just gets one kill here, round one, he finds 3 more and ace. Sick stuff from Get Right. Very, very nicely done. This replay alone, how perfect is that? It doesn't get any better. That's just beautiful CS from Get Right, looking like he's in the zone right now. And we have got a tactical pause coming from EnvyUS.
Yep.
Understandably so after that sort of decimation there from one of the all-time greats, Get Right. So, just to be clear, after yesterday's confusion, we do have 4 pauses available for either side, regardless of the half. You can take 4 in one half if you wanted to. So just so everyone knows, it's a different viewing experience, but the teams seem to like it in terms of like they like to have the option in these big games. But
you say that.
The spectator experience, obviously, it's a little bit different.
I spoke to a few players that also thought it was a bit silly, and that no matter what happens in a round, you call a timeout or they call a timeout late. I won't mention who I spoke to, just for the sake of them saying it to me in private, but I'm not sure everyone's in agreement with that. But either way, it's going to be Get Right with Kenny down. He falls immediately after from Apex. He spotted up that shadow, but Apex getting a better position. Either way, it's good information for us to take back to Valve. I know ESL's been in talks with him, tries to spray down 2. This Freiburg, he hits the high HP player in the corner, MBK, but then Sixer's able to repeat before a bullet lands. This is better from Happy. Now they've got something to work with, and perhaps the goal was to try and get control of Catwalk and get a better position on outside. Forrest, low HP down below 15. AWP tries to fire at the door. I mentioned his low HP. I haven't talked about Apex and Sixer, who aren't much better off. 19 and 7 for them, and they're going to go back toward Michael on the upper site. He's got the M40. Here's them going. Oh, 56 seconds. They're going to try and commit to this so early, and bomb denied. He's got position down.
Where's his teammates?
Very questionable. Happy's missing a shot, the one that was above, and Michael Illy with 3.
Shocking from EnvyUS. What are they doing? They've got a minute to play with that. No one's even backing the bomb up. They're not even thinking that could be a possibility. Michael walks in, free round. Yes, it looks good from his point of view. Shouldn't be that easy, though. EnvyUS, they're dropping the ball tremendously. Have that man advantage.
And I have to say, it was Happy at upper in heaven that made Sixer commit to the plant, thinking, all right, you're there, no problem. And he looks away at the wrong time and then gets caught out missing a shot. That's huge.
It's shocking. That shouldn't be happening. That's just a complete misplay from EnvyUS. No way, Mike. Yes, it's a nice read from him. Great timing, but still, there should be a return frag there. They should be considering the bomb's going down. It needs cover. Had a minute to play as well. It's not like they have to rush that. Anyway, let's get into round number 9. 8-0 here. NIP now starting to run away with it. It's going to be another partial buy for EnvyUS. Deagles, Tech 9s, no nades. Looking for that first pick once again. They managed to do it with the Deagle before. MBK challenging. Michael again wants towards the ramp, but actually they have him in difficult position. Could find this frag. And they do as well. Take him down. They managed to pick up a rifle as well, but Forrest, he's doing work on the other side of the map, finds 2.
So NIP trying to bring this map back into their pool. And are showing off good form here.
Previous iteration, probably the greatest team on this map.
Unquestionably, I think. VP was in that mix as well, but it's going to be Forrest again taking down Sixer. As Get Right waited outside the whole time. Kenny wraps around through Turnpike and from the crate near CT spawn. Get Right finds him. 9-0, not much to report. And now we'll get Kenny onto his AWP, but they need to find openings big time in Sixer. Okay, it's going to be AK full utility, perhaps. He's got a lot of money left over. No nades coming out until now.
I think we need to go back to the basics here for EnvyUS. Default, let's get the wall of smokes down. Let's try and do what all the other teams are doing. We haven't seen too much of that. They're challenging with frags and sometimes getting them short, but let's get some position towards Secret and be challenging Freiburg. Then it's going to be Kenny S once again going for that frag outside. Forrest, though, will he be going for the face return? He's actually towards Catwalk this time, changing it up. I like this a lot. Looking for that first shot, nails it. Job done again. Fall back. Unfortunately for him, though, Get Right drops from main entrance. Maybe an overcommitment from his point of view, but still Forrest in contention to find another kill here as Kenny S boost up. Freiburg doing some work. Managing to find Apex there. 4-3, still in the favor of the Ninjas.
Good positioning from Forrest behind this new AC. There's a massive gap toward the stairwell directly. He missed the first player going by due to timing. It's Kenny that's the second. He's got an AWP.
Just gets by. Forrest had him in the crosshair there.
Very close indeed. It's Freiburg. Good position at decontamination. We talked about this. Drops bomb down as well. Nade's going to go into his feet, but flash back up. Trying to spray through those stairs. I'm sure we need Anders here to tell us the damage potential through that second step. I'm sure the top one's completely clippable. As Kenny's getting closer, scoped it already. Freiberg, oh, head was showing. Kenny tries to get away the only way he can, back inside the vent. And Freiberg takes advantage. Forrest is in a little bit of trouble, so he'll need some help, and he'll get it. It's Exist to close up the final round. I say final round, excuse me, this round, 10-0, and they get rid of the second off.
Maybe another pause required here. EnvyUS look a little bit lost on this map, Matt, I have to say. As soon as they lose the first frag, people are overcommitting by themselves. That it's panicking with the smokes, Flash and just trying to get down towards Secret after losing the man advantage. And like you said, those decon steps and the window room steps are so difficult to challenge. You need to be there with a unit. You need to be be able to refrag or use some utility to actually find the frag there. Freiberg running away with it. KennyS had a chance to take him down, just couldn't land the shot there. Another force buy from EnvyUS. Yes, to get the 4 AKs, but KennyS now no AWP in hand, just a Tech 9. They've got a bit of utility to work with. And we'll be trying to work towards the ramp from for now, but smoked out of position. MBK will be sat there waiting for that to dissipate. Michael though, no wall for the CDs this time, interestingly enough. They must have lost their weapon towards the end of that round. So 5 rifles. It's not necessarily a bad thing, means you can have more crossfires. We'll see how this works out for them.
Interestingly, they did throw away that op at the end of the last round. They elected to go with all 5 on rifles for NIP in this one. MBK with flames in front. Go back toward the lobby. So here we go. It's going to be another wall set smoke. They're in the positions to do it. Apex, interestingly, throws his front of a main, but there's still massive opportunities for vision. Now that's taken away. I think these are perfect. Yeah, there's no gaps in that. That's the 3 smoke setup.
Keep it basic at this point. Get some map control towards outside. He can go towards Secret if required as well. Lovely smokes, like you said. Can't do anything about those, but get right. You know he likes to push these sort of plays. Not going to be committing just yet. He's going to get an inkling. They've made it there, though. So successful so far. All 5 players alive. This is what we wanted to see.
Keep in mind Freiberg's position, because if he slows them down, Get Right is close enough that he can rotate him behind, but Freiberg goes down immediately, and as a result, only getting 1 kill. Get Right can't quite capitalize, so he's going to wait to try and push in slowly, quietly, and surely, as it's going to be Forrest next to be confronted. Crossfire set in the vents. Good spot as MBK inside of the site is found, and bomb goes down. It's Kenny to fall. Forrest with that kill as well. Only 1 so far coming in from Sixer. He's dropped, and Happy dropping down into the vents makes a ton of noise, and Get Right's already there.
So they did kind of what I asked for there. They got towards outside. They're successful towards the secret steps, but unfortunately, Freiberg finds that first kill, and it's pretty chaotic once again. Not methodical in their approach. As soon as they lose that first kill, they're rushing it. They're trying to separate it as well. They're actually not as a unit at that point. Six is making a lot of noise towards contamination, and then they're committed towards the ramp, and they're actually looking at the vents at all. Forrest just outreads him completely there from the vents. He gets 3 frags. He's actually just looking from the vent. They're not even staring in that position. He just gets 2 kills for free, and then there's only 5 seconds remaining. Happy had no chance of winning that one. Another force buy here. Need to start posting some rounds. 11-0. This quarterfinal hasn't really lived up to the hype as of yet, I'm afraid. It is NIP's pick. We move on to the Dust 2 next if required, but at this point, I'm not sure how NIP can really get into this one. Get Right, I think that's through the smoke. I'm not 100% sure. It looked like it from the other side of the map. He gets the first kill, and now it's a 5-on-4. He wants more out of this, though. Doesn't quite pull the trigger correctly there. It's going to be Happy and MBK finding frags, and Forrest, he goes down as well. Surely a chance to post on the scoreboard here for EnvyUS. 3-on-1.
Try and convert it, and they do. Sixer gets it. Now the French. Finally with around 11-1. We've seen that scoreline 3 times now in the stadium, twice yesterday and once today.
Problem is though, Matt, I said it before in the early stages of this half. A lot of reset potential here. A full buy coming in from NIP again. They'll AWPs out once more. If EnvyUS were to lose this round, after the reinvestment, they have to eco or force buy of Tech 9s. It's not going to look pretty. And now it's a full buy from NIP. The AWP back out. They haven't got the AWP on the T side. This could be a round of falls away from them. Need to win this really to have a chance in this map.
Freiberg is going to be in a position to try and watch off Squeaky, as he's got a hole in the door as well. But right now, with this, Kenny's still waiting for any pushes outside. And MBK in a position where he might come under threat here. Michael close. They flash him and he crosses over. That's not going to be good enough. I take it back. It's a smoke, not a flash. So he doesn't go all the way through it, but he does get MBK with the spray down as he overcommits to trying to hunt him in return. It's a massive problem because it's 11-1. They finally win their first round. Thankfully, they do it with 3 players left alive. Anything less, it would be catastrophic if they get a reset here.
Lovely work from Michael there. Spraying the smoke, finds the kill as well. A lot of work for the T's to do at this point. Apex trying to get towards main entrance to see if he can actually get there. Successfully does it, but Freiberg seems aware as he drops down towards the vents.
And the way they're throwing smokes, it's careless. It shows a little bit of a lack of map detail because they bounce a smoke outside right now. It does allow Apex to wrap into main, but it leaves a massive gap in Forest. Oh, timing slips by Apex. So Apex is over toward locker windows. Forrest is going to be peeking outside. This is going to let Apex actually have an advantage because they're not going to call that he's in there. Freiburg finds Happy, but look at Apex position. Forrest hits Kenny down, and now this pulls him back. Now Apex goes for Forrest, but now he's got to make the play himself. Sixer finds one inside, and Apex goes up to heaven, found immediately. That's Kenny getting caught entirely by Forrest.
Yeah, the P250 no less as well. Kenny's got the AK in hand, has to drop on Forrest as well. He heads to the AWP shot, misses it, pulls the PT50 out and takes him down. That's such a massive frag, and I'm sorry, Kenny, you have to be nailing those ones. Big round for EnvyUS, we said it was, and unable to get the picks there. Nice aggressive play from Michael Eddy towards the ramp. A bit lucky with the kill through the smoke, but still, it was calculated all the same. And like I said, that would be an eco in return from EnvyUS, with only $1,400 coming in next round. So 12-1. The Eagles across the board, no nades. It's hard to think of a world where EnvyUS can pick this one up. Fast towards outside, no smokes deployed. Actually successful, I say successfully. Don't even get towards the secret steps. One player's made it down, but the bomb's dropped in front of him.
Right, with Kenny found again. It's taken down by a Deagle, but this is looking the same results. 12-1 is going to be 13-1. MBK's trying his best to change that. He's got 2 kills now, as he does pick up an M4, but sitting duck in the open as Freiburg rotates around into secret a little bit later on, and it's going to leave bomb down in the hands of the CTs. Tough half. Envy does not look organized on this map. I'm not seeing anything convincing. You said the wall of smokes. Okay, yeah, that does seem to be the default, and it seems to be fairly convincing. But you have to know how to approach it, when to approach, and there's got to be something else to it.
That's only a means to an end, right? You can get towards lower with that. That's the idea. It doesn't win you around. It actually just gets you access to the lower bomb site. Then you need to have the same sort of approach to actually get the bomb down there. We know NIP are great at that. They're the smoking at the squeaky doors. They're good at taking those steps towards Deacon in the window room. Didn't see that from MBS. They look completely lost in terms of the way to actually get the bomb down here. I think it's only gone down once so far. And that was the round where, what was it? It was like the 4th round, I believe. Something like that. So 13-1 here. EnvyUS, they need, it goes without saying, man, they have to win this last round, otherwise this map's just over. NIP very good on the T side. It's not a mess from what I'm seeing right now from EnvyUS. I actually interviewed MBK before this game, and they said they don't put too much work into their opponents, they actually just focus on the game half an hour before, work out the game plan. Let's get into that later, because Kenny S does find an aggressive kill, coming to life now finally, as he takes down Forrest to the AWP before anything really happened there, so that's good work from him.
Get right, finds Apex immediately back though, AWP. Gonna be happy though with 2. Now they've got something to work with. Michael, Get Right, the only 2 left on the NIP side, and Get Right's trying to rotate back around that outer. He's gonna be found by Happy. You said they needed this round, they might just get it. Bomb gets planted, Michael gets baited out by Kenny, and he'll come back in quick as always to make it 13-2.
Well, 13-2, I thought this quarterfinal was going to deliver a really tremendous game. That hasn't been the case so far, but you have to say EnvyUS, they don't really look prepared in this round. I'm sorry, they don't have the executions there. Didn't have a mix of execution base and default. Even when they got towards lower, it looked a little bit reckless, I have to say. So, still not out of it just yet. They win the pistol. We've got to grind it out round by round. We've seen some big defeats here after these sort of score lines. So, we'll take a quick break now. But when we come back, let's see if this one heats up and whether EnvyUS can get back into the game.
SK must be outside. Well, it's been all NIP on Nuke. Perhaps not a little bit surprising considering their history on the map. Obviously a different iteration, that goes without saying. But EnvyUS only managing to pick up 2 gun rounds. They didn't pick up a T-sided pistol. So if NIP can do the same right now and actually accomplish that goal, they could put this home very quickly at 16-2. Let's see if Envy can do anything to stop that.
The thing is, though, we've seen some throwing games here with this sort of scoreline before, even at this event. Bianca put it quite nicely on the desk the other day. It's never over until you get to round number 16, round by round, boys. If you lose the pistol, there's always a chance. You can't get too comfortable here. Can't get complacent. You can't start rushing and giving frags away. You need to keep your head inside the game here. We'll see what happens on the T side. If NIP win the pistol, pretty much GG. But if EnvyUS do win it, we do have a game on our hands. Trust me, it's going to happen. So, 4 sets of armor. Michael, utility player. He's got the smoke and 2 flashbangs here. Aggressive play from EnvyUS. What we wanted to see. Assertive. As it's going to be Kineas. And they fluff the smoke towards the squeaky door as well. NIP normally so good at that. They can't actually get towards... Freiburg still can, apparently.
Freiburg got down there, but only hit 1 good shot and then tries to get away. Unfortunately, they lost control. MBK, he's going to get dropped by Michael. This could give them control room back, but they've got to get by Happy first, and he's going to go hunting. Finds Michael. Good timing. Headshot from the USP, and it's a 3 versus 2. Hammer's been dropped as well, but exists. It's a lovely shot to start it. Catches him not aware. Bomb.
I'm not so sure that was so much lovely. It's just Happy jumping out of the vents looking towards Secret. He had no idea players could be towards lower and gives his frag away now to 2-on-2. 1 minute remaining. And Forrest made their way towards window run. The CTs, though, they'll be working together. Both at the ramp room for now. They're not going to be watching the bomb.
And the bomb, yeah, exactly that. Down in the site. Has a player coming through the vents and exist.
You can see it now. Kenny's has checked it.
Forrest as well is in control now. He's going to have to get pushed back. They're playing either side of the garage at lower. Good shot from Exist again, and he's going to close it out himself. All 3 of the remaining kills in the 3 versus 2 go his way. Never mind the bomb plant. NIP pick up the pistol we talked about.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm not sure we caught it on the screen, but I saw it from my point of view. Happy there, after they had that advantage as well, he runs out the vents and towards Secret. Just completely throws caution to the wind at that point, gives his frag away. And then Exist, the team leader, manages to hold the vents and the 2-on-2. The CDs were watching the bomb as well. What a glorious couple of headshots that was from the vents. Looks very, very on point right now. And we go to the second round. Like I said, if NIP pick up the pistol, that's pretty much it. There is a force back from EnvyUS. It's a last chance, really, as we go to round number 17. Oh, almost blowing his teammate's head off there. There's some decent damage being done towards Freiburg. Not a tremendous amount, as I look at it. It's only going to be like 19, so don't worry too much about that.
Yeah, I won't, Henry.
This is better. Look at this, though, from NIP. If you just go to their point of view, you'll see how they actually approach the lower step situation. They're going to get control of that. They're going to go together, make sure they're refragging, check every single angle. They use utility towards this as well, and they'll concentrate on one area instead of splitting up and making it a bit of a madhouse.
It is the perfect decontamination crossfire. Apex, lovely shot to get back around the corner, trying to find a second, and that's going to bring Happy back into the picture. They get baited. Never mind what you said, Henry. And not only that, baited, but passively flanked out and knifed as Kenny comes in. Exist goes down. It's all to get right. 1 versus 5. He's got 1. It's all he's going to get. Happy takes him immediately after.
Remember that thing I said? Just disregard that. Delete that from the VOD. I was only joking. Yeah, okay, well, EnvyUS doing a fantastic job there. Actually allowing NIP to get towards lower. Like I said, NIP normally so proficient in that situation when they get everyone down there. I thought the refrags be coming in, use the flashbangs. It did get a bit chaotic there, and there's a knife as well from Kenny, so why the hell not? They managed to pick up AKs, SMGs, and an M4 as well. Actually get back into this game. I didn't think it'd be happening in that sort of fashion. But NIP will be forcing into this themselves. They've got the scouts with Get Right, and the teammates with P250, CZs, and a few kind of smokes and flashbangs as well, which will be deployed straight away. Looks like they'll be focusing towards outside.
Get Right. Twinkie with that scout in hand is going to start to work over top of main. 14-3. They've got money. They've got momentum. EnvyUS steals it back and has AKs out as a result. An M4 picked up on Sixer. Get Right's going to be the only one that can try and do anything in this round. Is Happy opening and closing the door lower. Not sure which side he wants to play on. Goes back inside of the site, knowing that NIP's getting very close. And this time they are deep inside this side, already toward the control room. Apex, the door coming open, is going to get 1 shot though immediately with the AK. And Happy follows up. It's only Freiburg with a kill. Michael gets a second because there's just too many players in the doorway for Happy to deal with. But it doesn't matter. It's 14-4. Envy pick up yet another round, and NIP can afford to be patient. There's no question about that.
Yeah, they live to fight another day here. Well then. Ninjas, 14-4. Nico for now. Let's see what they can do. going forward. Not going to have much to work with this round, just Glocks and PT50s. And still, believe it or not, EnvyUS on the TD side of Nuke still have a chance here. If I believe, if I can remember correctly, I think NIP threw a game on this map at this event. I can't actually remember the actual but man, it can keep us entertained by
Apex double kill. Gonna get Kenny in the mix now toward outer. You're looking deep into the stats book, Henry. The one you wrote yourself. It's going to be Freiberg going back inside of the side. Apex finding him as well. That's 3 in the round as they cover the soft. Bomb going down is going to give NIP a chance to bring up the guns just in the utility early in the
while we've got a break here. This is what I was thinking of. NIP versus Dignitas on this map. NIP got 11-4 on the T side, actually, and then lost the game. That was nuts. This is the other way around. They've got 13 on the CT side, which suggests they should be able to close this one out pretty easily. That's just like, I'm just kind of, I remember they threw,
yes,
not so much throw, it was great work from Dignitas.
If they'd won that game, keep in mind, Nip would have topped the group.
Exactly.
They wouldn't be playing in the quarterfinal.
I knew that happened on this map. I just wanted to double check before I spouted the wrong information. Yeah. That's exactly what happened. So that's interesting. So that's still a possibility here. They haven't won the game just yet.
Like you say, though, reverse roles. They're playing T-side second. That game was an interesting one as well because we saw one of the worst T-side or CT sides from Dignitas that we've seen on this map. Not just in general, but that we've seen specifically on this map from them. And then their T-sided approach seemed to work everywhere and every which way, and Cajun stepped up tremendously, just as always. Apex down on the ladder. This time, they're falling on top of his barrel of his gun. He just needs a bayonet on the end, and he would have had the third one for Michael, but not enough time to take him down as well. Gives them a bit of movement, NIP, but they've lost the bomb now, and they've lost all but Forrest, who, well, Forrest leaves. He's going to go back out toward Twinkie.
Got himself an AK, though. He'll be working towards outside. We'll have another round here going in favor of EnvyUS. 14-6. 4th stage loss bonus after this one. It's not count Forrest out just yet, though. Still in very good form recently. Trying to use the gap of this road to see if any footsteps will be made available for him. Not going to be the case, though. At this point with the bomb down, there's not much reason for EnvyUS to give too much away, and they're going to have to. Happy finds a kill. Round number 20 goes in favor of EnvyUS. So, pause comes in, the first one from NIP at this point. Just calm yourself down. Still got a huge bed of rounds here, but you need to be careful. Before you know it, it gets to double figures for EnvyUS, and then it gets a little bit more interesting, especially on the CT side as well. Still looking very likely that NIP will pick this up. Once they get the 15th round as well, that releases the pressure valve a little bit, and you can feel like, well, at least we've guaranteed overtime. We're not going to be losing this game, at least not yet. And we'll have a look at what they're discussing at this point. Still looking very calm. Exist, obviously the in-game leader. We don't have threat here these days, and that's for good reason. Fret's doing a lot of exams at the moment and not able to come to every event, but he's still sending like a dossier before each game of all the tells and setups of the teams, and Exist uses that into his own game. It's obviously a little bit looser now. That's what NIP were famed for, especially in their great runs before, but then they had to, when teams started to catch up with them, that's when they needed a bit more structure. That's why Threat was brought in, but now it's a nice hybrid of both styles, and that's what they found some great success, especially with the addition of Michael recently as well. Actually winning some big events this year. They had DreamHack Malmo and Starladder as well, so it's good to see them getting deep into tournaments still and actually picking a few up as well. What kind of buy have we got here then?
Much better year than 2015.
Yeah, that was a bit of a shocker.
The buy, as you mentioned, is just Tech 9s and 1 UMP for Get Right, who's taking damage down to 84. 21 kills for Get Right, including that ace. He leads all fraggers right now. The rest of the server is actually fairly evenly distributed. The difference being, if you take that distribution and call it close as they try and walk in and MBK shuts them down, is the bottom of the barrel. The depth only goes so far because MBK's only got 8 kills in this. Picks up 2 there, gets him a little bit closer to the tail end of everyone else. But you compare him to Get Right, forget everyone else in the middle, and that seems to be the difference right now. Happy takes down Forrest, and Sixer will close in on Freiberg. No bomb plant coming into the upper site, despite that they did have some room after Freiberg wrapped around the hut, but it's still a doubled score at 14-7.
Well then, boys, we do have a game on our hands. Mark my words here, this is actually getting a little bit deeper. Well, then we go into one of the first real gun rounds here. You can see both teams fully equipped. No all for the T side here. 5 AKs. They do have the utility they need. And remember, I did say they've got a lot of execution in this map. They've actually got a lot of depth in terms of the tactics they can present. I'm sure they won't go straight to that just yet in terms of the executions. They'll just be going for more of a default mentality with the smoke swords outside, trying to work picks there. Kenny Esto, that's the problem. Will he be able to do anything about this? Because doesn't have any vision right now, but we're looking towards Silo to see if he can find a player. I did say before, NIP, once they get control of the secret steps, are very good at doing stuff with it. Didn't actually ring true before, but let's see whether they can recover here.
Kenny doesn't have any vision at all. NIP, we often say this comparative to Dignitas yesterday as well. They do the two smoke setup, and they throw it better than anyone else. There's no gaps. Nice position on the right. Better shot for Michael Lilly and Freiburg to pull that back as they do walk in and counter that off. Kenny's forced out of position as well. Can't redress the fact that he's got to walk in and catch them off, rotating in, and it's Apex forced out of position. Already inside a control room, but Forrest gets caught. That's going to end the play a little bit for NIP, but that kill coming back to NBK opens up the plant potential. Watch Kenny drop down. Hits Exist up close, and it's Ketright versus Kenny. What a tantalizing 1v1 spotted up. Oh, Kenny! That is unbelievable!
Keeps the dream alive for EnvyUS. You can see the crowd erupting here. Kenny has with 2 no-scopes to finish it off. 1 in the vent and 1 in the site as well. It couldn't be more perfect if you tried. Ketright, like he said, that's such a great matchup in a 1v1. Ketright thinks he has to drop in as well. Any angle would have done. First shot's great. He gets the call as to where Exist is as well. This second shot, though, this is something special. That's what he's known for. It's quite a quick save, actually. I beg your pardon, but still. My God, Kenny S. doing some big work here and keeping the victory dream alive for EnvyUS, at least for a little bit longer. Another force buy comes in from NRP, getting the bomb down. Not so much a force buy as a buy. 4 AKs and a little maximum loss bonus. Oh, it's starting to heat up though, Matt, is it not?
That was insane. I mean, that is the round that NIP needs to put themselves on map point, and Kenny just absolutely rips it out of them.
That's so good. That's what I wanted to see in this matchup, and now it's starting to deliver.
Exist in the smoke, trying to play this cleverly. Fortunately, he's lost his teammates already in Freiburg and Ketright. Michael. He's going to get a bomb plant down at least for NIP, but watch the heaven position. They're getting up on top right now. He's got it in, but he's got his back turned away. Has to dodge a first flash coming through, and it's Sixer the next to walk in. Apex finds Forrest on the other side. It's toward A main, so now it's inside the site. They're trapped. Just Michael remaining. 2 players coming in from 1 position. He doesn't anticipate it. It's going to now be 14-9. You're dead right. EnvyUS is pulling this back.
Yeah, they are. We can see why they were happy to play this map. The T side, not so great for them, but the CT seems very solid. That's actually going to be 7-1 here in the second half. It's actually getting a bit scary for NIP. I wouldn't be surprised if they use another one of their pauses. Like we said, they got 4 available, only used 1 so far. And it's towards it. Yeah, here we go. There it is. And it's towards this stage of the game. That's when we're seeing more of these pauses come in. Almost every gun round, you might see one come in. It'll be like gun round, eco pause. And that's what we saw yesterday. To be fair, it allows us to talk a little bit more about the game in terms of what they can do, and we can analyze the buys a bit more. The problem I have with it, Matt, is it gives the in-game leader now a bit too much to work with. You know, like before, like in these big games, there's so much pressure on you. If you have 4 pauses available, right, and you save them towards the latter stages when it gets really tight, you've basically got an extra 30 seconds to work out what money they've got, what you've got available, what's the best move going to make. I like the pressure of CS. I like the mentality. You've got 15 seconds to make the right move, and you can make a mistake in that, make the wrong call, and that's going to cost you the game. I think that's a great part of CS.
Yeah, the thing is, I mean, keep this in mind. It is 4 30-second timeouts, so if you stack them, it still only adds up to 2 minutes.
Sure, but
which used to be the timeout rule, but it breaks up the flow. It breaks up, like you're saying, the freeze time, the action. It kills the momentum in a lot of ways, and I'm still not as a fan. I like the 2 per half. I think that's the way that it would be done, and you know, maybe it was my mistake, but that's how I was led to believe from multiple sources that that's what it was going to be. But
well, still, this game now, I'm really happy it's started to heat up. I would have been really disappointed if we had like a 16-2 or something. But here we go then. NBK continuing the good form, finds the first frag, but Forrest, he's aware of as to where he is. It's going to be Ketright that picks up the kill, but Apex fast in return. It's going to be towards Upper though. The NIP changed their direction towards it. Actually have found an open bomb site as well. It's just pushing through the smoke. This kill's big. Nails it, takes down Kenny S.
Another smoke dressed out inside of A main, and Apex nearly had the line up to exactly where the position was. Exist. The spot, this player's on the other side, can't quite do it. Flash comes through, he'll lose his vision. Apex is able to capitalize, but not hit the shot. Exist holds true, and now NIP's got a 3 versus 1. Surely this has to be the map point. Happy, good read. As he walks back in and finds Exist, and if he pulls this off, my God. NIP don't deserve it, but they'll easily take him down when he does get into the position to catch off by Michael Lilly. 2 players in behind the fence, and 15-9.
I enjoyed that brawl towards that side, back and forth. He weren't sure who was going to run away with it. It was the CDs finding the initial frags there, but returned by NIP and then splitting towards Upper as well. Exist. He did a fantastic job there, getting towards that main entrance, pushing through the smoke. It's a scary play to make, but it works out for him. Takes down Kenny S. Re-smokes it as well, denies the entrance from the CTs, and Kenny S. Happy cannot find that clutch situation at 3 versus 1. Finds 1 kill, that's all he gets. Still though, 6 rounds required from EnvyUS. They've already got 7, so no reason why they can't do a bit more. This exchange towards Ramp, you want to get out of there, surely. You've already made the mistake of missing the shot, Sixer. That's why you play that position. As soon as you pull the trigger, you can fall back and get the information there, and Happy, he was lurking the back as well. I can see what they're doing now. He wanted to take the attention away and actually allow Happy to spray them down. Potentially he wouldn't check it, but they lose both frags. This could be the GG moment right here, but Apex, he's fighting back.
Yeah, right. Does capitalize though. Kenny misses the shot, gets caught out. MBK's got to hold this off. 1 versus 4, down to 3. He knew exactly where Get Right was. Oh, thought he would get down that vent. Freiberg was waiting for that, but now he'll hear. Freiberg should hear. Yep. Him running above and going towards Secret. So Freiberg's already positioning himself towards the decontamination stairs. In accordance with that, as NBK will get into a very delicate situation. Map 1. Envy made it interesting. Kenny no less with a brilliant clutch. Get Right with an ace, but it's NIP that will close it out. 16-9 in the end.
Well, at least he was entertaining in the second half. Unfortunately for EnvyUS, the CT looked pretty solid for them. Had they have got that start, maybe we could have had a full distance game there. But NIP, this looks like they were going to run away a bit from the get-go there. 13-2, very hard to recover from. Game was an exciting game towards the end there. Some great clutches from Kenny S, but ultimately NIP sealed their fate in that first half. So there it is. We do move on to Dust 2 with NIP. That's their map out of the way. We move on to EnvyUS's pick next.
Yeah, we definitely do. But yeah, I mean, after that very stomping and convincing side, it's going to be a tough task. Kenny, at least looking form, is promising for Dust 2, I have to say.
Yeah, well, Kenny S, the good news is he is in good form right now. Dust 2, that's another one of his playgrounds. NIP do not have a player like him. They have AWPers that are good. Michael Ellie, still very good with the weapon, so is Forrest as well, but when Kenny S gets in that sort of zone, like we saw flashes of it in Nuke as well, he's going to actually be a real thorn in their side. I'm sure EnvyUS can pull this back in the second round.
Well, with that said, I think our analyst desk has a lot to talk about. Some incredible individual rounds, but overall, guys, what did you think about the execution? It seemed to be lacking for EnvyUS, that goes without saying, I think, but I'd love your thoughts.
And we would love to give them to you, Matt. Thank you very much, Henry G and Sadakist there. As that's our first map of our first quarterfinal here, the ESL Pro League Finals done. Nuke goes the way of NIP. As anticipated, admittedly, it was their map pick. But the Ninjas pick it up, and after a little bit of a scary times, I don't know how scary it was for analysts. For me, I'm sitting there thinking, Kenny's clutching. This is actually happening. We could go all the way to that OT.
Well, I think the problem is when you need flashy players to keep you in Nuke CT side, you're already in trouble, right?
Sure.
You need to have a solid side like what NIP had, and that's the base of the game, right? You know, when you look at Nuke, it's hard to crack them open. You can't just run around and get those entry frags, which Apex and Kenny are known for. It's a lot harder. You need a bit more strategical execution to find those frags.
Doesn't look like Envy knows that. That's definitely the only thing they've been trying for the entirety of the first half, pretty much. And that's why we differentiate teams and say that teams like NIP, like Dignitas, like VP recently, you can tell that these teams have been practicing Nuke. Because of their T sides, they have these executes. They don't solely rely on going yard and trying to find a kill there. When I see the T's get an op in the first gun round, I know that that's not gonna pay off for them most likely. Even though it's Kenny S, it's so hard to find openings with an op on T side that I don't really think it's something that's viable.
So I know that we often see Nuke as a CT-sided map, but a 13-2 half in favor of NIP, is that, like, by the end of that half, are we almost certain that that's going the way of the Ninjas, or was there genuinely a potential for a comeback?
No, I definitely thought it was over, because watching that half, it was like when you were seeing Kenny clutching and stuff on the CT side, to keep yourself in it by doing that, that's not what you need. You need to have a clean half, and when it wasn't clean, it was clear that Nip would have had enough strategies, different plans in their back pocket to be able to pull out and grind out those last rounds that they required, and that's what we saw happen.
Where were the strengths of that CT side then? What were NIP doing oh so right? I mean, we always talk about just kind of stopping the initial rush. They seem to have that on lock alongside other things.
I mean, that's true. You spend your utility early to stop an upper rush or a lower rush, and after that, you can't. It all depends on yard and what's going on yard. If you see smokes falling down, if there's noise being made, that's when you rotate players towards secret, probably. The thing is, Envy didn't really try to switch things up. They were constantly just going for yard, secret, and then towards that lower bomb site, except for one round or two. So that basically makes it much easier for NIP to hold on their CT side. They just establish crossfires on the lower bomb site, and Envy basically comes into their setup. They play into their hands. There were a couple of close rounds. kinda, but not really, because NIP always had the advantage coming into those rounds.
They truly did look good, and if you actually look at the scoreboard, it was Mr. Get Right at the top of it, and I think, yes, Kenny S was doing what we were hoping to see. We were talking about this vintage Kenny S.
And Get Right is a yard player, so that tells you that the most action has been going his way.
Yeah, I mean, he certainly did perform. Freiburg as well, middle of the pack, 18 frags for him. And actually, before we do continue this discussion, we're going to go ahead and have a quick little chat with Freiburg. We took a couple of minutes with him just before this match, so we're going to hear what he had to say ahead of this match versus EnvyUS.
Another roller coaster group stage, but you managed to make it through. Can you just describe some of your thoughts watching that last game yesterday when you guys were at the sidelines? We saw the video, the emotion. What was going through your head watching it?
We were just standing there and saying, like, okay, we've done kind of everything we can right now. We had 2 games that I think we shouldn't have lost, even in the group stage against Dignitas. We had a bad CT side on Nuke, and against Cloud9, we just couldn't get our game going, kind of. We were super static, and our communication was really bad. So we were just standing there like, please. I mean, we went out in the group station epicenter. Just let us come through now. And luckily for us, Cloud9 beat Dignitas, so that was super relieving for us.
Yeah, I could see it was quite an emotional scene, especially Chris. He looked like it really affected him overall. So yeah, it's good you made it through, I think. It would have been gutting to kind of crash out in that same manner again. So congratulations, should be a good game today. Let's talk about you as a player. Your form recently has seemed to have increased tremendously. You're kind of like rolling back the years a little bit, you're looking like your former self. What can you contribute that to in terms of what do you think's made you the kind of player you are now?
I think putting in more hours is the key, and I think we've been to way too many events like previously this summer and last year. We barely have time to like really sit down and play, just practice. And I'm one of those players that really needs to put in like my hours before I can start performing. And it's been rough doing it like the past couple of months or even last year. So, but I've been like telling myself like I just play more, and it's been working out greatly recently, and my confidence has been going way up as well.
The results have got a lot better since the addition of Michael Ailey as well. Obviously, he's not announced as a full-time member or anything yet, but do you feel more comfortable with him with you as well? Does he bring something to the team that makes you feel more comfortable?
I think he's he's a very like also emotional player, and he would like to like pump up the team. So I think he's he's the right fit for us when we go to events. I mean, it's the same with Pith. Pith is also like really pumped up and just like going ham, so I think that's kind of what we need in our team, someone like to pump everyone up, especially the old guys in our team.
Yeah, sure. Well, you're going up against EnvyUS today. When they're on form, they're one of the hardest hitting teams in the world, I'd say, in terms of the skill ceiling they have. Historically, in recent form, you've actually had the better of them in the last few months. What are your feelings today going into this one? You've had an up and down group stage, but do you feel confident today going into this game?
Yeah, I mean, we feel confident going in against them. I think we have a pretty good map pool against them. We knew how to play. You just got to beware of Kenny, he's up, and beware of Happy coming from behind. Apex, his entries are always good. So, I mean, they're a hard team to beat. They're very good individually. Just going to make sure to shut them down as a team and win as a team against them.
We spoke to EnvyUS and we asked them about their preparation. They said they don't try to base their overall game plan too much around their enemies. Is that the same for you? Obviously, you don't have threat with you this tournament, so does it exist just playing your game, or do you kind of prepare quite heavily for a team like EnvyUS?
For a team like EnvyUS, we're just going to focus on our game mostly. We just have check the basics of what they're doing and who's holding where and stuff like that. So we focus more on our game plan, like how we're going to play the game, like the game plan overall. So I think we're prepared, and I hope that we just get our communication up and rolling, because then we are one of the best teams in the world.
Let's talk about Threat a little bit as well. Since the coach changes have come in, we haven't seen Threat at an event. Is he still involved in the team? Does he still help you before events?
Yeah, he has a lot of study to do in school. It's the last year for him, so he got a lot of exams going on. But he's helping from home. He's always sending us documents of other teams, and we're having meetings with him on TeamSpeak and Skype or something like that from the hotel. So he's always there helping us preparing for the game. So he's still in NIP and he's still working with us. And I think this has worked out almost even better than having him as in-game leader, considering the results as we've had recently.
Well, we've seen you win events this year and crash out of a few as well. Do you think you have what it takes to actually bring home the bacon at this one and actually take the title here?
I think we do have what it takes. I mean, I'm looking forward to beating Envy and getting to play SK in this stage. I mean, we've done
a few of those before. We played Virtus Pro in Katowice in their major final. That was one of the toughest games I've ever played, but it's a good challenge, and I want to have like one of those challenges here against SK again.
Love that there. Henry G and Freiberg. It seems clear that there is a lot of confidence in the NIP roster, especially actually in Freiberg himself, feeling like he's had a bit of a personal development and dealt with some of his demons coming into a tournament like this. Again, he brings up communication as well, boys. It was Forrest previously, and Freiberg again saying, if our communication is on point, so are we. We talked about this before, and it's kind of intriguing that it's still plaguing them.
Don't you love it when a player just says, I need to play more, I need to put in more hours, and then I'm fine? Well, here we were for a year, or I don't know, discussing, oh, he has a drop in performance. Yeah, I just need to play more.
Yeah, it's strange, though, because it depends on what type of playing he's talking about, right? Depends on, he might have just been playing a lot of deathmatch in the past, and that was good enough for him. Maybe certain players need to play more scrims, and that's how they find themselves, you know, they get to go through the routine more. There's lots of different factors. For me, for example, I wasn't the best at aiming, but I found if I deathmatch for hours, my aim didn't improve a huge amount. You know, it was only little increments. And I think that's a lot for a lot of players. You can hit a certain level, and then it's the way you understand how the game's played. So for me, like scrimming and knowing how we would react in different situations was what helped me play better. So it's interesting for Freiberg. It'd be cool to see what type of practice he's talking about.
Yeah, maybe we can delve a little deeper after our break. Of course, we have got to take a quick one before we do get into our second map. We're going to be seeing how the second map does play out after a short break. And before I can even get you there, I have to remind you about an application on your smartphone. Stay up to date with what is going on in this tournament and other tournaments like it. You can use an app called The Score Esports. It's available on your iOS or, of course, on Google Play as well. Get all of the CSGO news and articles in the palm of your hand and, of course, in your pocket on the go as well. When we come back, we're going to be talking about Map 2 in our first quarterfinal here at the ESL Pro League Finals. $750,000 and quarterfinal 1 between the Swedes and the Frenchmen continues.
The Mountain Dew League is definitely the biggest thing that's giving us exposure. And that's basically what this kind of league does. It just promotes growth in smaller teams, and you can really make a name for yourself. We definitely have a possibility to raise some eyebrows, and people are going to be surprised.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Silent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
He's going to get the one kill in that bomb incoming onto the side. FNX has to stay up. Oh, he gets the triple FNX. Oh my god, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this orb is still. Oh, look at that.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
It's time for map 2 here into our first quarterfinal. It's going to be Dust 2 for our second, and I'm your host, Alex Machine Richardson. It is NIP versus Envy, a match we've been waiting to see in an offline environment for almost a year, and it happens here in Sao Paulo for the ESL Pro League Final Season 4. Where have all the times gone? Where have the fantastic champions have already been crowned, and of course SK is still in the game to defend it. But now we've got a very brief moment to talk about Dust 2, and I've got Yanko and Chad to go ahead and set the scene for us as we do delve into Envy's map pick. NIP picked up Nuke relatively convincingly, and now Dust 2. What are your expectations coming into this one, Yanko?
Well, I think it's obvious that Envy will be much more comfortable playing Dust 2 than they were at Nuke. On the other hand, recently NIP has been struggling on Dust 2, but definitely a map where it's easier to improvise and where it's easier to get things rolling than Nuke.
And Chad, I mean, you expecting big things from Envy here? We have already seen them on the map relatively recently.
I think this is where the best of 3 starts for them. Nuke, it was pretty easy to see where that one was going. This is a map, though, where their entry fraggers and the Orpa and Kenny, they really work magic, right? We talk about Kenny being one of these magical players, and Dust 2 is a map that's so open and it's so good for entry fraggers and fast play, where you can actually dictate how you want the pace of the game to go. Whereas Nuke, the CTs, they can turtle up and they can hide. So this is a complete change. It's like 2 polar opposites here. I think what we will see is if NIP can't take the fights and push them back on their CT side, they're going to have a rough time, because Envy will just continue to dictate the play. They'll take whatever territory they want and force NIP into unfavorable rotations.
Yeah, no, you actually previously described Envy as explosive, Chad. You described their playstyle as explosive. I was wondering if you could expand upon that just for a moment. You're talking about their Dust 2 T side being scary. What do you mean when you say a team can be explosive?
They can open up the rounds in multiple different ways. Basically, if you've been watching Sixer, he also acts as a bit of an entry fragger, almost an entry fragger for Apex to get the kills. So he's running in, just getting the information, and Apex, who we know is normally the guy, he just hits all those amazing shots. So now you have Sixer, Apex, and then Kenny just picking up AWP kills, which is, it's such a good map, Dust 2, to grab a kill in mid or get a long spawn and go and pick there. Right. They can work as a unit, which they tend to do. It's like a 4-1 split with Happy on the other side of the map and the other guys together ready to explode and run through smokes, and that's something which Apex is really good at. Running through those smokes, using a pop flash and surprising the opponents, opening up bomb sites.
Eyes on Kenny and Apex then as we do prepare to go into Dust 2. What are your predictions and expectations for this one, Yanko? Do we see a third map?
I believe so. I think this is where Envy will bounce back. As I said, much more comfortable. It suits them better. A lot of open space on the map. They can utilize aim to their advantage. So I think we will see Cobble.
I would like to, that's for sure. And Chad, are you counting on a Cobble?
Yeah, I agree. I think this will be closer for NIP than what we saw against Cloud9 yesterday, in the sense of I think they're going to put better numbers on the board, but I think Envy is still going to have control of the game.
It's a good point to be made as well. There's a prime example of NRP losing on this very map just yesterday versus the North Americans Cloud9, who are locked in for the other quarterfinal. You guys are leading for a third, hoping to see Cobblestone, and we are going to go ahead and find out what our casters are saying about this one, as it is time for our second map to begin. Dust 2 between Envy and NIP is about to begin, and it's time to see if Cobblestone will be on the cards. Let's jump in with your casters.
Well, we are ready to get back into it. Map number 2, Dust 2, NIP, and EnvyUS. And I have to say, if there was indications that perhaps it was going to be a one-sided matchup on Nuke, that was taken back in the second half when we saw some individual skill. Now we go into Dust 2. I think this could easily go 3.
Oh, absolutely. Dust 2. Like we said, we saw Kenny S. We saw some glimmers of glory there from him, especially in those big clutches as well. That's what Dust 2 lends itself to. The big AWP plays. I'm sure we're going to see him really kick off here. Like I said before the break as well, I don't feel like NIP have got a player of his caliber in terms of the AWPers. Yes, they've got a couple that can do a good job of it, but Kenny S, he's one of the world's best, right? And if he gets going here and he starts kicking off, that could be a real problem for NIP here. I think this is going to be a great game. Dust 2 is always one of my favorite maps to cast, and especially in these big, deep stages of the tournament, the quarterfinals. That's when you'll see teams like EnvyUS overall. They'll throw the rulebook away a little bit. They'll start just playing off spawns. They'll start just going together as a 5-man unit. Not doing so much tactics, Apex is actually going for raw firepower and just ruling the map. And that's what I want to see. We've seen it so many times in these big tournaments from these guys. They just need to have that confidence and get fired up. They had a really poor start on Nuke, obviously going down like 10-0 or something, whatever it was, and lost the first half 32. That's not going to happen here on Dust 2. They're going to have a great game. I'm calling it right now. And hopefully, Matt, Cobble will be coming. That's going to be a really good matchup between these two. Let's hope it happens.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. And we've seen some excellent things from EnvyUS in particular in Cobblestone as of late. NIP, nothing springs to mind in terms of individual highlights, but we know they can play the map as well. So it's a good middle ground, as a third map should be. But right now, Dust 2, we start and get underway immediately. Freiburg's the one with utility on the T side. It's going to be 5 sets of armor for the CTs.
Well, here we go then. Looks like NIP will be flashing over towards long. It's a prime bit of real estate on the map. We always talk about the terrorists. Although it's long-range confrontations, the CTs don't get great positions. You see Kenny S there. He gets a chance to get a couple of shots there, but he'd be overwhelmed pretty quickly. Going to be headshot as well. That's what I'm talking about. Goes down to 12 HP. Apex will be backing him up, but the bomb will be committing at this point. Smoke deployed towards crossover, and Apex through the smoke finds the first headshot.
First headshot indeed as Apex is going to have to get held off by the smoke ever so slightly, though. That's going to allow the bomb to cross. Michaelele, good shot as he jumps up to try and get further information on the other side of the smoke. And look at Forrest. Way over toward B. He's got information that they're not inside a middle. He'll go toward the door, and they're so low on HP on this catwalk position. It'd be hard to see them making this work without hitting perfect shots on the retake. As Exist gets pushed back down the ramp ever so slightly, but Forrest does get back in. He's found one from below, and Exist, the burst fire. You don't see it work often, but it's low HP. Headshots from it, and he follows it with a third.
Pretty flawless round there from NIP. They lose one player at the crossover there. Apex with a shot through the smoke, but you can see how overwhelming NIP were as soon as they got to the site. You pointed it out, Boris outside that B position as well. He was looking for rotating players. He didn't even get that much for it. He goes all the way down to CT spawn. Actually, the CT's committing towards short at that point. The good thing is as well though, Forrest looking towards short. NBK runs out mid towards CT spawn. He takes 5 shots at him. Forrest just completely punishes him, blows his head off, and that's going to be NIP picking up this first round. Forced by in return, of course, from EnvyUS. Going to have the Deagles once again. Can do lots of hard work with these weapons. You can see that first shot coming from MBK. Doesn't find more than one though. 4 and 4, get right. It's going to be opening up the B side. That should be the round at this point. You can see the rest of the EnvyUS are on the other side of the map.
Yeah, bomb already going down as well. So Apex and Happy fan out across the map, see what they could find in terms of exit frags. Michael LX to juggle a scout inside of the site. Doesn't want to give anything to the CTs for the next round. That's not how you juggle. Pressing E throws it further away. Try to keep it potentially away from Apex in this case. Deagle and Armor may also wish to save it himself. Michael's looking down the corridor to see if he spots anyone.
Yeah, at this point, the CTs with those upgraded pistols and body armor can't win the round. Trying to get some exits, not going to overly commit though. Michaelele is looking for the shot there with the scout. Can't actually make it land. He's a bit careful. He could be going down with the bomb here. He should be okay. I'll keep track of him. I think he will make it out to CT spawn. He's absolutely fine. Times it quite nicely. Doesn't want to run into the 5-7s. They're going to be pushing into B after the bomb goes off as well. So that's actually quite a nice move from him. Well played. And the CTs keep 3 players alive. It's difficult to imagine they actually do anything with them though. We'll see whether the other teammates will commit to this. Presumably they'll keep their money a little bit more honest. I said Dust 2, a spawn-based map. Michaelele, one of the best spawns available. He's looking towards long right now. Scout's not the best weapon to go towards that area with, but he looks confident in it. A couple of flashes going over, just trying to get the headshots across towards a pit. 3 players there, could actually happen.
Oh, leg shot from the scout. Takes Apex down to 11 HP. Chased up by Get Right, excuse me. I was about to say Kenny S, because it's Kenny S being chased by Get Right, so is that another one? Does that count? Is that our third hybrid player?
Maybe.
As Exist is trying to find the shot as well. Michael, a little bit over top of the smoke as he gets on top of Long Plat, but additional smokes deployed. They want to get the cross in. Bomb was dropped so they could all peek. They'll grab that, walk it toward the site where Get Right's doing the work. He's found one with the UMP. Jumping over, looking for more. Watch quad, because as he looks here, there should be a repeat coming out. Now it's there. He's got the reload in time, but Happy, he finds 2 instead. He's going to get closer. Massive damage on this 5-7's terrorizing as Michaelele goes to 17. And finally, Exist is going to have enough of that. So it should be all things done and dusted. Just got to contend with an NBK Deagle, which can be a problem at times.
Certainly can.
I know one clip in particular on Inferno. The bomb goes down, that should stabilize it slightly.
Well then, 2 versus 1. Bomb planted and dealt with accordingly. It got a bit messy there towards the end. We said it's a bit of a freestyle map. You don't have to execute really calculatively if you don't want to, so you're just going towards long there. The smokes weren't great towards the crossover. There's a massive gap there. Actually allowed EnvyUS to get some work done there with the Deagles. Happy coming to after 5-7. They don't find the round, but they do damage the economy of the terrorists going forward. But the orb comes out for Forrest. Problem is, though, the force buy in the second round means KennyS can't get the orb. We said he needs to be the one stepping up here. They've had this poor start again, it's 3-0, and not using the most valuable asset, the KennyS orb. It's so powerful, especially on Dust 2. It's not going to be brought out here in the first round. No kit either as well. So this is a problem. They don't win this round. Could be a 5-0 coming in, and Forest, he's got the lay of the land here, can just walk around and find picks uncontested in terms of the AWP battle.
Forrest waiting for an opportunity, but lets the smoke bloom so his teammates can then progress from the lower tunnels. A bit of spray into the smoke. Standard setup from the CTs as well. MBK inside of the B site rather than in middle directly. So a chance they could capitalize on the mid-B split. Or at least get some control of middle from the T side. The mid-B split, obviously, with them inside the site does entail you've got to get some support from tunnels. You've got to find one kill on the entry to overwhelm them. Let's get right. The Flames in front to clear off the door behind is slowly going to go back over. So B looking more like the fashion that NIP is going to present. Fire from Firebox. Smoke for cross. Flash for good measure. Tagged up inside of it, though, is Exist. Slows them tremendously, and Fire gets put out in front. They're going to give up on middle already. They're going to go straight in from the tunnels. It's a slow approach, and somehow it still works. Get right and Forrest find the entries. No crossover on the doors just yet, and Kenny, he's back down to the bottom of middle, can try and capitalize on that, but smoke is in place. And now the plant coming in for Get Right. Kenny's very close to that window, but the flame is already there, and already they're looking to escape and save the weapons, EnvyUS.
Oh, this is the problem with those second round force buys. They're under-equipped. They don't have the orb to defend off NIP here. Forrest finds the first pick towards the B site. Quite a simple approach there. Don't have to battle the incendiaries either. And KennyS does find one kill. Happy chimes in as well, but at this point, the terrorists can probably justify go hunting here. They know it's a full eco next round if EnvyUS don't save any weapons at this point. So Forrest, he's going towards T-spawn, but it will be KennyS towards short at this point. Just trying to hold on to the weaponry here. Didn't find any kills in the initial exchange. NIP again to that B bomb site. And once it's a 5-on-3, you have no kits or grenades. You have to save at that point. You can't justify going for anything. So 3 players will survive for NIP. 2 quite low, so probably the hunt will come to an end. Just going to be staying alive at this point, but still, EnvyUS could drop 2 weapons with Happy and Kenny staying alive. So maybe a buy coming in just through those saved weapons. We'll have a look. Definitely won't have the AWP still. That is a problem going forward. So they won't be dropping weapons, keeping the money a little bit stronger. Kenny needs to start getting that all power. I think this is the right call. So get a couple of Deagles out to complement the M4s here. No kits purchase, not a heavy investment here. This is fine. It probably will be 5-0, but still, Happy's M4 can certainly find a few kills. Maybe he can do something with this. Freiberg looks like he wants to go pushing through those mid doors as Exist commits to the B rush.
Double flashes in, turned away. MBK no vision. Although watch Happy get back in the window. Michael can't find the shots in response. That gives Sixer the peek. And Get Right hasn't advanced far enough to counter it until now. Catches him in the closet. That's where I found you multiple times, Henry, as the bomb's going to go down. Kenny does fall back slightly off the window, but wants to go in with the flash. It's countered out. Get Right still planting, was never blinded by it, and as such has the kill. Watch Apex, he gets the jump. Doesn't matter. It's all Get Right, and it's going to be another round for NIP.
Nice play there from NIP. You can see Freiberg focusing towards middle, then a nice little B-rush coming in as well. It's definitely a bit of an all-in move. Both the M4s there as well. They had to contest. So if you win the round, it looks great. If you lose it, you start to question yourself, why did we do that with such a huge advantage? But still, flashbangs are good. You can see MBK actually standing in the open, looking at a wall. So that was fine. They got an easy kill there. 5-7 a bit problematic, but the first gun round comes in. We've got the KennyS AWP. Exists with a decent long spawn. Flashed out of position, though. He'll have to fall back at this point. The Apex, oh, God, KennyS does miss that first shot. Apex trying to do what he can in return.
Interesting to note as well, we're seeing Forrest being the regular AWP today. It wasn't just a decision for Nuke. He's elected to bring it up here. They're putting Michael back onto the rifle. It was something that we talked about with Michael coming back into this team, his flashy AWP presence. So, change of style perhaps for NIP today.
We'll see what happens here. Get Right's got control of short. NIP known to have some great execution on the A side especially. They can do great fakes with them as well. Actually, you're a big fan of them, but KennyS, this is the problem. This is one of his most favored angles, but Sixer, he strikes first and can't find the shot. Michael Ailey takes him down, and this will be the cue for NIP to commit. KennyS does make it back to the ramp, and it's going to be him baiting in his teammates on the A ramp, and here we go then. KennyS starts hitting shots. Can't find the second.
Gotta hit it now, though. This is it. This is going to be a problem. The Flames are getting very hot on that ramp, and Get Right getting out from long has got the damage done, but it's traded back with Happy's spray down, leaving just Forrest bomb. He elects to leave it. He wants to go for kills on this. He anticipates perhaps that they're watching it, and he wants to catch them off. This could work. Right now is Happy still on the ramp, is looking up in that position. Oh, the no-scopes miss both ways. They both get a chance to refire, but it's going to make it worse off for Forrest because there's a second man in the equation for EnvyUS, and MBK is able to pop out and catch him off.
That got a bit spicy towards the end. Forest there, both of them going for no scopes. And there it is. Kenny S, we said once he gets the AWP in his hands, he's going to be pivotal in winning them rounds. He finds 2 kills. Wasn't as pretty as we'd expected from him, but he still manages to pull the trigger twice and land the shots accordingly. So, problem is though, that was quite an expensive round for EnvyUS. Need to win this round, and quite convincingly as well, as it's going to be another fast play from NIP here. Maybe just going straight out towards middle. That's a flashback from Freiberg that bounces through the doors. MBK, they're waiting on the other side. This confrontation from MBK, this decides it all. Can he get any kills from this?
Shots through, can't find anything. Exist is the one that benefit from all of these smokes out and Happy. He's forward of the flames and the nade, but oh, the second one. Thankfully that smoke's still in position. He was caught between 2 with a nade damage on top of it. He would have gone down.
Can't do anything now, 5 on 3, and once again they've got the B bomb site. Those are the kills they required. NBK had to get at least 1 there before he went down. Didn't happen, and then Sixer left in a horrible position, playing the B's boss site by himself. Very fast round from NIP, striking back. Apex spots Forest though.
This gun barrel is shown, and there is a gap. I don't think it'll be a knife. Just take the clean kill.
That's true. That would have been, you would have made noise. You can't get for that angle there, but okay then. We do manage to take Apex down. Kenny S and Happy trying to stay alive at this point. Happy towards CT spawn, and Kenny S, he's watching the long doors. So it should be fine to stay alive at this point, but a fast change of pace there. We said does do. You can just kind of pull tactics on the fly. You don't have to say we're doing X strategy or Y. You can just say, right, we've got the momentum here, their money's going to be low. We reset them here. Let's throw something really wild at them. This kill from Kenny, it's important, manages to stay alive. It's very, very important indeed. He manages to do so. So there's a full reset. I think we have a pause coming in.
We do.
Who's that from?
I don't know.
EnvyUS.
It's called by Envy, you're right.
So this will be tactical at this point. So the thing is, right, let's work it out. It's 6-1. You're going to be eco next round regardless as well. So we save the AWP. It's on one of the best AWPers in the world. Do you force up around him and take a risk, allow him to see what he can do here? Or do you just go with some PD50s and try and see if you can do this similar sort of role? It's going to be a tough call. It's difficult to say what the right answer is. From my point of view, 6-1, I think you're okay still. I think this PD50s with the AWP still boosting up towards short, potentially go for that first pick. I don't think you should fully invest into this one. That's been detrimental to EnvyUS in the past. They've been quite reckless with their force buys and lost a lot of games because of it. So it looks like the buy is coming in. You can hear it happening right now. Apex just picks up a deagle. Nothing else invested just yet. And pause comes in. It will be that approach, I believe. They want to make sure they don't lose this game, just constantly force buying, trying to make magical things happen here. Oh, I beg your pardon. They're all in now. Here we go. Changing their mind at the last
You can have my pardon only because you begged for it, because that's what you should do, Henry.
Okay.
You should always beg when you need something from me.
All in
Don't
now.
forget it.
Here we go. And Kenny S will boost up towards short. A lot of pressure on his shoulders there. Can he deliver with his first pick?
Well, he wants to go aggressive, but he's looked. Oh, he's already beyond Freiberg's position. That could have been costly. If Freiberg peeked back out while he was scoped in down toward the tree, easy shot. Easy money, as you would say. Kenny watching. Still aggressively in some ways toward that catwalk position. It's Apex that comes out worse for wear at long, but he does decent damage on get right, all things considered. On that deagle. Bomb stacked up outside long. 2 players getting closer to the catwalk position. Exist in Freiberg. It should be a 3-2-A split. Classic strat way back in the day. As the nades flashes go over. Caught out though. Kenny's got one. Sixer on the other. Sixer shot that headshot all the way down from the bottom of tunnels, in fact, as it was already damage done in from Kenny, so very well done. And now they can start to swarm. They've got the man advantage. They know they're out toward the long positions, and Kenny, he's got a gap in that smoke. Doesn't like to use it. He's still watching out toward middle, but when he looks back, there's still a cross coming through. Good flash in. It's going to leave him a sitting duck, and Michael's going to capitalize. But Sixer's got an AK. Gotten closer to the site. That bullet goes directly in front, nearly finds him. Wrapping around, it's going to be a 1-for-1. Happy as well still has a weapon, and he's going to cover off from catwalk. No safe plan available. Let's get right at the car. That's going to be the benefit factor in all this, or is he?
Nope.
Spotted out. MBK scoped in for a shot. Michael's stuck on top of the site. Then both players know where he is. Gun in the hands of Happy. Michael fights back for one. He's got to try and find the second toward that smoke, but it's a drop down, and he's actually bypassed Happy. He's got position to walk toward the ramp, and Michael Lilly's figured it out at this point in time based on the timing. He spots it, but it's a shot for Happy instead.
Lovely work from Happy there. Good work from EnvyUS overall, to be fair. Actually, pushing towards the B tunnels. I knew they had to be assertive at that point. There's no presence from the ninjas at all. Kenny S on short as well. They pincer NIP towards that lower B position as well. Kenny S has already got a leg shot. I mean, Six has got a nice opening frag with the 5-7, and then Kenny lands a shot as well. Comes down to the 1v1. Nice work from NIP to claw the way back into it. But Michael Lilly, he loses track of Happy overall, and he's so good in those clutches. Happy is known within the team to be able to deliver the goods almost every time in the 1v1. It's very good and intelligent in that respect. We go into round number 9. A force by this time from NIP. The gap is starting to close. It's 6-2. And presumably, NIP will have their work cut out for them, considering they've got one AWP, a Galil, 2 Tech 9s, and an AK. What's the play here? It's a default for now. The AWP in the hands of Forest. We haven't really seen that duel come into fruition just yet. We haven't seen any actual AWP-on-AWP battles as of yet. KennyS this time will be towards long A. Going to be baiting in Apex a little bit, who hides in the corner. The idea is that he fires a shot and then Apex sprays him down.
This goes back out toward the catwalk with the Galil. 2 rounds for Envy. Not in succession, but of the last 3, and the money starts to dwindle away for NIP. So this round actually means a lot. Either team, regardless of who loses it, is going to be looking for a lone that really doesn't exist in Counter-Strike, and a lone would therefore mean an eco. Double push coming through with these beat tunnels. Good position for Michael. Try and spot this. Sees the gun barrels. Files a little bit early, though. That catches him off, but he does damage sufficient enough for Get Right to trade it back with a Tech 9. That leaves guns available on the way through to B as well. Get Right's going to pick up an M4. Freiburg could try and follow in the footsteps. He's going to wrap back for mid for that exact reason, but they wanted the B site. They've smoked off and held out happy. This should be a bomb plant coming in. Get Right's the first to cross over, though, and he's going to hold off by spraying through the door for Forrest, who's got higher HP. This plant behind triple as well, so it's a safe plant, or excuse me, double. And Freiburg does get Apex with that AK picked up. Happy and Kenny. I think they're going to back away from this.
Going to have to. It's 4 kills to find, and there's a Molotov available for Freiburg as well. So the AWP's not the deadly factor there. It's the Get Right Tech 9, backed up by Michael Early as well. He does all the damage. Once again, EnvyUS trying to get control of those B tunnels. Get taken down. That's the signal for NIP to make their way to that bomb site, and Happy can't do anything about it. He wanted to flash through and actually try and challenge him as they came out the tunnels there, but the smoke deploys just in time and saves NIP. It's a little bit sloppy from EnvyUS overall, just as Happy was about to reposition and trying again. His teammates were flashing him as well. So only 1 frag taken down there for the NIP force buy. That resets EnvyUS once again. Only $1,400 coming in, so they had to save those weapons in terms of the bigger picture of the game. Had they gone for it, there's still a chance they can win the round, sure enough 4-2, but they need the money going forward. So still a chance to win this. They might force into it once again. Looks like it might be a double eco regardless, so yes, they will buy into this. So Apex gets a 5-7 head armor. Similar story for his teammates as well. 6, it keeps his money a little bit stronger. And Happy was looking to boost there potentially, but doesn't come in. Kenny surely got to go for this pick. He's waiting there at the bottom of the doors. Does it actually work out? Does he go for it? Oh, that's the bait.
And it works because Forrest is far enough to the left that Kenny can't spot him. He got back behind the corner.
Is Kenny going for this?
Still fancies it.
Fancies top and middle. Okay. I thought the idea was MBK sacrifices himself and then takes down the AWP. Allows Kenny to get that first kill at least. Didn't work out in that fashion.
Definitely not. Straight through on that M4. Kenny's going to cross behind the smoke. Sixers inside of the site. We saw it briefly. He's got a P250 boosted up. There we go. Perfect shot. And we'll light up the Christmas tree and show you the names on the other side as well as Get Right, Michael Early, and I believe it was Freiburg. All on that side. Excuse me, it's Forest. Freiburg's on catwalk, so they're all on that side of the map. The B tunnels. Apex not necessarily pushing through it long. Good shot from Kenny. He's going to take down one at mid. Apex should get some information on this. As soon as they hit B, he'll be fast on the flank. So Freiburg's got to make a decision if he's going to go mid on his own. Another shot from Kenny. This AWP might get them all. Tear them down as he looks for more. They're lining up, but down they go. Sixers found, and it gives Get Right the opportunity to find the AWP. Freiburg's inside of mid, smokes out on either side. Bomb's going to get down to the B site, finds Apex pushing back through, as we mentioned would happen, and it's just Happy remaining.
Good work from Freiburg. Just Happy remaining, absolutely. M401S in hand. Looks like he does want to have a little look around, see if he can find his opening frag towards the tunnel. Has got a kit, but ultimately it's $1,900 coming next round. They're on another eco, so he wants to be saving this weapon if anything. Can't really justify going for it. Smoke towards the mid doors. Looks like he wants to damage the economy, potentially of NIP here. Find a couple of kills as they're retreating. Looks like they'll be safer now though. They're in a trifecta outside the B-bomb site. Freiburg. Open hand, not known for his sniper prowess, but this time he nails the shot, takes down Happy, and picks up the AWP for his teammate there. So 8-2, good work from him. And like I said, after the full reset, once again, there's only $1,400 into the previous round, $1,900 into this one. Has to be a full eco. KennyS got a bit more money than everyone else. He invested in a CZ and smoke, but that's about all they have. A couple of 5.7s and P250s come in. What's the play? You can smoke towards the mid doors, maybe stack B, rush it as a 5-man unit. That could be interesting. Are they going to do it? So 5 do cross over. Do they just push straight in, or do they stack for the rush? NIP have done that once already. Looks like they're waiting for the initial rush, but once you hear no footsteps and nothing really happens, you're going to be holding back. I think Michael did deploy smoke at the tunnel entrance, so that's actually, although he's probably not aware, he's going to keep a lot of players towards that side of the map, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, very interesting.
And look at the other side. They've actually gone towards long. So he's actually won the round, pretty much the round with one smoke. That's pretty cool.
Nature of Counter-Strike at times.
Yeah.
I like it. It's the fast-paced chess game, Counter-Strike.
Indeed. It's sometimes worked right. NIP have shown to do some B rushes every now and then. You're not going to win this round, EnvyUS, but if you stack like that, and it is a sloppy B rush, that's why I normally say you really shouldn't do them on the Unity ecos. Although they will work most of the time, there's a good chance that when you don't get the information, something like that happens. It's an unnecessary risk you have to take, and this time NIP completely calculated, managed to avoid it. So EnvyUS at this point, they've pretty much sussed out it's not going to be a B rush, and we'll be looking for some exit frags here. Not much to lose really, a CZ, some PT50, that's about it. Not really much point saving them. They get 2,400 next round, so another buy will come in. Kenny is going to get the AWP out once again, but it's 9-2 in favour of NIP. If you're just joining us, you missed a hell of a first map. NIP ran away with it in the first half, 13-2, but it did get very exciting in the second half. This is 1-0 so far in the best of 3. NIP putting their best foot forward to justify the second map as well.
Nice shot from Freiburg, clotheslining MBK, happy on the other side of that door. They're not going to get much out of this. No need to give away guns, and it'll go 12 rounds in, 9-2. As we start the 12th round. That always does get you off. Caught you off last game. Caught me off this game.
It's true.
We are caught sleeping. Money's not great on the EnvyUS side.
It's
still.
certainly not, but at this point, it's getting to the point they need to start getting rounds on the board once again, like we were on Nuke. So Kenny has glass cannon, but sometimes that's enough for a man like of his caliber. He'll be towards A this time. You can see there's actually quite a lot of mid presence coming in from NIP quite early on, and a headshot as well. Sixer goes down. He's normally the B player, but it's just going to be MBK at the window now as it exists edges further forward. His presence towards short as well. That'll be Get Right trying to show his hand, and it's a good shot from MBK, keeping the dream alive towards B, but he's still by himself.
Very much so. And he's actually gone away from the site at the time that Michael and Forrest, okay, he's gone back, are trying to go in. Watch Get Right lurking right now, but the activity on B is all right now what matters, because Forrest nearly goes down to MBK, who does find Michael. Bomb was in Forrest's hands. It's going to put him back outside the side. MBK low HP. That gives Freiburg a chance. He can actually make this play. Freiburg does. Gets MBK, turns around.
Whoa.
What a shot on Happy as well from Freiburg.
Oh, he's back. He said it in the interview. He's been putting the hours in, and his form has been getting better and better. And that's another great display from him. Nice little three-man. MBK was low short, but the flick around towards CD Spawn, that was pretty stellar. And it's a big round for NIP to pick up once again. The money was weak in the previous. Now it's 10-2. They have to take yet another eco here. Should be 11-2 at this point after this round. So MBK attacked through the door as well. That certainly doesn't help. He's one of the few players that invested in body armor as well. That can be so frustrating, and maybe this is the little B play coming in from NIP at this point. MBK gets the position towards the back of the site, but quite calculated to see whether NIP will walk into the crosser. That's MBK, not giving too much away at this point. Molotov towards the platform. They will be committing. Damage done, and Sixer finds the first frag.
Finds it indeed. More importantly, they've covered off the B site. They've got kills required. It's Kenny that's going to try and get to window a little bit later on. And a rotation coming around from Envy to go all the way through T-spawn. Pincer off the tunnels. They've got to go a little quicker than this, though. Kenny could actually thwarted this if he had found one kill on that alone. Now they'll use the utility to hold him out. And the HP in the last round as well. Freiburg hits those shots. There's 14 and 10. It was winnable for EnvyUS because they had the man advantage in the situation as well. Apex does get Freiburg down. This will make them want to go. They've only got pistols, so you might as well man up and try and go for it with the lost bonus as it is, and it's working out. Kenny hits a shot. It's all on Exist. They know where he is. Back platform. He's got to find two. They're working through the smoke. Good shots, though, and it's low HP. He may just pull this back.
There it is. Exist 3 versus 1. Another round where it looked like it was going to be EnvyUS picking it up, and it's an ace from Exist as well. Fantastic work at the back of the B site. Everything going in their favor. Just when it seemed like EnvyUS caught a break there on the eco, he pulls off a fantastic performance there. Very calm towards the back platform. It's a great position if he can land the shots, and he certainly was doing that. Finally, though, the double AWP setup comes in from EnvyUS. Desperate at this point, need these last 2 rounds. Very similar scenes to what we saw on Nuke. That first half score was 13-2. They couldn't win that map, and it's looking like it could be a similar storyline here. Long control coming in from NIP. It's Forrest towards Blue Ben, looking to get that first frag. Spots the first player as well. The backup coming in from Kenny S. Can he do anything about this?
Kenny, lovely first shot as he does slide out. Catches Exist immediately. Forrest just going to fall at the hands of Apex. Freiburg looking to try and work it up on the catwalk. He's going to be the salesman in this play because Get Right and Michael down 2 men are working the B tunnels on their own. Double smokes out. Get Right's walking in. He's going to try and catch them off. One in the open. Get Right's found it. He's gone low though, but 5 HP. That's enough to draw a lot of attention over to the site. The unfortunate part is they lost Freiburg, who therefore can't catch those rotations in action. As Get Right getting closer to the doorway, very low HP as this gun comes through. He's going to try and jump across. Jump through, in fact, on the flash. Can't find the kills. That would have been money. That would have been magic. As he does get back in for safety, but unfortunately Apex covers off Michael in the window and Get Right will go down. That play could have been the most interesting of the whole game.
You're right.
But it was always going to be a risk, and it doesn't pay off.
My God, finally EnvyUS do arrive here in the 3rd round, 11-3. Money's still available for the Ninjas. There have been a lot of close rounds here. The money's not fantastic, but enough to bring out a full buy regardless. It's number 15 here. Double orb setup works out. Kenius gets that first frag towards long, funnels in it, Ninjas back towards B. And finally they get something going, although Get Right did his best to thwart their attempts. It will be another fast play. We did say you throw the rulebook away when you have these sort of leads. Just keep applying the pressure, especially towards mid. 4 players there. It looks like a B split will be coming in once again. Forrest is towards the tunnels. Happy. Wide to receive though. Smoked out. Got to jumping up and see if he can find that first frag. Gets good vision, but a 6er to take it down.
MBK looking for the shot, spots some legs, and it's going to be 6er on the second AWP that catches the kill instead onto Freiberg as he ran back. But look at this. They've all rotated over to Smoke CT. I'm not going to count this for a win in the round, but Michael, it's round 15. He can get a bomb plant and try and make something happen out of this. It's not like the bomb plant even matters for money, but we are going to see a nice 1 versus 5 attempt considering he gets that bomb down. Flash goes through CT, catches him temporarily. He's going to play this from Goose or ramp. I'd almost want to go a ramp in this where you can try and control the peaks a little bit more, but he's going to stay near the boxes. First approach. Apex already down on the ramp. He's got to hit shots perfectly. Molotov goes out, slides, shoots for 1, has to get the reload in, and Apex is there.
11-4 picked up. EnvyUS managing to pick those last 2 rounds. As it is starting to look like a 2-0 here, but still 4 can be enough. CT half, you want to be posting at least 8-7 rounds here. It's a similar storyline to what we saw on Nuke. EnvyUS did manage to win the pistol on Nuke. We saw a much better game coming in. We'll have a look at the stats quickly as well. 16 frags to Get Right. Exists. Great game as well. 15 for him. Freiberg 10 on the other side of the server. Kenny S 11. Happy 10. Apex 8. Just so many clutches there, so many fast moments. This is what we want to see on Dust 2. Sometimes it is a bit of a brawl. It's hard to analyze in terms of the tactics there. Like I said, a lot of teams will just use the spawn-based play, just go with their instincts, very loose mid-round calls. This is an exciting moment for EnvyUS. Lots of interesting, high-octane rounds, I would say. And I hope the second half delivers like it did on Nuke. We want to see Cobble.
Well, we're back into it again, and it's NIP with another very convincing half. This time they start out T-side. 11 rounds to their name. It's much like Nuke all over again, and this time it's EnvyUS' map choice as well.
Absolutely. Much need a pistol here for the French side. Down, but not out just yet. We'll have a look at the bias for them. As they move over to the terrorist side this time, it's going to be 3 sets of armor, and there will be Apex with the smoke and 2 flashbangs. EnvyUS, another team that favors towards long. We'll see whether that's going to be the case here once again. It seems a lot of teams these days start to do it. It'll be NIP, they're boosting up towards short. That's very common, aggressive. Look at that first pick. Might not necessarily get anything out of it, but it means you have control of middle, can funnel it the way you like. But as predicted, it will be Apex leading the charge towards long. The bomb will be going there as well. I presume Happy will be in lower B. Yes, he is. And we'll get right there to find him. He's currently on the lower B steps, but he's getting pincered in. Look at Exist in the upper B tunnels.
6er, NBK. Kenny and Apex all at long. Happy's already found that Exist inside of the B tunnels. That considers Forrest to look back that direction, and EnvyUS, great start this time. Remember, they Did win the pistol in the last, or didn't win the pistol, second round pistol in Nuke, but they did win the eco. This time they're looking much better. And Apex is going to time out perfectly, peeking from long. Does do some damage, does get a kill as well as Freiburg turns back round. It's Forrest getting lower and lower as he's on 60, getting closer to the site as well. It's EnvyUS to take down his teammate. Forrest now has to go 1 versus 5. That's never going to happen. And EnvyUS start off flawlessly in the pistol.
Here we go then. Hopefully get a good game here. And that's what happened on Nuke as well. It's going to be a pretty flawless round. Overall, happy opening things up. People will criticize him for the way he approaches these rounds when he's doing things like that, winning them and finding players, pushing him as well. You can't argue the results. I actually think it's very beneficial for his team when he's actually having a good day. He finds the first kill and exists as well, controls the rotations and allows him to get out towards long, not having to worry about short at that point. It's actually really nicely done. Not a force buy here from NIP. They do get 1 scout in the hands of Forrest, but I like this approach. We've discussed this to its death, Matt. If you have this huge kind of leads, you don't really want to be forcing on the second round. That's why EnvyUS found themselves in a bit of a rut. Didn't even have the AWP of Kenny S in the first gun round. That's a problem.
Yep.
So they're just going to make sure they just get a scout, try and do some tags here. Maybe the Deagles can do something with that. They're not investing in the armor there. That's not a full force buy as of yet.
Freiburg is the man that's walking out toward long. He's actually gotten his position on the other side of the door. He's not going to push through just yet. Tags in. Kenny S is hit by that. Forrest as well through the door, though, so he goes down to 60, whereas Kenny was hit dry. He's on 32. Freiburg's hearing some activity on Catwalk. The question is, does he man up and try and push through with the Deagle? If he does, he could catch them off because no one's out in that position at all. But if he doesn't, he needs to turn back soon and go play closer to the site and help Michael. He's going to push. So this will be interesting if they can contain them, if they can hold them off and pinch them in. Happy's getting get right. It's going to give them a little more freedom, but now Freiburg's in position. Hits the shot as well. Happy goes down. It's not a bad situation for NIP to find themselves in until now as MBK and Apex follow the kills up. That changes it. If he could have got down Catwalk, if they had not lost those, maybe Michael stays alive. There's a chance for it, but it is going to be Envy 6, NIP 11.
Absolutely. Well, it wasn't a force buy. They managed to do some damage there, find a kill as well, but Happy controlling his mid doors once again. He finds 2 kills. Nice timing from him. And farming some cash himself. So, slowly but surely getting back into it. Once they start to get a little bit further forward, it will be getting to the danger point for NIP. It's going to be a full EQ for now, so that does pretty much suggest it will almost certainly be an 11-7 scoreline. I think a little bit of damage inflicted to Forrest as he crosses there. But Happy once again looking for those mid kills with the Mac 10, doing good work, but Forrest takes him down the USP. They'll be making their way towards the B side. That is open. But I can hear more dings coming in as well. Forrest looking to get another kill, but Exister finds it on Kenny S. So a chance here for the CTs at least.
Bomb's going to be planted during all this, though, and Apex has positioned himself accordingly in towards CT. Good shot. Exist. Having him go down now gives not only the first SMG inside the door, the Mac 10, but the UMP can go to Forrest. None of them have armor, none of them have a kit. They've got to act quickly if they go for this, and Exist is going to take the approach from the B tunnels. Sixer and NBK inside. And Sixer's going to go with a flash out, can't find kills, but gets back inside, uses the times of the flash perfectly, and catches off Forrest in the window. Sixer follows up another. NBK covers off tunnels. Very straightforward. EnvyUS in the end, despite, again, that it gets a little close for a moment.
It does get a little bit closer. Good work from NIP to find the frag there with the default weaponry as well, but still, the headline is going to be EnvyUS finding round number 7. The extra kills gives $300 per kill as well, so it means that Michael brings out the AWP on the CT side this time. 4 and 4 surrounding him, so it is much healthier than what we saw from EnvyUS in the first half as well. So big round coming in. EnvyUS can win this as another EK for NIP, and they can start to close the gap here. Forrest towards those CD spawn boxes. It means he can boost up and look over any mid splits coming in. It can be Molotov pretty easily, but still a position, if you get away with it, can be very strong indeed. Actually quite a little set up towards the B side. You can see that Exister is actually by himself there. If it was to be a mid split, he'd be in a lot of trouble. And that's come down to Forrest using that smoke and CD spawn to actually try and find frags here. Doesn't look like that'll be the case just yet. Apex trying to get control of shorts. Flash is coming over as well. They have obtained the catwalk at this point. They can actually go for a full execution. Those are normally very good on these first gun rounds, and the CTs don't have the incendiaries. Maybe they don't have all the smokes they need to hold you off. And it's designed to take down AWPers, and that's where Michael Eddie presumably will be watching as well. He's towards that car position.
Freiburg's at long, get right underneath in CT with Forrest covering from firebox, 1 watching door, 1 watching back toward A. So the drop's covered. It gives Michael a bit of movement. He's going to play the CT side it up. We talked about Forrest in the first half. Isolation smoke comes in, though. So he's already got to go way back toward the platform, give up a fast plant toward Catwalk. Get right's going to try and do what he can. Lovely positioning, but can't land it, unfortunately. Goes to 63 on some tags.
I'd say save at this point, considering the situation. Then they got 1 kit as well. Michael couldn't find that frag. I think They might want to hold back. Let's see what they decide to do. Still in city spawn, time ticking away. Need to be finding kills in the next 5 or 6 seconds to even justify going for this one. It's their way up. It seems like they will commit. There it is.
Get right, Michael and Freiberg. Now there's a chance it's on Kenny, who's going to spot a second one on the site. Freiberg never gets back down to his feet, but Exist flanks him back out. Kenny down to Forest. And NIP, you thought about saving. They suddenly pull the round back.
It's looking unlikely. They had the bomb down. 5 players as well. They got the. Oh, it might not have worked out.
They didn't have kits. They didn't have kits. That is so close.
That's the reason I was saying. They had 5 kills to find and only 1 player on the kit as well who was towards long. That was, for me, when you got the better rounds, I'm trying to play the safer game, right? I'm trying to look at winning the match instead of winning the round, but they did a fantastic job at that point. EnvyUS maybe giving too much away in this confrontation towards City Spawn. It seems like Flags just flew in from NIP out of nowhere, finding 3 very quickly. Then they found out that EnvyUS were towards shore. A short plan, sure, that benefits the terrorists, but at that point, everything was going in favor of NIP. They managed to get a double AWP set up here as well. Has to be a force buy from EnvyUS. They've got the AWP out, 2 AKs, but a PT-50 and a Deagle. This could be the point where NIP run away with this game. Great round for them to pick up. Double AWP as well, probably as strong as you can be on Dust 2. And no fast play coming in from EnvyUS just yet. Going to be holding up towards lower B and top of mid. Hoping that Kenny S can open up the map. He's still in T-spawn, seeing if anyone goes aggressive through that smoke.
He's definitely trying to find it. Drop down into lower in the suicide position. Freiberg again out toward long. Same setup except for the fact that Forest, he's changed it up slightly on the second AWP. He's going to play Cinders at mid. Get right with a flash going over. It's not going to be him that peeks. It's for Forest flashing himself. Apex is there on the other side of the doors. He's behind the Xbox, though. Kenny, AWP, staring at the corner, but now sets flash toward A. They're going to go on this quickly. No one again in position immediately. Watch for the isolation smoke to cover off Michael for the second straight round. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4 smokes to work with, which is enough. You say 3 is the bare minimum on A. 4 would be the isolation if they elect to do it. And here they go. Bounce them in. Isolation lands. Michael, does he change his angle this time? I think he might stay a little bit closer, just strictly based on Get Right's position with the flash, but he's got to time this. He's not throwing it yet. They're already there. NBK assassinates him. Now Michael's got to go passive. This could be a problem because that is a lovely shot from MBK. And they elect to sit back, they elect to fall away, and Get Right's a little bit late to throw the flash. Can't hear them coming, and it's going to be Exist to backpedal already. I think this time's the save. Last round was the credible clutch. And Forest will at least get Apex, but they're backing way off of this, and look at Happy. He's already over toward the B tunnels. This could be hard to save weapons in general.
Yeah, he's hunting them with a P250. He just gets one that's damaging. He doesn't get it, but Kenny S finds one in return. Just 2 players surviving now for NIP. What a play from MBK, though. We wanted someone to step up in that round. It certainly was a force by there, and he delivers with the Desert Eagle. The first shot was great, but the second was something really quite special. Michael with the AWP as well, spots him, and before he can even pull the trigger, his head's gone, is removed. EnvyUS back into this game all of a sudden. 4-1 now, and hopefully that's the catalyst we need to get really deep in the second map. If this is EnvyUS's pick, we want to see them take it to a third. Cobble will be something very interesting indeed. Round number 21. Still 12-8 here for the CTs. They do have money to force into this if they want to. It looks like that will be the case. So the open hand to Forest and 4 for Exist. Deagle for Freiberg. Sending numbers towards V here. 3 players flashing over as well. Oh, Kenny S could have pulled the trigger at that point. Doesn't quite spot the CT through that smoke.
And Forest is looking toward the top of middle. With his AWP, he's going to shuffle his position here ever so slightly. One of the 2 guns saved across. It's not going to be Michael on the op, and Forrest is going to get out toward long now. Hang on, we've got a stop called.
Was there any damage
back to the start? No damage. I don't know about I didn't catch damage. No kills for sure. So it's a sound card issue again, they're saying.
Was that Freiberg?
NBK, the same problem as Freiberg, they said.
Right then, well, we did see money available on both sides at that point, but sound card issues aside, this is looking like it will be a very interesting round. It's the force buy ultimately from NIP, the M4, and the AWP with the pistol surrounding them. We saw EnvyUS pick up one of those rounds, so no reason why NIP can't do the same on the CT side as well. Forrest not known to be as influential in terms of an AWP as Kenny S. He'll be holding back, holding the angles, hitting the shots that really count. He's very consistent in that manner, but not known for the really flashy stuff like Kenny S can bring to the table. I'm sure the sound card issue will be resolved momentarily. But signs of life here for EnvyUS after the really shocking first half for them. To be fair, lots of tight rounds, there's great clutches overall from NIP. It's a real brawl. That's why I like these kind of matchups here. We're talking about historically in terms of this matchup particular. In recent months, I would say, it's NIP that have taken most of the victories, and so far so good. Nuke was a landslide in the first half, 13-2 on the CT half. NIP looking like they're one of the stronger Nuke teams in the scene right now. It looks like we're resolved. We have been resolved.
There we go.
Confirmation. We're back into it. Let's go. So it will be a scout for Freiburg, and M4 for Exist, and Forest with the AWP. Full buy there for EnvyUS. They're going to have all they need: Molotovs, smokes, and of course the AWP themselves. Flash goes over once again. No one challenging just yet. Forest will actually be towards B this time.
Freiburg out on Cat. Oh, they line up. That could have been so massive. He follows it up with a scout shot. If that was an off, two are dead. He's got one already. It's Freiburg looking for more. Looks for the slight peek. Has to fall away. Jump shot taken down, but it's going to be a pistol up close. Get right runs out of shots to fire, and unfortunately it's Envy capitalizing now as Apex and Happy will be coming in on top of the site. NBK still gone on all of this early, not able to pick up a kill, but Apex will. Forest falls. It's down to just Exist. 1 versus 2. Coming in from Catwalk a little bit late. No Kit does have the armor to work with, but Kenny's got his AWP, and he's going to play it from car. It's not the best position. He could go toward long. It is planted for it, but Apex wants to cover that off with the AK-47 instead. Exist. Drop down, try and catch them off. Now Kenny goes toward the long position. Flash in. They've identified where he's coming from. That's the first object. And as I said, it is planted almost perfectly for that long position, and it's Kenny that just has to wait for it.
Well, Freiburg there, getting tags off and a kill with a scout as well. They come up towards A, and Forrest was waiting. That's where he was at the A ramp with the AWP as well. Unfortunately, though, his teammate died towards long, and he was so focused towards that position, actually looking towards long for a greater amount of time than required. Happy, great move, double fakes it, goes back towards middle to stop rotations, and at that point, he realizes it's a short attack, and they get so close to him. He has a chance to actually shoot a player in the back, misses it, pulls out his USP, dinks one player, but it's not enough. He can't actually find the kill, so that was down to Forrest. Had he found one there, could have been a real possibility for an IP in that round. Round number 22 comes in, though. EnvyUS started to close the gap. 12-9 now in favor of the Ninjas. Pretty much full eco at this point. A couple of pistols here or there. PT-50s for Freiburg and Forest, and Exist with the Desert Eagle. You can see, though, EnvyUS completely aware this is pretty much a full eco. Going to be finding that first frag. It's Happy to open things up. He takes down Freiburg towards long. Not overcommitting, just seeing if anyone will try and get the frag in return. Spots one on the corner as well.
Happy shot toward the corner. Can't find this shot to kill, but it does put Michael reasonably low. Forrest tries to catch them off by being closer to that and potentially do massive damage. Oh, okay, Michael, you're going to get cheeky. Tries to think about using the texture advantage of the flames behind the car, but knows they're up Cat, and therefore it would have been seen regardless. Tries to get a compensation move toward A as a result, but gets caught off. It's going to be Exist, and it's Get Right. 12-9, we're looking double digits for Envy. And only 2, this will be the 3rd round loss bonus going Get Right and NIP's way. Speaking of gets the shot on Happy, but they are in a position where they'll be able to buy in the next round, and they should have an AWP at their expense. Yeah, they'll have at least one at their expenses. Michael 57-50 and 48-50 for Forest. I can't imagine going double off with Glass Cannon.
No, I don't think so. It's going to be Michael bringing it out. This time, money's still not fully stable. Yes, they have the 4 and 4s and the AWP. We can see there is a distinct lack of utility, especially on Michael as well. No nades purchased whatsoever. He's known to be more flashy than Forrest, I would say, and we'll see whether he can actually make anything happen here. It's actually starting to run away once again. It's a 6-1 in favor of the French side here in the second half. Very similar scenes to what we saw on Nuke. NIP just need to break the economy once, really, of EnvyUS, and that could be the GG moment, but here we go then, the first confrontation towards long. Michael Eddy waiting for it as Happy sprays us some speculative shots there through the smoke. Going to be taken out of position though with a smoke in return from the CTs. Ooh, Freiburg.
This is perfect position. Gun barrel shows no way Happy had any vision at all. So finally NIP is going to stabilize the first pick, but watch the play toward Catwalk. 4 members of Envy starting to work in that direction. And NBK is going to lead it. Already up the stairs. Kenny's going to get in position to try and flash him in. Drops down. That catches Michael in full effect, so he's got to give up the position. And Kenny's going to take it as a result, but he kicks back up. Kenny's changed his angle. It works out for Michael. Tries to find the second. NBK hits the shot on Get Right in the meantime, but the nade comes through. Freiburg instead hits the headshots, and Michael capitalizes. And NIP finally find 13. Only their second round of this half.
Well, Michael Ali picks up the AWP, delivering the shots required as well with a little bit of backup from Freiberg. He gets 3 kills in total. He is the one that found the one towards Long. It's Happy with an interesting play with the smoke. He is known to have interesting moves and try and catch his enemies by surprise. This time though, Freiberg, he's got his number, takes him down, rotates with the AK, he picks up from the fallen body of Happy and lands 2 great shots towards short as Michael Ali takes all the attention away from him. Good work from NIP. They find round number 13 here. Haven't broken the economy just yet, like I said. If they win this one, that's pretty much it for EnvyUS. They won't have enough to buy into the next round, so the fate of EnvyUS pretty much lies in round number 24 here. They've got the AWP out once again. Still a full buy, not as strong as it was before. Missing the Molotovs, have a few smokes to work with though.
Kenny's going to probe out mid. Flashing over is his teammate to give him an angle toward the corner, but no one there. Freiberg again anchoring along. It's very passive from NIP in this situation. They're trying to bait out as much time as they can on the CT side and let EnvyUS walk into their mistakes.
I'm pretty sure this will be an execution into a mid play. They've done the execution a couple of times now. They've shown they've got it. You can mix it up. You can do the same smokes, commit one play down to CT spawn as normally Apex, then you go back towards mid with the bomb. I would say that'd be a good call right now.
Apex in the smoke. It's going to go. Flash out. Michael again blinded off. Last time this happened, it was Freiberg that saved the day from Long. Michael gets 1 this time, and Freiberg, they're going to hold for retake. He's going to sit and look at Happy again. He's way over toward B. He's just going to go into the tunnels now. His teammate's successful in getting the A bomb site, but he's got to go quick on the lurk. Existent Forest will bypass him if he's not there soon, and they're already on the site. If Get Right can pick up kills, Happy's going to be so far removed, he's going to get to the doorway at B just as Exist goes towards CT spawn, but he's late on it. Now they know he's there, and this becomes a problem because Sixer's the last alive on the site directly. They can get on the defuse, get on it immediately. Freiberg's already there. This is going to be 14 rounds for NIP. Close exchange at the bottom in the end, but he never would have got to the defuse.
This is one of the lurks that looks pretty detrimental to his teammates now. He's so far removed from it. You could see NIP being aware. Problem is, yes, he could probably get the kill. He doesn't pull the trigger in time. Exist. He just has to stay alive there. He doesn't drop his frag. And at that point, like you said, Sixer by himself would have been more beneficial if Happy was just holding towards lower B, stopping rotations towards mid. NIP just have full control of the situation, and he was Happy that couldn't actually do anything about it. Just as soon as he's detected, doesn't find the kill, that's it. Six is done for. And I said, as soon as they break the economy, that's going to be the GG. 14-10 right now. This could be it. They have got, I think, a couple of rifles, a little for Kenny S. 6 out on the AK-47. 3 pistols to go with them. All in at this point. NIP know the money's going to be low. Don't need to overcommit. Just hold back. Allow EnvyUS to make the next move.
And Freiberg is going to get inside the corner. Make sure when they come through, he's on a slightly different angle than he has been. But EnvyUS again with the pistols and the 2 rifles are going to look toward middle, at least early on. This time Happy's with his team. It's Sixer that's playing the off-site, and it's Catwalk once more. A tag on Michael Ailey's put him down to 16 HP, but Get Right's also on the A site this time, which could be a little bit more problematic. They've got armor, so the rifle's not exactly going to spray down easily, but it's definitely the advantage in weaponry. They've sold a fake, actually. They've actually pulled Michael all the way back over. Freiberg's come back down from long. 2 smokes out mid. Forest and Exist are now going to get pinched off at the B site. MBK hits a lovely shot. Forest, he's got 3 players swarming on top of him. He's got to find these kills. Into the corner, tries to bait it out as long as possible, and does manage only 1, but it buys a little bit of time. Happy getting Get Right, though. That's late on Catwalk. And that's why he's with them, because now he starts to lurk over to the A site. Freiberg trying to go through the smoke. Kenny's not going to spot him. Gets inside the site, and the AK could actually catch Kenny off. As a result of this, it will. And now he's going to spray toward the bomb. It's going to be Happy way over toward A. Picks up his teammate, and Sixer needs to be found. Freiberg has to solve the riddle before Happy arrives, and he can't do it. Sixer wins it. Good fake from Envy, and they isolate the B site.
Yeah, absolutely. This time the lurk from Happy works out tremendously. That's when it's really beneficial. He's catching rotations. Get Right running around towards short with his knife out. Happy kills him with the P250, picks up the M4, and then he's dropping down to CD spawn as well, finding Michael Eddy. That's when it's proactive. That's when it really works and makes sense. Before, he wasn't really part of the action. He went towards all the way into B tunnels, towards the B side, couldn't really do anything about it. This time, he gets his team back into the game. Nice fake, and finishing things off in style as well with just 2 rifles. All back out, and they've reset the money for an IP. This could have a few more twists and turns here, as EnvyUS once again close the gap and break the money for the Swedish side.
Kenny at the top of middle. MBK, meanwhile, taking down Freiberg. First pick again for EnvyUS. And NIP's money gone 14 rounds. It's tantalizingly close. It's frustratingly close to getting onto map point and being able to take a deep breath and know that you're not done should EnvyUS continue with this momentum. And when I say not done, I mean in this particular map. Remember, they did pick up the first one on Nuke It's cobblestone if required. And I don't think it's done deal yet whether it will be or not with this scoreline and the money currently in the hands of Envy. Good accumulation of NIP players out toward the inside of middle right now. They've already pushed through the door, 2 coming out from lower, but Apex is set ready with the AK. He's going to get 1, 2, and potentially a third as he catches Get Right moving up. All 3 of those players go down without a fight. And 12 rounds now for EnvyUS.
Indeed. And it looks like the money's starting to stabilize for NIP once again. If they can find match point in this round and just give themselves that breathing space, that would be great, but it's not looking too positive for them in terms of the buy. Exist, UMP, Get Right, UMP. They've got Serum Force to go with it, and Michael is back on the AWP himself, but still this is actually looking very promising, and that even helps EnvyUS out a little bit more. Attack through the door is going to be Exist, going down to 50 HP. Compliments of Kenny S. Michael's watching towards long this time, and it's not actually going to be a full commitment in terms of any sort of rush or something I can work out outside the round. This is actually a full default coming in from EnvyUS, brought up on your screen right now. You can see it. And they've got all the utility to work with as well. Just gaining a little bit of map control, clearing out lower B, pushing the CDs back if anyone's presenting himself towards middle. But there's actually more B presence here for the CDs. You can see they've actually got 2 players in there. It will be Exist and Forest and Get Right towards mid as well. So if a full execution comes in, Michael has to hold that by himself, and that's a very tough order.
Very tough indeed. Nade goes through. Get Right's going to back all the way into the B site. 3 players now in B, though. The problem is they're getting on a catwalk and looking to go A. So the shuffle for NIP over toward the B site may not be the best decision for them. Freiburg go toward long again. It's Michael. AWP. That has to be absolutely huge. Oh, they're pushing through B tunnels, though. They haven't moved yet. Envy's still on Cat. Forrest has gotten all the way by Happy. Now, did he hear him? That's the question, because he's going toward T-spawn. Happy setting for a similar play. They're going to pull back, and Forrest is going to get information on this. This actually could work out for NIP just because of how slow EnvyUS has played it. 34 seconds. They're going to go now. Smoke's already set. Drop down potentially coming in, and Michael's going to give up A site. They want to play the retake. Happy's out of position on this because no one's going toward catwalk, and Forrest, he's cleared everywhere else. He's going to go and try and find Happy as well. This could take down the lurk, and then it's just a straight-up brawl on top of the site, so 10 players alive. We're going to have a retake. Michael starts it off. Kenny's the one to fall, and Forrest spotting Happy. The duel, oh, he's got him so low. Already favoring NIP, and look at the HP on the site. It's just Happy remaining. Again, they can get on the defuse, and all 5 stay alive for NIP.
How sick are these retakes been for NIP so far? Allowing them to get up towards short. We said if he goes towards A, they're going to have a real tough time actually getting back into this round. Michael opens the floodgates, so he finds 1 kill on the site. He's patient, he's not overcommitting. That's actually really well played from him. Falling back, allowing them to get in positions where they can actually win the round with a decent retake there. All he gets is 1 kill, but that's enough. His teammates coming from City Sport and making those UMPs do tremendous work there. And once again, yes, Happy's holding the rotations, but Forrest did such good work to actually come around towards long and manages to find him in lower B and takes him out of the round.
And spare a thought for Michael Lilly's discipline as well to give up this site, knowing that he was going to be overwhelmed on Cat, and then, as you say, opening the floodgates in the retake. It's not often you see that AWP player want to give that up so easily without a few shots, so it works. And now they do have that 15th round we talked about. Still, there's money on the EnvyUS side, and as such, they're going to buy into it. Kenny's got an AWP, the rest on AK-47s.
Well, then 3 rounds in a row required to take us to overtime here. Still, win this round, you reset NIP once again. Still not out of it just yet, although it's looking slightly grim. Apex towards those mid doors, sprays through, doesn't find anything just yet. We've got 2 players this time towards A once again, 3 in B. I like the setup, I like the ideas. I see 6 are waiting for them to go aggressive. If it does come in, it'll be Get Right going in first. Forrest watching towards the mid doors with the AWP. Oh, sorry, it's Michael Lilly this time. Forrest got an AK. I beg your pardon, man.
You can have it. You can certainly have it because we've got a game on our hands in this map. Going the distance, not fully there yet, but EnvyUS, they could easily push it there with a win here as NIP's money. It's not amazing, but they've got map point. All it takes is this round and we're done. 2-0 for them, and they'll be into a semi-final tomorrow morning.
We've seen a few executions. This is lining to be another one here. I did say there's a possibility of a fake of this. You don't have to commit. You can just try and push the AWP back, but they're getting the bomb down, so they might just go with it again. They know it pushes Michael back, and there will be more of the same, it seems. They'll be going all in. They know they can get the short plant down. Michael Lilly's happy to fall back. That's actually the right call, I would say, from EnvyUS. We're not planting just yet, though.
Now they will. It'll be for Cat again, so once more we're going to see a 10-man situation in the post plant. A little bit further away from NIP this time, and Happy's playing a lurk at long rather than over toward B. Freiburg's still waiting for someone to push through, but how patient is he going to be? He's now looked away. They're going, though. Exist. He's found the first kill. Again, they've got to go back towards Catwalk. Get Right's going to be unimpeded about trying to get in there because Happy, he's still waiting out toward Long. Inside the site, exchanges starting to go both ways, and Happy's going to get toward Long now. That's going to leave them in the open. Sixer and MBK with kills. It's now just Forrest and Get Right. Forrest, lovely shot, but he's found. And Get Right's got to trade it back. Can't do it, has to reload. Keep in mind, Happy's getting closer onto the site. Down to the 1 versus 1. Nade comes in, but it's done. Time is gone. Get Right cannot get there despite having the kit.
Well, you can see the adjustment there. The problem was last round, Happy wasn't anything to do with the situation. This time, exact same strategy, but he's waiting towards Long. He's actually more involved at this point, can apply pressure from that position, and it works out a lot better. You can see the CTs had to approach a lot quicker from Long. They could feel him coming, and Michael can't have the same sort of impact, though, although he did miss that first shot. I think I saw a bullet fly past MBK's head. So that makes sense for EnvyUS to perform that same strategy. If they can get the bomb down, many players actually dying at all on the server, that's almost the perfect strategy in that respect. Well, we're going to round number 29. 2 more required for EnvyUS here. Money still available for NIP though. Will they allow them to do it once again? The problem is that heavy B presence, that execution does allow EnvyUS to plant the bomb. So they have slightly adjusted this time. Still 2 in the B site and Get Right towards CT spawn. So he's a little bit more involved towards that side of the map.
Kenny with the AWP. Already got out to top mid's going to cover up Catwalk for any aggression from NIP. And this is definitely last by now for the Ninjas. They've been able to get enough out to try and put this into a situation where they can wrap it up at Envy. If they win this, they get to 14. They'll be fighting against Pistols to put this into overtime. Michael's a car again. Get Right down towards CT spawn. And Envy's going to go with the same approach. They've gotten bombs down in the last 2 rounds. 1 lost, 1 won. So why not change it? Or why not do it again, rather? No need to change it if it's not broken. Smokes to go. 1 below, 1 above. It's going to be the drop-down strategy potentially available. Get Right's there, but no one's gone down just yet. Instead, it's going to be the op shot coming through. Miss from Michael Lilly, and a smoke on the site's going to mean he has to force himself back. Freiberg gone as well already to Happy. It's better on the entry this time from EnvyUS, and they've started it off. Get Right found as well. It's down to just 2 players as Forrest is taken out in middle. Exist snaps back, but only for 1, and EnvyUS is going to do this. They're going to break the economy. This is going to be a 14-15 situation where in which NIP's got no money.
You can see, you're absolutely right. If it's working so well, you're not getting pressured at all when you get into the ESA, why change it? That execution is designed to make Orpus feel uncomfortable. Instead of challenging, Michael Eddy is falling back. That round he's a little bit more proactive in terms of he's trying to find that first frag. The flashes are on point for EnvyUS, and it's quite a clean round for them overall. And still, like you said, money broken for NIP.
And it's going to be a timeout as a result. They've got to come up with something.
Not, right? They don't want us to go to overtime ideally, but it's looking it will almost be certainly going in that fashion. It's going to be 2K across the board. For us, just discussing what the options are at this point. What can you do? What can you possibly come together with just 2K? Deagles, a scout maybe, 5-7s. Backs against the wall now. NIP still guaranteed overtime. Can't lose at this point in terms of regulation, but still, they knew they had such a big lead here. They had 11-4 kickoff in the first half after a successful Nuke campaign as well. They won it close out 2-0. Going to Cobble at this point would be very disappointing for them considering the start they had on this map.
MBK jumps over the head of his teammate Kenny S, who's watching mid doors. Oh, he tags him as well. Forrest is already down to 19. Bad to worse for an IP in the start of this round. Smoke out on the door as well. Freiberg positions himself toward the blue bin. He's going to actually get beyond that, a little bit closer. Wants that pistol potential to be absolute maximized by distance or lack thereof. Apex and Sixer as well at the bottom tunnels.
It's hard to think of a world where these pistols can really shut down that execution that presumably coming in again. EnvyUS know they've broken the money at this point. The execution was working flawlessly against a fully bought NIP. The setup hasn't changed too much as well. It's actually pretty much exactly the same. Markelele, poor guy, he's going to be facing it off once again. Why not just keep doing the same execution? That's going to be the question EnvyUS are asking. They've got even less to work with now. How can they possibly stop it? They've got the short control. MBK checks it, doesn't see anyone really there. Michael's going to drop a smoke on top of the bombs there. Allows him to get a little headshot angle, but CT's presumably about to drop their first frag. Good timing from Forrest to get towards T-spawn. Is that going to do anything for them? I'm not so sure. Michael's smoke's starting to dissipate as well. At this point, the Terror's doing a great job of bleeding out the CTs.
Yeah. That's the biggest thing right now, is trying to bleed them out in their entirety. Forest is in a good position right now towards T-spawn to spot them go. Oh, okay, well, if he looks away, that's a problem. To spot them going into B, but he's going to be, oh yeah, backside shown, low HP. If he had a rifle, maybe it's a good position to be in, but even with the pistols, all it really does is serve to information, which is effectively ineffective because they've got no range. They can't get close to the site. They'll have to concede B. They do pick up 1 kill on MBK, but it's still 4 men inside this site. Rather take that back 3 plus Happy rotating back in from middle for EnvyUS. And Exist is in the window. It's going to be Happy walking in now. Good pickup from Freiburg. That gives them a gun to work with. But immediately after, they lose Exist. And inside the window, this AK is going to try and go to work. Freiburg's got to play it. It is the last round regardless. We're going to be going overtime. It's going to be just Michael Ailey, and they spray him down. Kenny, of course. And we'll get yet another round.
Nice little high five there from Sixer and Kenny. It's not awkward at all. But still, it doesn't matter. They made it to overtime. It was a tough road for them after losing 11-4, but they did a great job there. You can see NIP didn't have an answer. They didn't really adapt to it at all. They didn't try any players towards short. Once his execution started coming in, they was doing that same setup, focusing towards B time and time again. And it looked like Happy was having a whale of a time there. I actually caught up with him before this game. It is Happy calling on the T side, MBK on the CT side. And yeah, Happy's doing a great job so far of just keeping that pressure applied to the A side. Default at the beginning, get the short control, get Happy in a position where he's comfortable to either flank or hold the rotations. And yeah, the execution just seems on point. Michael Eddy only was able to stop it 1 round there. And there was a couple of decent retakes as well from NIP, but they couldn't rely on them. They were just kind of actually getting a little bit, not so much lucky, but the fact that Happy removed himself in so many situations, that one towards B, when he was actually completely out of it, and then when he was in lower as well, he adjusts and manages to find overtime here. It will be MR3 10K. So for those playing at home, first to 19 on the screen.
A lovely Brazilian audience. Next semi-final, or the quarterfinal.
Yep, OpTic versus Cloud9.
Yep, coming up immediately after this. I saw how passionate they were yesterday about SK. Cold Zero was outside our window of our comm box about 40 minutes ago, and I'm sure you guys could hear it coming through the mics. You're probably wondering why there was cheering nonsensically when there was no action going on, but it was actually because Cold was just down below near the merch booth.
It's kind of cool. These guys are like proper celebrities here. People are fanatical about them.
Yeah, I was out for a walk this morning. Paulista Avenue, it's called in English. I'm not sure. They say it in a much more fancy and eloquent way in Portuguese, but I was walking down that and there was like 4 people that I saw, 4 individually different people that I saw that had SK hoodies on.
Pretty cool. Well, let's get into this one, shall we? Double orb setup for the CTs, an expensive buy, especially if you lose our first round, but I feel like that's where they'll be the strongest. It's the adjustment they're going to make here, considering the blunders they had towards that A side. So this is the adjustment. Forest by himself towards B with the orb, and this is actually showing more presence toward the A side, to have a bit more firepower to challenge what EnvyUS have been doing. But if you're smart, though, if you're happy, you're probably thinking, this is where they adjust to what we're doing right now. This is when I start throwing in the fakes. This is where we start going towards middle and B a little bit more. That would be a dream scenario for him. Let's see whether he does adjust things slightly at all.
Apex sprays into the smoke. Seems mindless, but it's got a goal, and it's to push anyone back at the corner. Get Right's a little bit forward of that, though, in behind the doorway. M4 in his hand, spots him as well, sees the gun barrels coming in, a flash, but he can't find the shots, and smartly doesn't overcommit to it because it was a trap of many players on the other side for EnvyUS. And back over to Catwalk we go. Now, is it going to be the same play again immediately into overtime? Get Right's the swing. Walk back through CT. It's Michael Ailey again on the AWP as well. Double op setup with Forest. As money finally in the favor, having started out with the 10K flashing. Get Right wants it this time, and he's going to make it work. Sixer goes down, that's bomb. He's going to pull them back. Now, did he see the bomb? That's the question, because they recover it in time. They don't reface him. And he's got an opportunity to try and get back on Catwalk before they get in the sight. Flash is going out to allow that to happen, but no one else peeking. He lines them up. Good headshot in. NBK's got an A drawn out. Get Right's going to find another. And suddenly NIP take control as Freiburg's going to drop Happy down. Flash back out, Michael's there. Good play from NIP, specifically from Get Right.
Yep, doing some great work there. He's more active towards mid this time, finding kills, not allowing them to have 5 players to execute on the site. He finds 3 in total as well. He just sets it up for his team and they smash it down. Good work overall. The double orb setup means they can have more presence towards mid and actually showing they can go toe-to-toe still. I was liking the setup there, and the retakes were looking great in regulation, but it was just falling apart towards the end there. So here we go. The double orb setup doesn't get punished just yet. The money's still good for the Ninjas going forward. Kenny is still on the AWP himself. Round number 2 or 3 here. 1-0 in favor of NIP. They're having 3 players towards A now, more traditional in terms of what we're used to seeing from most CT setups. Get right this time, the hero of the last round. He'll be in CT spawn once again. Default for now from EnvyUS. Has been pretty par for the course so far. Going for that short control and then making the call at that point.
Happy flash through smoke. Spray in. No one on the other side to find it. Freiburg is close to pit. Michael's come down as a result of that smoke and flash to give a little more support. And then a secondary smoke as well to go out, but he positions himself again. This time EnvyUS is going to run the same play. Happy, he'll go lower tunnels. He's going to watch for rotation shortly. That's the anticipation at least, as he still sits toward mid. Molotov there, so no one can push through and flank as Get Right did last round. Just waiting for the opportunity, Happy, for them to push through, but Get Right smartly is going to go towards CT this time instead. So he'll be in a position a little bit closer. They haven't been running the drop down as much on the Envy side. So Get Right's waiting for it, but instead they've actually just been doing the isolation smoke, playing off the passive play of Michael Lilly, but that works out. He gets another shot. Get Right down below is found 2. Another in the smoke, looking for the 3rd, and Get Right's got it again.
Oh my God, Get Right stepping up in overtime. He's in CD spawn, a thorn in their side, and Happy's in B once again. He can't help his teammates here at all. It doesn't matter if he gets this kill round over. And NIP do it again, holding towards A. Get Right playing out of his mind here in overtime. He saw that adjustments needed to be made towards the end of that CT half in regulation time, and he's made them single-handedly. Great work from him. And now the money's actually broken for EnvyUS. This could be a 3-0 here, Matt. 2 Tech 9s, 3 AKs, no nades really to speak of, 3 smokes, that's it. Maybe this has to be a B rush here for them heading towards the tunnels right now. This has fallen apart. What looked so promising in regulation actually started to fall apart now. 3-0 would be so tremendous here for the CT side.
And you said it, it's Get Right adapting to what needed to be done. He identified the fact that they were losing the A site. First round he pushes through, and a audacious play, and it works out. The second one he just swings accordingly. And again, you've got to give credit as Exist pops out in mid to take down Happy. To Michael Lilly, finding shots and being passive, not overcommitting to the fight when they walk in from Cat. That's going to be frustrating for Envy as well when they look for those kills. This time looking for those kills. Forrest positioned himself perfectly, does get traded back by Sixer, but that limits the numbers already, and Get Right's gonna get close to the smoke. Do they spot him? Not yet. Flash in. He's got a lineup that goes down this time. Apex instead, and it's gonna give the B site 2 EnvyUS in a 2 versus 2. Low HP on Sixer though, 36. A good shot from Kenny, better than that which Exist could accomplish. Bomb's gonna get planted. And actually, you're right, it was 3-on-2, my mistake. Freiburg was well removed from the action. I saw the 2 in middle. He was rotating all the way through T-spawn. He's inside, so still now a 2 versus 2. Freiburg trying to get the shot. The tap's back to the site. Oh, Michael's gonna Molotov him out, but Kenny's looking for the shot. It's gonna be done. Sixer finds the other, and it is gonna be 2-1. Envy respond.
Comes down to that incendiary. Had Michael actually thrown it correctly towards the back right of the site, he could have actually flushed Kenny out, and that could be Freiburg knocking it down. He misses it and caught out with the knife. Answered those doors, and against all odds, EnvyUS fired round number 3. They only had Tech 9s and AKs there as well. So the gun round's not working out for them, but we move over to the T half now for NIP. That's when they got 11-4 in the first half. All they needed 1 round to guarantee second set of overtime here. 2 would find the victory. What's the setup here from EnvyUS? Presumably just a single AWP setup. We know they do have the potential to have a double, but Happy doesn't seem to bring the AWP out that much anymore. Seems to be relying on his M4 and AK, which is probably good news to the team. You've got Kenny S there. He operates very well alone.
Okay, all right. I thought that bounced off his teammate's head, not the box. And it was going to mess up the cross smoke, but Michael wasn't in a position to catch it anyway. He goes to B fast. That's why he does it as well. Kenny down already. Now they have to drop a smoke out. Early utility used, then a man lost. And it pulls MBK through middle, which therefore gets caught by Forrest. So that 1 kill leads to 2. They're on a 5-on-3, and we're not even, I don't know, we're at 1 minute and 30, do the math, 25 seconds into the round. Sixer does respond as Exist will push through the tunnels on his own. But he's got a large task if he wants to bring another kill into this. They're gonna get swarm him inside of the smoke, wide angles to peek out. He's gonna watch that position, but a Molotov distills him. He can't scope it in time, and therefore Freiburg takes advantage.
Has to go for it now. EnvyUS 4-on-2, Apex and Happy. The flash is available, but that's about it. It's so hard to retake this side. The good news is the bomb hasn't been planted just yet, so maybe they can do something about this. Apex wants to commit, but he hasn't got his teammate with him, and Happy was looking towards those mid doors.
Apex is looking desperately to find something, but another Molotov. It's going to spread. He's going to commit. It may work. Get Right snaps back. It's Happy. 1 versus 4, and it might be map point for NIP yet again. They had it in regulation. It was overtime forced by Envy, but in this overtime so far, it's been all NIP. And Happy does find 1 on the way through. Bomb's still ticking, and he's down. Get Right just walks out and assassinates him.
Semi-final point picked up here for NIP. They won the first map. We're in overtime on the second, but a great way to kick things off here. There was no double orb set up for the CTs. Had they bought that, could have been a bit of trouble there. So once the buy, I'm sure an orb has been dropped for KennyS. I'll have a look for that right now. There it is. He picks it up. And it was Michael Eddie towards B there, taking down the aggression from Kenny towards that B tunnel. That was the opening frag, and 6F did what he could, but can only find one frag in return. Retake doesn't work out for the CTs. We're going to round number 2 here. This one picked up at the Swedish side, puts him in place in the semi-final.
Get right, throwing bomb away, just to make sure that he can start to probe out A-long if anyone's going to push through. Apex, looked like he thought about it, but he goes back over beside Pit. You can see it in the top corner. Flash out on Cat. No one on the other side of it. Happy's down below. Very similar setup to what we often see on Dust 2. Very similar to what we saw specifically from NIP in the first half of overtime, with Happy basically being the get-right, being the swing player in this.
Well then, short control has been obtained by Freiburg. They've got some presence towards long as well. Could be an A split coming in as well. Apex, this is quite a new position for him in terms of the adjustments since 6 came into the lineup. He'll be holding towards long. Has another smoke to hold them off even longer. At the 1 minute mark as well, it's a very good time to deploy it. Means they have to wait a little bit longer, but on the other side of the map does exist. This could be a bit of a ruse here. Setting a mid fake when the bomb's towards long. He's trying to pull rotations over to the side of the map. Keep him playing in CT spawn potentially as well. Happy though just looking over that smoke. As the A split potentially will be coming in once they wait for that smoke to go down along. Apex needs to step up here. He's not in the pit. One and done position traditionally. If he gets flashed as well, he's in a world of trouble here.
Double flashes. Apex is able to dodge them both, and the flash out in return. It's going to give Kenny a chance to come down. Oh, they jump and they both go over him. Nearly line it, but Michael gets the shot in return. Exist is already on the site as well. Smokes off. If that Molotov had gone toward Elevator, it would have pushed them back, but instead Happy's able to go through as a result. Good trade from Exist. Still a 2 versus 2 and a chance for a boost. 2 players toward Elevator again. And Michael's going to go for the plan.
No.
He's showing, and his Sixer capitalizes. That's a huge problem, and Exist goes for a jump because there's no time, and Sixer pulls it back.
He goes for the safe plant, but doesn't commit to the corner. That's kind of nuts, is it not? He actually exposes himself willingly. I'm trying to work that out right now. Let me just go check that angle and see what he had going on in his
you can
mind.
definitely get all the way in the corner.
You definitely can. And
I
that's
think
a safe
your backside
plant.
still shows, but you can easily get...
No, if you look into the wall, you can definitely plant that safe, right? They can jump up and find you, but that,
Close,
he decides to plant in the open. He actually wittingly adjusts and goes in the open there. That didn't really make sense. Well, regardless, the 2 versus 2. Exciting way to kick it off there with that exchange towards long. Does come in favor of EnvyUS. This is the final round now of the first set of overtime. 1 run will do it for NIP, 1 for EnvyUS to take us to double overtime here. Exciting stuff so far. Dust 2 certainly delivered on that front. KennyS this time towards long 8. Michael Eddie. Talk about the Orpers primarily on Dust 2 as they are very, very influential at finding these opening picks. They'll be looking towards mid from the catwalk area.
Forrest will go back up toward the top of middle as well. Smoke out in the door, Happy. Tries to find anyone on the other side of it. It's Kenny and Apex both staring down toward the long doors right now with Happy and CT. Does create a bit of a void on that A site, but Kenny's adjusted that. So double overtime or NIP victory. That's what we're presented with right now in this round.
Well, they have got the chance to execute towards A here. 3 smokes available. It's enough. Not ideal, but...
Apex, oh, I thought he was going to go on that. Smokes it again. And I thought he might just go immediately for the push through, but they know he's in that corner because of the bounce. But he gets so blinded. They're so blinded in turn. It's going to be Kenny to pick up Exist. That offsets the kills. Traded by Get Right. But he's distracted Kenny long enough to give Freiburg a chance to walk in. And the other 3 EnvyUS players are locked away from the side. A single smoke now doubled up towards CT spawn. They'll rotate MBK and Happy toward Catwalk instead. Bomb. It's planted. Is it on top of the box?
No, it's a platform.
Okay, it is platform inside. The mini-map threw me off there.
There
Either way, Michael's going to start it. Second shot to present itself. Molotov's going to force him out a little bit, but he holds the angle down. He goes 1 versus 3 for Sixer. Or is it NIP in the semi-final? Yes, indeed. Freiburg's the man to do it.
Great work from Freiburg there towards the end. A bit of a sloppy kill, but it doesn't matter. They get on towards the A side there. Now they need to shut down KennyS with the A split. Attentions from long and short as well. KennyS can't feel comfortable. Freiburg finds the headshot. That's the really influential kill. Once you take him down, you're going to get the bomb planted, and NLP do it. 2-0. Making themselves nice place there in the semi-final. And they do say goodbye to EnvyUS.
Not a bad series overall. I mean, it was a slow start, sure, on Nuke. They were playing T-side. They made it interesting toward the end, but Dust 2, a heck of a game. Get Right, I have to say, in overtime, takes the MVP for the whole match
sure.
on that alone. The way he started off those 2 CT halves, or excuse me, those CT rounds in specific, that to me is got to be the MVP.
That's why he's considered one of the best of all time, just finding adjustments and the plays that are going to win his team, the matches that are required as well. It was really difficult for them towards the end of that CT half, but he makes the adjustments needed on the CT half to actually find the really big frags and the rounds needed as well. Good performance from Michael Eddy towards the end. Great all shots.
You know what? I have to give him a lot of credit as well for his discipline on the A side as he backs away a lot of times rather than taking the fight, and it made the retakes possible. But with that said, we'll take a break. We'll catch our breaths. The Brazilian fans will do the same. We've got one more semifinal coming up.
Hot Max, hello.
No, not us. No. All right. I was told we were going to be chatting with Get Right first of all, but it does seem like I'm going to be saying hello first. It is going to be NIP who pick it up.
You can wait, Alex.
Yeah, we're going to leave Get Right waiting, I guess. NIP winning 2. That is how things are going down here, and it does seem like Envy, despite a valiant effort, could not close it out in overtime. The final words from the casters were, Get Right gets MVP from that in overtime alone. Quite a sterling performance from the man who's waiting on stage.
I mean, Sadokist's word is the law nowadays,
Apparently,
so
yeah.
I don't think that's even up for debate. We should just leave it at that. Chad, thoughts?
I agree with about Matthew's word being law. However, I think that the reluctance to mix it up is why we found NIP in overtime. They were happy just to play retake constantly on that A-bomb site, and the adjustment from Envy was to fight once they knew they could do the execute, they knew they could be in a 5v5 situation, and then what they had to do was actually do like a mid-retake move. So while NIP were coming in, they had to drop in and take those aim duels and not let them isolate them, and that's what we saw them do, and that got them into overtime. The problem is, though, overtime is now, you have to completely remove that from the regulation play. Sure, you know what worked, but you want to throw in something to really
Spice
mess
it
with
up.
their heads. Yeah, you want to switch it up, and we didn't see that happen from Envy. They went straight back to the A execute.
Yeah, we'll be switching it up by heading over to the interview before we do continue this discussion. They are ready this time, Bia and Get Right, to celebrate their victory and getting themselves that spot in the semi-finals.
You have played really well today, and now you are at the semi-finals. Congratulations. Can you comment a little about the matches and the strategies that you used to defeat EnvyUS?
Well, we didn't do anything special, if you ask me, because we've been having problems with our communication, and it's been either very good or very bad. So we need to find some middle ground between that. So we haven't really focused on anything special against just this opponent. So.
Okay, and you are the only team that defeated SK Game on the final stage group. Do you think you already know how to defeat them again and then go to the final?
Well, I know for sure that we're going to have everyone against us because SK, the Brazilian team, the Brazilian fans, we know about it. But it's okay for us because we know it's going to be a really good match, and no matter who wins it deserves to win the final after that.
Good luck tomorrow, so. Alex, would be an amazing game in tomorrow.
It will be an awesome game indeed. SK Gaming versus NIP is certainly quite the exciting prospect for any CS fan out of there. But first we have to understand how they did get to that semi-final, of course. They've done it in two. Everyone on the desk was anticipating to see a third. We were hoping to see a Cobblestone, if not just for more great CS, but it does seem like NIP put Envy in the ground in Dust 2, the dusty map. Sun never sets on Dust 2 is what we learned over in Russia, and it does seem like the sun will set early for Envy. Yanko, the French side, so close yet so far. I mean, that looked like it was theirs for a while on the comeback.
I mean, a great effort from them to mount that comeback in the second half, but it really came down into the first half where they couldn't get their economy rolling at all, Alex. When they would win a gun round, they would immediately get reset. Obviously, that's a big problem. You can't get that AWP on Kenny, which he's really proficient with. And there were a couple of rounds where NIP was on a weak buy as well, but they did decide to force up, go for a couple of more fast-paced executes, and that paid off for them, especially early on towards the B bomb site. That's what really broke EnvyUS.
Yeah, and just coming back to your point then, Chad, that you started before we did check in with Get Right. You were talking about Envy not having enough to their T playbook, just kind of falling into the same three patterns.
They had enough to get them to overtime. I just think they should have, been a bit more explosive on that first gun round in overtime, just to mix it up, because they were doing the A execute. They got shut down early because of the retake. Once you get in a 5v5 situation and it's a retake, the CTs know where they have to clear. They clear out the spots methodically, and it's aim duels. They might have utility, which they can use to isolate you, and then they retake the site and defuse the bomb. Nice and easy.
But do you think that a team like EnvyUS would actually prefer their rounds coming down to aim duels rather than anything else? That precisely because they saw that they could get to the bomb site, their thought process was, okay, we can get to the site. Let's just play a bit smarter in the after plan situation. Let's just communicate a bit more, play, establish crossfires and not play individually, and we can win every round.
Yeah, I think the thing is, though, they're a team like G2, the other French side, who like to take aim duels on their terms. When you're sitting and waiting for the CTs to retake, you don't know exactly when they're going to come around the corner. You don't know what they have up their sleeve. They can pull out numerous different tricks, right? And we saw them make the adjustment. So the first couple of times they did the execute, they got retaken on. Then the adjustment was, okay, we need to be a bit more aggressive in this mid-round or the middle of the retake. And you saw Apex drop into spawn one round, and I was like, okay, that's fine. If he had a teammate flash room, it probably would have been even better. But they needed to make those adjustments to try and stop the retake before it came in, and then Get Right in overtime adjusted to that by not letting them have the site. He was there fighting them, stopping them from getting the site, and he made a huge impact on those rounds.
If anything, I wanted to see more adjustments from NIP, because they were the ones running that passive setup all the time, and that reminded me a bit of NIP of old, which were just reluctant to switch things up and kept running the same setup, and it ended up on their individual players performing and holding their own. If they were maybe a bit more aggressive, perhaps Michaelella towards that A bomb site, trying to get an early advantage for the team, they wouldn't even have to play those retakes all the time.
Yeah, you feel in his vibes there. You just see relentlessly nodding as Yanko.
When they're running that execute so many times, you want to throw, and you have so many rounds to work with, like NIP did, you can throw a spanner in the works, you can try something different. They just kept resorting to the same old, and that's why they did find themselves in overtime. I felt that they were in pretty much control until Envy got into overtime, and then I was like, okay, now that it's going to be the Envy, they're going to take some risks, they're going to move away from this execute. We might see them being a bit of more spawn-based play, but NIP on their T side actually had more spawn-based play, doing a lot of stuff out of long. They were using their utility really well to isolate Envy players. It was good to see.
And also, I think it's really important to note how Happy or the position of Lurk works in that type of execute. When you have the majority of your players going up cat, sometimes Happy was actually pretty aggressive towards A long. He would go for a duel with Freiberg before or as his team is pushing up cat, and that worked one round and won them the round pretty much by itself, because Michael was pinched from two sides. But you can also see how he tries to, you have to try and mind game your opponent after that. So he's trying to go out delayed. Sometimes he's not even at long, he's towards double doors trying to catch the rotation coming through cat. So it's a difficult position to play. Maybe some people like him to be more aggressive, but you need to look at the big picture, in my opinion.
And our takeaways as Envy are eliminated. Did make it out of groups, but unfortunately will not be seeing anything past the quarterfinals. So close to taking it into Dust 2, and I mean, I assume the likelihood is we would have had a close Cobblestone had we got there. how are we seeing growth in Envy? Getting to this stage and again, this time falling short to NIP.
I think we are. It was a very close game. Comes down to
Nuke,
it comes down to clutch round retakes, individual performances. You can't really point out some huge mistakes in their play. I think their biggest problem right now is their map pool. They don't play overpass and train at all. Their nuke is pretty weak, so they basically have a 4 map pool. And when it comes to a best of 3, that means you're probably going in with a 1 map disadvantage, and it's extremely hard at this level of play.
And NIP have an absurd win percentage versus Envy. It's absolutely ridiculous. In the last 9 times they have met, admittedly majority online, it's something like 8 wins to NIP, 1 map win to Envy. So for some reason, the Swedes just seem to get under the skin of the world-class Envy squad. Any closing thoughts from you, Chad?
Just that confidence based off, playing Envy and beating them so many times that NIP have. It's always a plus to have that. You always think you're going to win because you've won so many times before. I just think NIP are looking good, but it's going to be tough against SK for them.
It is going to be a completely different ball game. They have to play SK tomorrow against the Brazilian crowd and an SK that have been looking very good after their first day hiccups here at the Pro League Finals in Sao Paulo. We will take a break then, and when we do return, we're going to be seeing a North American quarterfinal. It's OpTic and Cloud9 who are going to be battling it out to try and join Mouse Sports in the semi-final. We're bringing you all of the action in just a tickety-boo after this break.
But that will be Panda picking up the pistol round.
Let's talk a moment there. That was their first LAN fist bump.
The more I play CSGO, the more it's more about the little things that you get to touch on, you get to talk with your teammates.
I think it would be pretty spectacular, honestly. If we were able to make that pro spot, I think it's a great achievement.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Silent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
He's going to get the one kill in that bomb coming onto the side. FNX has to stay up. Oh, he gets the triple FNX. Oh my god, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this ult is still.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
OpTic's green wall stood tall in the season of ESL Pro League play. Finishing 4th, they claimed victories over most of the competitors in the field. With Daps moving out of an active role, OpTic looks to show their strength with a new lineup in Sao Paulo.
NIP versus SK is our first semi-final locked in. Now we have to find out who will be joining Mouse Sports in our second tomorrow. That's right, we've got another treat for you in many different ways. The first, of course, is the classic CS. This time it's North American teams, OpTic going up against Cloud9. It should be a bit of a spectacular show, but another treat for you is who is joining me on the desk. We've replaced the Serbian with none other than the maker of peace. Louis is joining me. How are you doing, sir?
Very great.
Yeah?
First of all, thanks for the opportunity
This
giving
is
me.
sick.
Yeah, it's sick, and I'm very happy to be here. And especially, excuse me, but I have to give a shout to my Brazilian crowd.
Panda.
E aí, galera, tudo bem? Valeu pelo apoio e pelas mensagens. Tamo junto.
There you go. Much love. The crowd have been awesome. It's fair to say thank you. But I mean, can you think of anyone better to have on an analyst desk for two North American teams and someone who has studied them relentlessly during your time at Liquid, of course joined by ex-player Mr. Spun J. How you doing, Chad?
Good, thank you for that. We know that he wasn't talking about us because he didn't say gringo, so that's good.
Yeah. I heard that that's a nice thing, though.
No, it is. It's meant to be endearing. It's not meant to be like negative.
I'm terrified of using any of the words I've heard in Portuguese so far.
Yeah, let's forget about it.
Let's
Let's talk about it later.
Let's forget about that. We'll talk about the CS instead. So C9 versus OpTic. Now, Lewis, I'm going to have to start by asking, I'm not wrong in assuming that you've got a rather kind of expansive understanding of how these two teams operate.
Yeah. I think that especially C9, they have kind of like that freestyle, and they work like on default and using their aim, and they have a lot of firepower. And I mean, we've seen in this tournament Automatic going crazy, Stewie as well.
Yeah.
And I mean, if OpTic doesn't step up in this game, it's going to be very tough for them. And when it comes to OpTic, they also have like very skilled players, but they have a lot of strats. And I'm very curious to see the maps and how they're going to match up against C9.
So just to expand upon that, Yanko previously observed that OpTic were copying a lot of strats. He looked at OpTic and especially on their cache was admiring that it looks very much like NIP's playbook. Is that something that you've also identified?
Yeah, I did. OpTic, they do. I think that after Mixwell joined the team, maybe he bring a lot of his experience in Europe and stuff like that. And I think that definitely he probably brought a lot of strats from the Europeans, maybe NIP and stuff like that. So yeah, I've seen stuff like that as well.
A well-strategized roster of 5. Of course, Tarek joining the roster as well, seeing him find a new peak, it seems, Chad, from his times at CLG.
Well, he's moved on to greener pastures, you know?
Green waller pastures.
Exactly. It's better for Tarek to be in this new unit. I think we get to see... The CLG was slumping. They were on their way down. They were taking the good players for them. Unfortunately, JDM, his best mate, they got split up.
Ways.
But it's good seeing him in OpTic. The thing as well with OpTic, I think, is if they are so strategic, this is with all teams, if you have guys who have really good memories and want to dry run day in, day out, you can have a massive repertoire. So you can have strategies that like aren't in this current meta that you were using maybe 6 months ago, that if people remember the smokes and stuff, you can bring it back in at any given time, and that helps to call on the fly. Yeah. The problem is, if you're so rigid that you get used to set strategies and that's the only stuff you can use, you get found out so quickly, and the counters are really easy. Yeah. People need to know how to expand on that and continue to progress.
So, I mean, I do think it's an interesting discussion to have. I mean, we have been talking so much about the power of a coach, and of course, you've been the man behind the headset for a great deal of Liquid's success. So, I mean, how much of it? I mean, this is going to turn into a bit of an interview. I have to be careful.
I want to get involved in this as well.
Yeah, I know. I'm chomping at the bit. I'm like, right, let's go. How much of it is anti-stratting? How much of it is coming into this knowing how your opponent is going to play, and how much is you just identifying what needs to be done?
You know, there's a lot of teams that they choose to don't prep, and they choose to just play their own game and adapt during the game. But I do believe that coming to this matchup, I mean, the head-to-head kind of favors C9. So I think that OpTic, if they want to have a chance in this best of 3, they really have to analyze how C9 played during this group stage, and especially like the map they're going to pick. And I'm pretty sure that they will be very prepared. But when it comes to analyzing like the coach, I mean, there are teams that use the coach as like a motivational speech and like more a motivational way, you know, to bring the hype on the team, which is my case as well. But like, I really like the strategies part of the analysis.
You're talking nonsense. You're telling me you're just a cheerleader? No.
Not really.
No.
Not really. I mean, I do like to cheerleader because I'm Brazilian, you know, and I like to bring the passion.
We know that they've got passion. We've seen that already.
Yeah, exactly.
Here.
This crowd has a lot of passion.
Sure.
So, but I also like, I really like to prep, and usually I like to like prep for the matches. I always watch the opponents and see like tendencies and stuff. And I mean, you can only get like beneficial things out of it. So that's pretty much the way I like to do it. And yeah.
I see you nodding, Chad. I mean, I can imagine from an in-game leader standpoint, this is almost the same kind of story.
I have a lot of questions because for me, like, as an in-game leader, you don't really get a chance to talk to a lot of other people who are of similar mindsets because nobody wants to give away their trade secrets, right? Now that you're currently in limbo looking for a new job, I assume I can probe you a little bit. So what you were saying was we got people who are like cheerleaders, right? For example, that for me would look at maybe like a devil walk. You know, he was like an emotional heart of the team in Fnatic, and he probably brought the team together. So that's what he contributed, and he didn't have to be in the server. He probably didn't bring a lot strategically. No offense to him in that regard, but I wouldn't have seen him as that kind of guy. We've got you who were looked at who would have been very strategical. You were in-game leading when you were allowed to. And then you've got people like Vugo when he was the Fnatic coach as well. He was more just like an analyst, I suppose. He would give the team the information based off of what he's seen in demos and what they should look out for and what they should integrate in their play. What do you think is the optimal role for a coach? Because for me, like, it just seems it's such a vast, you know, career path, really.
One person doing like 6 jobs.
Yeah, I think that especially nowadays because of the new rule, I think that the coaches does need to adapt to this rule, and that means that I think that coaches will become way more like doing an analysis job, you know. So watching the demos and seeing like tendencies and stuff like that, and obviously like it depends. Like I don't really see, for example, Vugo like a cheerleader, you know, hyping Fnatic, just not his style. But I do believe that especially when you have a team that they are very calm, they don't hype each other and stuff. I do believe that having someone behind hyping the guys and making them like 100% focused, and especially when you see someone not communicating like during the match, for example, like the coach should be the guy saying, guys, you need to communicate what's going on. You use the timeouts and stuff like that. And it's kind of curious because those two teams at the stage right now, they don't really have a coach, right? They have their managers and stuff like that. So it's curious to see like how they're going to use their timeouts and how they're going to adapt to situations. We'll see.
Adaptation is going to be key with this new rule change. We'll continue this discussion. I could do this for forever. But first, we're actually going to go ahead and see what Sponge got out of Tarek a little earlier on today.
Awkward.
He says it's going to be awkward. I am so excited. So let's have a quick look what we talked to Tarek about before this match.
Right, Tarek, you came into this tournament looking incredibly hot. It was probably the best performances I've seen from you as a team. The last 2 games, though, seem to be a little bit shaky. What do you think you could put that down to have that comparison and form from the beginning to the last 2 games?
Yeah, so in our last couple of games, it felt like we couldn't get anything going as far as momentum. Just like felt dry. And once we do get something going, I feel like we can get rounds like that. But just like those first couple of rounds, we need to get something going. It was hard to get, and it was a struggle against them. But thankfully, we made it to the quarterfinals, so it's all right.
You're one of the few teams I see before a big game with sheets of papers out and like kind of notes and stuff like that. Is that you trying to have notes like in terms of anti-strats, or you just kind of coming together with your own strategies and kind of making sure everyone's on the same page?
Yeah, so it's a mix of both things. It's preparation against the teams, catching on to their tendencies and what we want to do if this happens, and reactions to how they play and what we should do if this happens. So it's mainly tendencies, I would say.
In the second time we saw you on Cobblestone, when you lost 16-6 or something like that, I think it was, I felt you looked quite rigid. It felt like you may have thought too much about the opposition's team. I think you work great as a unit when you're allowing your stars to actually have the freedom to go for the frags they want to. Do you feel like that sometimes can be a bit detrimental to you, like preparing too much for the opposition?
Yeah, so we have to find the middle ground. We're still working on that. It did feel like versus EnvyUS, we did have a really good idea of how they played Cobble, and they also hit us with a curveball and did things differently. So you can't rely too much on the anti-strat. You have to sort of play your own game, and that's the best way to win.
How are you as a player right now in terms of the transition from CLG to OpTic? You seem happier, you seem like you're playing really well. How are you feeling overall?
I think the transition's going well. Obviously OpTic has a lot of potential, we have a lot of skill. I think once we get the teamwork down, we have a lot of potential, like I said. And we could do some crazy stuff. Even at this tournament, I feel like we're prepared well. Versus Cloud9, we have a good chance, so anything's possible.
I feel like this is the matchup to decide who right now is going to be the best team in North America. I think it's quite a nice quarterfinal. How are you feeling overall? Are you confident going into this one? I'm sure you are, but what are your thoughts going up against Cloud9?
Yeah, Cloud9's obviously a good team. We're pretty confident. In our last 2 online BO3s, I'm pretty sure we beat them, so that also makes us feel good. But it comes down to showing up here on LAN, and hopefully we can.
Does it actually make things a little bit more nerve-wracking for you, knowing it's a team you play a lot online? Would you prefer to be playing against a European team at this point?
No, I don't know. I feel like I'd rather play Cloud9. It kind of sucks at the same time because one of us is going to go out, but we're playing versus Cloud9 makes us more confident, I would say, as a whole, because we've played them so much and we have a good idea of what they do.
Looking a little bit like Henry G. New British accent for you
Yeah,
there,
do you
Chad.
like it? I've been working on it.
Yeah, and you look great. You said you got a new blazer. It transforms you.
Yeah.
You look taller, actually.
Probably a bit slender as well.
It's a bit more slender, a little bit more like a vampire. Generally, incredible stuff. All right, that was Tarek, and you can hear that he does sound quietly confident going up against Cloud9. Of course, if you have just joined us, you missed out on a treat. We have been dissecting and talking about the in-game leader and coaching roles. The note we kind of left it on, and I do want to kind of run with it just for a little longer before we address OpTic and Cloud9, was the discussion surrounding what the optimal role is for a coach. And your kind of thoughts, Peacemaker, were that there isn't one kind of one shoe fits all. It depends on the team and the group of 5.
Yeah, exactly. It depends on the group of 5. Like, depends on their styles. Depends if they're kind of guys, like I said, that
need the structure.
Yeah, they need the structure and they need that kind of stuff. And I do believe that, for example, when it comes to OpTic and C9, C9, they don't have, when you watch C9 playing, for example, they don't have that many strats that you see like, oh my god, those crazy executions and stuff. So maybe that's something that they're missing. Maybe that's something that they could implement to their game to maybe reach the top even faster. And that goes both ways. Like OpTic as well, they do have a lot of strats. They like we talk about, like they copy strats and stuff like that. So maybe a coach to analyze opponents and prep and maybe bring some more freestyle for them could work.
So, I mean, with Cloud9, you're suggesting that there isn't so much structure, it's more kind of free-flowing and on-the-fly calling. Do you believe that that's something that can work and can succeed? I mean, we always use Fnatic as an example of that kind of free-flowing nature. Do you think that it's something that will work for them if they want to stay on top?
It all depends of who you're playing against, right?
Okay.
Yeah, because it depends of the style. For example, when you play against SK, it's a totally different opponent when you play, for example, against NIP. NIP, super strategies, and the threat, as soon as threat came in, he brought a lot of strats and stuff like that. So NIP plays, for example, very slow. But when you play against SK, for example, they do have strats, but they mix a lot of the way they play. For example, they play a lot of fast some rounds and stuff like that. So it's hard to adapt. It all depends of who you're facing, and it depends like if it's online as well, if it's offline.
Sure.
I mean, the mind games are crazy.
There's a lot of mind games, plenty, that's for sure. But I mean, Chad, do you have anything to add to this discussion regarding the Cloud9 and the lack of predictability? I mean, surely, yes, you haven't got too many strats, but it also means you're incredibly hard to read if you're sitting there in an in-game leader position.
It almost goes without saying, but to be a complete team, you need to have everything. I think SK and Na'Vi are the framework of complete teams. Na'Vi more so have been learning off of SK how to change the pace and be a more of aggressive style. But SK are the ones who, they were very slow and very structured in the beginning. And then Fallen, I'd spoken to in the past, he said we needed to add in more aggression, more fast, random play. And one of the things which he really liked, he explained it to me as an explosion. So what they would do is they would set it up so that they'd go behind a smoke and flash over and pop out. That's something that's very easy for Cloud9 to do. The thing that they might need is a bit more structure, a few more set defaults and strategies to fall back on when Stewie isn't being able to make his awesome reads or Skadoodle isn't hitting AWP shots. They're going to need that stuff in their back pocket to bring out when their A game isn't working.
Well, I mean, the A game from Automatic was brought out yesterday. There were some spectacular frags coming out from him, and even Shroudy was getting rowdy with that pistol in his hand. It's kind of good to see that Cloud9 were able to push Dignitas, of all teams, on Mirage. We've seen them look so good recently, and Cloud9 picking up that win. I'm sure you caught it as well, Lewis. It was a bit of a surprise to us on the desk. Were you surprised to see such a good informed Cloud9 versus a very strong Dignitas?
Yeah, I was very surprised, especially, I mean, Dignitas just won the last tournament, and I really thought that they would come very strong for this one, you know, because when you win a tournament like that, you gain a lot of confidence, right? And this game is not only about the strats and having a coach and have a good in-game leader and stuff, but you have to have a good mindset, you have to have a good atmosphere and stuff like that. So coming from a win in the last tournament, I really believe that Dignitas would be very strong. But yeah, C9 probably prepared pretty good for that matchup.
One of the individuals I'd like you to quickly kind of outline for me, Chad, is Nothing. Now, he has been around. I mean, I've seen photos of him looking like a 10 years old with a keyboard bigger than his entire body. He's been around for a long time in our scene.
He's a veteran, but he's a young veteran, I suppose.
Right.
Like, he's not a Taz, you know, who's hitting 30. Jordan, I think he's turned 26 just the other day. It was his birthday on Tuesday, I believe. So happy birthday again to him. But he's been around, and he had a big tenure in 1.6. People thought he was cheating online. He was just this young kid, just spamming people through walls, doing nuts stuff. And he was probably considered the best North American player in 1.6 at a point in time. And then coming into CSGO, he's been here since the beginning with this kind of American unit. And as a player, he's all round. You know, he's not a super flashy star player, but he can be. You know, he's good. He can clutch. He can do it all. And Jordan, he's also like, I guess, not the emotional heart of the team, but he's the funny guy, I guess. He lifts the mood, and it brings camaraderie. Yeah, well, we just discussed he's going to steal my job as soon as he hangs up the mouse and keyboard. We all know that. But we're going to go ahead and actually hear from Nothing himself before we do continued discussion. So Jordan took a moment to chat with Chad. This time, I think it might actually be... It is actually me. I remember doing it this time.
Okay. Nothing and Chad had a chat earlier. Let's take a look at it.
In the quarterfinals, would you prefer to play a North American opponent or an European opponent?
In this particular case, I was happy to play OpTic because they had beat us to qualify for the last couple events. I always like to play the best opponent to beat them because that's where you kind of earn the most respect from the community and for yourselves and proving to yourselves. And on the flip side, you want an easier opponent sometimes. In this case, I think we got the best of both worlds. I think OpTic is a bit easier than a couple of the European people we could have faced in the quarters. At the same time, they're not complete pushovers, and they have beat us last couple times we played. So I'm happy with the matchup.
If you beat OpTic, you'll face Mouse Sports. Do you want to get revenge on them as well from the E-League qualifier?
Yeah, you know that they obviously have like a very powerful team with when Chris J's on point, Nico's on point. Yeah, and I'd love to get revenge on them because I feel we match up well versus them. So I think we could beat them as well.
Watching a lot of your guys' veto processes, you don't seem to play many games with maps. You just veto what you guys feel that you're weak at, like Nuke is your first ban. Why do you guys tend to veto like that?
Well, in the BO1 stage, it's like, I guess it's kind of obvious what people are going to ban. In the BO3 stage, it gets a little trickier, and we have worked lately on like improving other maps, which is why we were okay to play who we play Cash against. Was it NRG? Yeah, I think so. I don't know, like we've been more comfortable playing Cash now, so we feel like we have 6 maps. We were always comfortable playing it, but we lost a little. You know how it goes over time. Sometimes you just get in little ruts. So Nuke has just been something that we started playing more, so you might see us potentially play it if we have to, but yeah, I guess it's just try to focus on our strengths, especially when we feel like we could outskill a team. We just try to like play the map we're good at and then play our game, and then if they force us to do something special, we do it.
So for a team like OpTic, you're just going to play your own game, you don't prepare anything special?
No, not necessarily. We know Stanislaw likes to do small antis to current strategies, especially ones that are popular with their team. So we have an idea on a couple of the maps we might play where they like to throw like same smokes, like they would on Train the Bomb Train smokes or on Cash the middle smokes. They like to do those smokes and do different plays off them. So we kind of just got to all be reading and reacting on the fly. I feel like sometimes when you think too much about it or overanalyze, it can make your reactions hesitant and like delayed. But if you just focus on your spot, not too much your team and how they're handling their spot, I feel like it's pretty easy to react to those kind of changes. So that's what we're trying to do.
With Stewie as the in-game leader of the team, do you guys do a lot to help him and support him in that role?
We kind of leave it up to him to ask. Some matchups, especially at tournaments, you have less time to go over things, and he wants help just with certain like feedback. But in general, he's pretty good at skimming through demos and figuring out what teams do and what their strengths are, and he watches a lot of CS, so we kind of let him tell us if he wants to help or not, but we have like 3 or 4 people who are always kind of ready to watch stuff, and a lot of us do watch things even if he doesn't ask for it. We just kind of like, you know, spot tendencies.
Cool. Certain teams, they don't really react well when the in-game leader calls off the fly and makes some strategies you know, in freeze time. Does Stewie do that a lot, or is it very structured?
He's pretty good actually at like letting us know why he does something on the fly and where like the focus is. So I think that's like the key when you call things on the fly, is like really having like a focus of it. Like obviously you could say, hey, 3 go out here and flash, but if you say 3 go out here and flash and try to get this 1 kill, a lot of times that makes it a little bit more efficient. He's pretty good at that.
When playing a team like OpTic, do you have a different mindset? I know myself from playing teams a lot, you tend to learn all of their tendencies and stuff. Do you think of the game differently when you play a team from your own home?
Well, as I mentioned, we try not to overanalyze it too much, but pay attention to their tendencies. I think one thing I learned from like a team like Fnatic over the years is, you know, they were very hard to read, right? But whenever they played opponents, it seemed like every person really knew how to read their opponent at their respective role or spot or something. So our goal on this team has been to be self-aware for each player, so that we don't really need to do big counters, which can make you rigid when you try to do big counters as a team. So we try to be more individually aware, so that we're more responsible for our own spot and whatnot. And so yeah, we kind of apply that mindset a bit. And of course, we do know on like probably 4 maps how they like to play it. So we'll see. I think 3 of those maps there's a good chance we're playing.
Jordan there with much better looking Chad Birchall that time. Yeah.
It looked like me that time.
It looked like you.
Took the blazer off and see what happens.
Seriously. So, of course, I'm joined by Peacemaker still, and I think it's really fun to actually just pull a couple of threads out of that video, Lewis. The first thing of which is that Jordan is relentlessly telling us that we shouldn't be over-analyzing, and you're putting your hands up in the air and nodding throughout majority of that. What was it that was kind of resonating with you?
I mean, that works for them, right?
Okay.
That's the way they do it, and I do believe that it's been working, right? They had an amazing league online, and that's why they're here, and it's been working. They just hit the quarterfinals, so I mean that's like I said, they have that kind of freestyle way, and they work more on their individual stuff. So maybe what I do believe that Stewie does, he definitely watch matches, and he Jordan even said that he does analyze and stuff like that, but he works more in an individual way. So that means like he probably watch a couple spots that the OpTic plays and what they like to do, and he just he just tells his teammates like what they should expect, and that's pretty much the way they do it, and they just adapt during the match.
Yeah, to dive in really deep here, I'll give you an example. When we were in, I think it was the major qualifier versus Gambit, it was Train. We researched the way that they played Train before, and it was quite interesting that they did quite passive stuff. And Azza, for example, he watched the demo of how, I think it was Adren played, it was Dosia actually, who played Small Ladder or Pop or whatever you guys call it.
Pop, okay.
Yep. And the way that he took it, or the flashes that he threw or stuff, and he went in with that mindset that he was 100% going to do that, and he didn't do it. He played it differently. And that got in his head early, and that really hurt us in that match. The sense that, well, it didn't hurt us as a team. It hurt the way that he was addressing it, right? So this is the thing that you need to know, how your players in the team can react to this kind of information. Personally, for me, I think that everybody should have a super structured way of playing Counter-Strike. It's fine to have a loose style, but we need to get to a point where I think the game will get better if we get to a point where every team has a coach and analyst, you know, support stuff like that, where you sit down with the AWPer and you say, okay, you're going up against Guardian. He likes to hold this line. Once he takes this pick, he falls back to this line. You're obviously, it's not 100%, but you're basing it off of statistics and things that you've watched. So you can take that into your game and you can use that, and it will add advantages. It'll also raise the level of Counter-Strike because people will be more aware of how their opponents play.
Is that the genuine level of depth that you found yourself going to as a coach?
Yeah, I agree with what Sponge said, and I also would like to point that, like, it's really good to be like really working on the strategy and stuff like that, but also, like, especially for me, when I analyze opponents, I do see that a lot of teams have a lot of tendencies. For example, when they work like too much on strats and they are really robotic, it kind of looks for me, for example, when I'm watching, I do see, for example, a player, whenever he throws a certain flash or a smoke, I already know what they're going to do for the rest of the whole round, you know? That's how it works. And every team does have tendencies. I mean, some does more than the others, but in the end, like, I do believe that analyzing and prepping is really important.
I love this. I love that basically someone could throw one particular flashbang that now suddenly you know where 4 of the 5 players are on the map.
Yeah, especially for example, when the teams are running default, for example, whenever you run default, you always develop map control and stuff like that, and that's where you do have tendencies. You know, for example, SK, they throw a certain flash, FNX always throws a certain flash when he takes long IV control on train, and then whenever that flash pops up, I already know they are doing default, falling somewhere else, blah, 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 and that's how it works.
You see, you're being so vague. He's not giving us any of the juicy gossip.
He doesn't want to give us all
I have some tricks.
He has some tricks, of course. He is still looking for a job. This is just a fancy job application. That's what this is.
I mean,
jokes aside, though, the teams are almost ready to be walking on. Chad, I think, did you have a point to make there? I saw you pointing at me.
I was just reading some
You
stuff.
was
It's all
reading.
good. We covered it.
We are.
I'm sorry, the pen gives a bad example.
We are biting our tongue regarding map vetoes. That will be coming up after the players do get their bums back in the seats on stage. So instead, I guess we'll start more of an external dialogue, which is actually about the fact that this game has, I don't think anyone can disagree with that, got a whole lot more competitive. A different team has won almost every major event as in the build-up to this one. It just seems chopping and changing relentlessly, to the point where I have to pose the question to 2 CS brains as to why. Is it the structure that we've seen added recently? Is that what it is? I'm looking at you first, Chad, here. Like, is it to do with the addition that we've seen coaches thriving, the fact that we've seen more money on the line, more people putting the hours in? Is it just a case of more time in the game and more time out of it?
I just think it's really competitive because we've got teams who are settled into, you know, their positions and they're sticking with rosters. So I think, you know, SK, they've been around for a long time now. VP, they've been around for the longest time. NIP, with the one roster change, we're looking at teams that they're more stable now, and it seems like we've hit a competitive level where it's almost an any given Sunday in the sense of it's not who prepares the best, it's just who shows up and who has an amazing tournament. And now with Dignitas in the mix, it's even more exciting.
Yeah, I agree. And also, I would say that especially for this matchup, I do believe that, I mean, it all comes down to who shows up and what kind of style they're going to use, they're going to approach during this match, right? Because, for example, I would say that if OpTic, for example, they let Cloud9 use their style and play aggressive and do that kind of stuff, I think they're going to get crushed, honestly. Yeah. So it all comes down to OpTic, for example, maybe trying to, like, I don't know, like, for example, put their way of playing, you know, maybe, like, use their style against C9 and do something to counter aggressive C9, you know, and put the rhythm to the match.
So basically do something you would never normally do.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe try to do something that you normally never do, or maybe just, you know, play your style, but maybe play a little bit more aggressive and don't let C9 have that much map control, you know, and stuff like that. And that's what I'm looking for.
So kind of a wild card.
Well, I don't even know if it's that, because C9 are a team that want to dictate the level of play. You need to dictate back. You need to show, no, we're in this and we're going to show you how to play Counter-Strike. It's not just we're going to sit back and react to you. You need to make C9 react. And that's what I think you saw in some of their games within the group stage. Teams were making Cloud9 have to change the way that they were playing by taking fights against them. It was on Dust 2 against NIP, I believe, where Stewie and stuff, they weren't allowed to just do whatever they wanted against NIP. They were happy to take the fights and say, no, this is our territory, we're going to hold it. So if you can do that to them, you have a good chance. The problem is they want to outskill you. They want to do what they want to do. And if you let them do it, I agree, you'll get crushed.
I mean, we can see the teams that have fallen to C9 already in this tournament, just a testament to how much they have been dictating the play. They've bested NIP, bested FaZe, bested Dignitas. Like, these are 3 rather large names. Admittedly, FaZe still working with a new changing leadership, but still, it has been a great step in the right direction for C9. It looks like we're taking a step in the right direction to getting this game underway. Vetoes have started. Can we hold it there before we do continue to throw them out? So I want to see what these boys are saying after a Nuke ban from C9 and Mirage taken out by OpTic Gaming. Now, starting with you, Lewis. OpTic removing Mirage. Is that a respect ban after the success that C9 had just yesterday?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even online, if you watch the C9 matches on Mirage, I believe they have a very large advantage when it comes to Mirage. And I do believe that OpTic haven't been playing Mirage that much. And the ban from Cloud9 on Nuke, I mean, they haven't played Nuke in, I don't know, they never played Nuke, so they just took their home ban.
So when Jordan was talking to you, Chad, he was chatting breeze, is what we'd say in England.
Yeah, that's their go-to, man. And the map picks come in with Dust 2 and Cobble. I think that's obviously a good pick for Cloud9. OpTic never used to like Dust 2 when they had Daps. He's one of the people who's not a fan of the map at all, really. But when you have players like Tarek and Mixwell, it's not a bad map at all for OpTic, because those guys, they can work around the smokes. Mixwell's an all-post fantastic on there, and going head-to-head with Skadoodle at the moment, he's not reaching the level of performance that people think, but it's going to be a good AWP duel, because Skadoodle Dust 2 is a good map for him as well.
And following that one, it will be Train removed by C9. OpTic opting to remove Cash. They actually had a choice to take it into Cash if they wanted it. Instead, it will be Overpass. So What does that say to you, Lewis, there, seeing Overpass crop up in a North American best of 3?
That's very surprising because, in my opinion, OpTic has a very good cash, and if you see C9 lately, they haven't played cash in a while, and whenever they were kind of sloppy on cash. So going for Overpass as a third map, I think that it's kind of risky. It all depends on how the first maps are going to be, but if you come down to the third map, and let's say OpTic win the first one, and then C9 wins the second one, and it all comes down to Overpass, I'm very scared.
Yeah, and you know who else is scared? The players, because they're about to go ahead and walk through the absolutely insane Sao Paulo crowd. They're going to get a warm Brazilian welcome as we're going to go ahead and get our second quarterfinal underway. We've got to get those players up on the stage. Let's do it.
Fala, pessoal, vocês estão animados para o último confronto do dia? Então vamos receber com muitos aplausos os queridos jogadores que vão entrar agora. Now it's time to the second quarterfinal. 4th place in North American standings, and here, wanting to move forward on the competition, it's time for OpTic Gaming! We have the team that was 1st place in North American standings and 2nd place in Group B. They are here trying to leave their mark. Please welcome the boys from Cloud9! I'm pretty sure will be great matches in here on this stage. What do you think, Alex?
I think Jordan Nothing Gilbert just rode in on a teammate. That's what I think. Either way, we have got OpTic going up against C9, and we're getting closer to game time. Now we can actually spend a little bit of time kind of working through how this map and rather game will go down. We have got the maps locked in. I did write them down as fast as I possibly could. It was Dust 2, chosen by Cloud9. Let's not forget that they've managed to play. I think they've played that 3 times already at this tournament alone, and definitely somewhere they're comfortable. And following that, we have Cobblestone from OpTic and Overpass the Decider. Just to kind of let you finish your point, you were saying that you're scared if this gets to a third, if for any OpTic fans out there. Yeah, and I also believe that Dust 2, it highly favors C9, especially because they got a lot of momentum in this tournament, and I mean, they had a great show yesterday on Dust 2, and I do believe that OpTic did practice Dust 2 lately, and I just don't know if they have the amount of experience to, you know, play against C9 on one of the most comfortable maps. It's surely no coincidence, Chad, that we've just described, we spent a great deal of time describing C9 as a slightly more loose style of play, good aim, and we're just sitting there saying, oh, they're going to go into Dust 2 again, a map that they've had great success on. But isn't there must be some sort of correlation between the two?
Well, this is a map in my tenure in North America we're playing against. It was Liquid before you got there, and Cloud9, they were the best two Dust 2 teams because they were so reactive, right? And they were so loose that people, once the information was given to them, they knew how to react. And because I guess like people think of North America as so much pug culture, the decisions you make in pugs and stuff is the same thing you can bring across to you know, actual competitive play. The map doesn't allow for the CTs to just turtle back in. They can be poked and prodded, and good utility use can force them out, and even risk plays through smokes. It's very effective on Dust 2, where certain maps like Nuke, like we saw before, the Ts, they have to use strategy, whereas Dust 2 is the complete opposite. You can basically get away with using skill a lot of the time.
So let's just quickly focus then for our closing moments on Dust 2. Lewis, Dust 2 has always been seen as a loosey-goosey map, and we had just spent some time criticizing Envy and their approach to not having enough depth on T-side Dust 2. Surely you can describe a couple of kind of the standard ways in which you'll see a T-side approach Dust 2.
Well, T-side Dust 2, I mean, there are a lot of different approaches. And for example, when I watch C9 playing, for example, they always try to start really strong, and like we already talked about, like Stewie plays super aggressive at the beginning. He likes to do a play with like 15 seconds or something. He just rush catwalk and try to get a kill or something. That happened against NIP. And I mean, you definitely can have that style and you can do something like that. So like a rush B, YOLO rush B, or like take long control when you have respawns. And Dust 2, I do believe that on T side you really have to make use of the respawns in a way where you can get only benefits out of it. And also, like, you definitely can also develop map control and then let, for example, Skadoodle work with his ops, try to get any peaks, and then you can do execution after that. But I mean, there's a lot of approaches, and Dust 2, like you said, it's a very common map, and everybody knows how to play Dust 2. And I mean, it's one of the most played maps in NA. So it all comes down to what style they're gonna, and mix the styles and mess with the rotations.
Just keep them guessing. And someone that's going to be guessing right now is our casters. We're going to go ahead and check what their prediction is. Before I ask you guys what you have to say, Dust 2, casters, what are you saying?
All right, thank you very much, Alex. Moses, going into this one, what are your thoughts now? Cloud9 versus OpTic. We have a North American quarterfinal here. Who do you think is going to take it?
I mean, normally I'd say with Cloud9, with the way they just played this map just last night, looked great on it. I'd say it's a little crazy that OpTic lets Dust 2 go through, but the regional matchups always throw things up in the air. It's not just about the matchups and style that these teams bring to the table. It's these guys play each other so much, not only in Pugs and Rank S and whatever it might be, but just practicing against each other. They know the fights they're going to take, so that gives some randomness to how they're going to be able to counter and what they can expect and when they decide to bring out certain plays. So that being said, I'm still going to stick with Cloud9. I just think there's too much skill in their team to fall to OpTic.
Yeah, there's a lot of strength coming in from the OpTic side of that one too. Tarek's been looking really strong, Naf as well, but it's really hard to call. However, I think I'm going to have to agree with you on this one. I think Cloud9's looking just a little bit over, but I think it's going to be a really great set, however. So let's send it back over to Alex, however, as we've got the real analysts waiting for us to give us their predictions as well.
Thanks very much, Blue. I like your choice of shirt today.
Did you hear that? Real analyst. He was just a
Real
little dig at Moses there.
Oh,
and
I didn't even catch
Moses,
that one.
of course, patriotic. He can't lose in this situation.
Not
North
really.
American team, no matter what.
But he did go for the one with the more actual Americans on it.
Of course.
I mean, Matt has to be clear about that. There are some Canadians on OpTic.
Yes.
And he'd like that to be specified. All right, jokes aside, it's time for your predictions here. It does seem like you guys have made it abundantly clear you're siding with Cloud9 on Dust 2. So just quickly, just double checking with you. Lewis, C9?
Yeah, I'm going for C9. I think that they're going to set the pace, and if OpTic doesn't adapt, I think there's a big chance they're going to be crushed in the first map.
Crushed, the words then from Peacemaker. Doesn't sound particularly peaceful. What about you, Chad?
Yeah, I think they're too hard to predict, and for OpTic not really playing this map a lot, it's going to be hard for them to play catch-up. If they don't get the pistol round, they're going to be struggling, and I won't be crushed, but I can see Cloud9 taking this one pretty easily.
We're believing Cloud9 will take their map pick, and so it does look like they're almost ready to dive into Dust 2. We can go ahead and start preparing ourselves for this one. It's going to be Dust 2, the first of our best of three. Already, both NIP and FaZe have fallen to Cloud9's Dust 2. Let's see if they can get a third on that pile after a very short break.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
On quarterfinal down, one more to go here today. Now it is time for the North American showdown. Cloud9 versus OpTic Gaming. About to get started with its first map right here on Dust 2. Should be getting into it at any moment here now. Moses joins me, and going into this one, how hyped are you? What are your thoughts now? We get to dive a little bit more into it, of course, as the game's just getting started.
I mean, this is sick. This is the matchup that OpTic has earned throughout this tournament, and even back to New York with some of the ways they've been improving over the past couple months. I mean, they are now, in my mind, the second best team in North America. They have eclipsed Liquid, who has a lot of struggles, and now they get to face the #1 team. So, I mean, this is kind of the battle they've earned to see exactly how far they can go with it. I'm just hyped to see how it ends up, the regional matchup, and Sanazak quickly is going to rush out towards long, but Shroud's not blind in time, and he gets that opening pick, but still more bodies being thrown at the pit.
Now more of them starting to push their way out. Shroud's isolated currently. He's got no support unless they swing wide out into the long area, but OpTic actually going to be a little bit scared to do that. They go for it, however, and with the smoke assisting them, Rush grabs that kill, traded out by Skadoodle, but Naf is actually able to clip down nothing on his way back, so control being held here for the OpTic roster, but still even, and the bomb's down way outside of the B-Hall's courtyard over there. In the hands of Tarek currently, so yet to see what they're going to do. And also, should note too, since they left man in event, well, here's Automatic, and he's got a big surprise. One pickup for him against Nat. He'll look for the second one. Very cautious of the big duel that he can try and win, but there's no time left here now. Tarek needs to try and establish something on the site, so Automatic will stay dueling back over here, but Tarek's going to push his way out onto the tunnel, moving himself inside, and they don't even see him jumping down. Stewie should be able to hear him at this point, but Tarek's got full control, walks in, but Stewie manages the battle. That's the bomb down on the ground, and everything falls to Mixwell in the 1v3.
Yeah, that fake doesn't work out whatsoever. It was a nice attempt from OpTic. Great trades coming out long despite losing the initial battle, but that push from Automatic, obviously feeling so confident. That has a lot of intel and cutting off the fallback, getting a kill as well. That's huge, and just nothing that really OpTic can do from here. Mixwell has hit some 3 stunning shots, and he can't complete the first one. Now he's getting pushed from behind, and that's all it. 2 kills for Automatic in the pistol round. Remember last night he had that stellar pistol round on the CT side against NIP, stopping a B rush basically single-handedly. So continuing the success in these rounds here.
Now we take a look and see, of course, with OpTic not having that plan, are they going to take the aggressive side into the second round? It's actually looking rather light currently. Just P250 investments and little bits of utility. Rush goes for the Deagle buy, but that's going to be it. And again, now we'll start to see them diverting over here towards the A-long area. But there's a lot of resistance coming in from Cloud9 too. They've got 3 players ready to stop any action in here, and they're going to molly it off too. OpTic will definitely not be able to push in here for a couple of extra seconds.
Yeah, and there's the flashbang, just one of them, and now they're coming out long, but nothing. There's the first kill from him. That's a nade, and still more pouring out. Good chance here. Skadoodle, nice shot. He does get hit in the head, but he's able to fall away. A little bit of a dink coming out. He's very, very low, and nothing's still doing work. Getting some of that bonus money. Gonna go for a 3rd kill. Pulls out the pistol, but he's waiting for the flashbang from his teammate. This is nice coordination from Cloud9, and they lose no one on the second round.
Nicely done indeed, as we did see OpTic going out there, dinking a couple players, but still very well managed. They predict the long hit. OpTic not going to be throwing them off there, and of course, but the light investment focusing on that first gunner. We don't necessarily expect a whole lot to come in here from the OpTic guys. And again, we're going to see a similar buy in the 3rd round because of that. Just a single smoke on Stan, and beyond the Deagle on Tarek, it's a rather, Naf as well. It's a rather unimpressive round in terms of what they've brought to the table. But Cloud9 are still going to play it aggressively. Look at Stewie. He's already jumped all the way into the tunnels, rolls right up on top, shuts down Rush, and we got 2 fast cat maneuvers too. This one's being cleaned up very quickly. They do overcommit to it a little bit, so Shroud ends up losing his life, but everything else looks pretty clean, and Skadoodle's already lit up the last player, stand out at 18 HP.
Yeah, they know where he is as well, so he's going to try and get cheeky in the smoke, but it's not going to work, and this is going to be the first goal of OpTic on this T side. Obviously, players like Stewie, Automatic, we've seen them. I mean, even Skadoodle, once he has the AWP, they're going to get to it. They're going to have some kind of aggression. We saw Stewie do it last night. We saw that round he pushed up mid with an AWP, gets a pick and stays in lower B. They're going to have to really, really keep control of that. If that gets out of hand, and Cloud9's able to consistently have success with that aggression, OpTic is just going to be feeling so awkward. And the buy from Cloud9, I mean, actually, it's the lack of a buy, I guess. And this is the first start of that aggression. Look at the push. UMP's going to come in with the mobility. Tarek, he gets 1 kill, but he can't handle anything else. Rush is a good spot. He's got to find these, but he can't do it. Misses the shots. That's control of upper B. It's a lot of information. That's a 4-on-3 advantage. And the only thing left for OpTic is a push up towards Catwalk where Skadoodle has a scout.
And he's already waiting for this one too. Basically zero utility actually being utilized besides to get platform control. Skadoodle hits the first shot, but it's not a full kill, and he has to give up a little bit of room because of that one. But the Mollies are doing their job, as we can see. Naf down very low, Mixwell down 2. The interesting thing is these are Molotovs that OpTic threw out. Cloud9 tossing out maybe one in the mix there too. But we can see Skadoodle picking up his first kill against Naf, and Stan as he wraps around the corner here, looking for these kills, but it's not likely. And everybody from Cloud9 is also edged in here to make sure that nobody can even escape. The bomb's down up on top of that box there, and while they can retrieve it, Stanisla's got a big task ahead of him. He's picked up the first kill, but with 14 HP, still needs to hunt for Skadoodle, who creeps up there and finishes off the round with his pistol.
That's a really nice round from Skadoodle. 3 kills for him with that scout, and that's the nightmare scenario kind of, because they salvage a free AK-47, and knowing that OpTic doesn't get a plant, they're going to be back onto a save, so nothing's going to keep that UMP. He's already at 9,800. So a lot of money being built up very quickly for Cloud9, but Skadoodle there, the scout does damage, and a little bit of miscommunication from the OpTic side as they try and cross over into the bomb site one by one and give Skadoodle some free shots. Another long rush for them. Nothing is blind, just holding the trigger, trying to get into the pit, and he does manage to find a kill. Shroud there for the support, and OpTic is getting shut down. Finally, they get nothing, but a lot of damage has been done, and they're just down to 2 players.
These little bits of damage that OpTic are managing to put against Cloud9 are being handled way too easily by C9 themselves and being traded out. As you can see, Automatic, perfect spray transfer to get that last kill as well there. He manages to pick up the last 2 very, very nicely.
And the money is just sick. I mean, Nothing's got almost 14,000 before he buys. Skadoodle's got 11,000. He could even, they're just going to trade weapons. Drop the AK for the AWP. So Cloud9 sitting in a very nice place at the moment. 5-0 and still no op on the T side for OpTic. This is one thing I always bring up with them, is because they have, Nav, Tarek, and Mixwell, who all want to be secondary oppers. They're going to roll with 5 AKs pretty frequently. It will be interesting to see if they get stumped. How long does it take before they decide to bust out an AWP on this T side?
Cloud9, however, favoring a bit of fast cut action. They're actually going to throw, oh my god, perfectly timed on the nade. We saw this yesterday too with Automatic specifically. He had one when he threw it way up on mid and was able to destroy. I think it was Exist at the time who had pushed his way over to top mid there, and they just did it again. Both Rush and Tarek had hit for almost full damage on that one, and now they wait perfectly. Skadoodle finds the fadeaway shot on a Rush, and full control maintained at this point.
I mean, a flash from OpTic comes out to blind Skadoodle in that position, but Rush peeks before it. So, I mean, again, miscommunication from the OpTic side. These mistakes can't happen this early on. Skadoodle, he's feeling confident. He's going to get 2. He's going to go for the re-peek. Shoulder peeking to bait out some shots. Naf's out in the open, completely blind. He does get a kill, but Skadoodle still manning things down, and now he's going to come out towards long. He's got 1 to deal with there, but he's counting on that smoke to hold him back. Stan chimes in with the kill, and it's down to a 2-on-2 despite the success. 3 kills for Ska. 1 in the site, 1 in long.
You see Mixwell actually finding a kill too, and Skadoodle, well, they're both really going to get boxed in, so very tough for Skadoodle to really make the best of that situation there. And Mixwell, a bit dangerous there for Cloud9 as he does manage to retrieve the op. We're picking that up for this next round here. Cloud9 still have a big lead, and of course, as you mentioned, the last round, money's still great, so they're going to be able to rebuy into this one nice and easily, so we get right into the full gun run action yet again.
Yeah, just an awkward situation for those last 2 Cloud9 players to be in. And Skadoodle, I feel like, really needed to kind of try and commit back towards his teammate to really have a 2-on-1 in the A site, or at least give it up and try and retake later on. But pinch between 2 different angles, it's never, ever fun. So OpTic get their first round, but still the money is poor. And a UMP on Naf, so an opportunity now for Cloud9 to reset this money one more time.
The good news is the positioning from OpTic, it's not really going to let Cloud9 play too aggressively here. They should be able to punish most of the usual routes that they've been looking towards. However, as soon as they push in, Stewie, the intuition there, grabs Rush completely through the smoke. He takes some damage back as well with a follow-up flashbang. Nets in the kill on a Tarek. He hasn't spotted the other 2 inside of that smoke yet, but already good damage on the Rush. He gets stinked yet again now, down to 9 HP. But 5-on-3, and the bomb has been lost to the site.
Yes, this flank from Stan has to have a massive impact. Just an unreal amount of kills, because with the bomb down to the site, there's already 3 players there for Cloud9 inside of B. It's going to be so hard to retake this site. There's Skadoodle getting caught out in the open. That's the op down, but still a long way to go for OpTic as they pressure forward. And Naf isn't going to slow down. He finds Automatic, a miscommunication from Cloud9. Miscommunication from Automatic, understanding where he was exposed to, but now finally they manage it well. Stan is the last one left, and they take him out. They can even salvage Skadoodle's AWP if they get there in time, and they do. 6-1, and no plant again for OpTic. So much early success for Cloud9.
lost player at the door there almost cost them, and then the OpTic players end up just pushing themselves into the site where they do meet their deaths pretty quickly. Mixwell dropping the op there, and then the rest of the players unfortunately don't meet too much contest. We do see Stanislaw making a valiant attempt to pull off the 1v3, but it does not really work out, so we'll see Cloud9 shut that one down and immediately trade things. OpTic will go for the full buy into this one, just emptying out their accounts here now, which is going to lead them into pistol with armor and little bits of utility sitting behind it here. So we'll see what they are able to do, but it's the same basic setup. However, they've been able to get the first kill. Stanislaw pushing his way out towards long there. Wins the duel versus nothing and gets control of the initial staging area.
There's been a lot of fights out towards long. OpTic really trying to establish long control early on in this half. Seems to be the game plan they want to go with. And for now it works, but I mean, Stan's brought down low and it's only a UMP, so nothing they can use too effectively later on into the round. They have plenty of utility. Next objective for them seems to be Catwalk, as that smoke drops on the top of Xbox. One player in lower B, one out long, just establishing control, making sure they can't get flanked. Automatic has been doing that a lot lately. So all that's left is for this A hit. That smoke's going to hold him off, and Skadoodle with the op, I mean, he's got to decide. He doesn't really have any long presence from his teammates, so he feels like he can't play at rail.
Well, we're going to see OpTic now try to move in. Skadoodle spots it, but it gets blinded just as they push in, and Mixwell gets the instant headshot as he's dropping down. Shroud's been already challenged too, so Rush is aware of where he is as he moves in. They get full control of that site, and this is going to be a save call from C9. Such a clean take from OpTic. There's nothing they can do to retake this.
Yeah, I think that's mostly down to mispositioning. I think there was, I mean, Cloud9 played that very, very passively in a 4-on-5. Once nothing fell, they didn't have any intel of what was really coming. That smoke on Xbox masked how many players are up there, and with Skadoodle on the ramp with the AWP, I mean, that's just not where you want it. So caught between trying to decide where he wants to rotate to. They had no one controlling long, no one trying to retake it, and no one really with eyes on Catwalk, so too much ground given up to OpTic there.
And obviously OpTic are going to be trying to move out here, but Cloud9 have positioned themselves quite nicely to be able to try and save. Don't think that either Automatic or Stu are going to end up losing their guns. They still managed to preserve that, and that should actually put them in an okay spot to reinvest in the next round. Skadoodle nothing or good with the amount of cash they have, and I think Stewie can drop a gun for, I believe that'll leave nothing sitting a little bit lower, so they'll still be in a good enough spot here to be able to buy up one more time before they're out of cash.
Yeah, I imagine Scoozer's just going to buy an AWP here. Nothing will just be on like a P250 or a 5, or yes, it'll get dropped over. So yeah, plenty of rifles for the Cloud9 side. An op in the hand of Mixwell, so where's he going to go with that? Going for the mid pick, at least initially. Cloud9 sending 3 players out towards long, so want to make sure that doesn't get lost again very early on. And this is a nice flashbang from Naf. Speaking of flashbangs, one of the big things we've seen Cloud9 do so well in their kind of resurgence, I guess you could say, in the recent months has been their usage of nades has been phenomenal. Not just the HEs, but flashbangs as well. We noticed it back at Northern Arena is when I first started to really notice how effective they were. Their flashbang usage, their support for their teammates has been very impressive.
Well, now we can see Rush starting to slowly sort of creep out here. Hunting to try and find anybody that may be hiding around the doors, but it will not be the case. Shroud will hold this position for right now as he sits and waits if anybody actually follows through with it, but he's way further back in comparison to where Rush was probing at just a moment ago. Here he's sitting back behind the box over at CT, and now the OpTic guys move away from it, and while they're going right back for that long control, currently only leaving Rush on Cat to move in here a few seconds later, and they still have Tarek sitting way over in the tunnels there too. This is a position he's been fond of for a very long time. Even going back to like CLG, he generally tended to play in this spot too and would then regroup with the team if they didn't end up executing through the tunnels. But they're ready for it now, and they're going to try to push themselves out over here onto the site. Nothing waits for them, but he's still got a grenade out here. Tries to toss it, but ends up arcing it in the complete wrong direction. So Stan is going to be able to knock him out, and they'll get the 5-on-4 to start off the round.
Yeah, just again, a very, very small positioning mistake. Nothing, not even aware they're coming out long. That's his position to guard. No indication it's coming, and he gets bodied. So Cloud9, they're going to have to play retake on the site. There's a Molotov on Catwalk to at least slow down Rush, but there's no one actually defending this, so it's going to have to be a 4-man retake, and they're taking control of mid right now as a team, which is good. But are they actually going to go for this? 10 seconds left. The bomb is going down right now. 2 players on Catwalk to deal with this. They have flashbangs. How successful is going to be Rush is the first one, and they just mow him down. 2 kills, and Tarek chimes in as well. Automatic responds, but he has no HP for any more fights. He's just got to grab the op and run, because their economy is shattered. It is broken. There's nothing in the bank for C9. Great tactic from OpTic, but you have to say these past few rounds from Cloud9, they've been giving up so much respect, and actually there's the footsteps heard. Stan is going to react to it, and Automatic's going to win that battle anyways.
Positional mistakes, however, again, as you mentioned, are costing them dearly on OpTic as they continue to battle for long control. For the most part, remain pretty consistent, at the very least of gaining it in that area of the map too, over there towards pit. So Cloud9 is not really finding their stride and making sure that OpTic are unable to They just pierce the veil there and get into the bomb site. So we're finding a couple ways to get up there, and that's going to cause some issues here now if OpTic are going to be able to consistently win these rounds out. As we mentioned previously, though, Cloud9, not a whole lot of cash to work with, so that op is probably going to be the only gun they have. At 2550 automatic, maybe buy up a pistol, but he is going to toss over the op initially to a teammate, and we'll see if that remains the case, but he's the only one sitting with armor. It seems as though he's just going to work with the CZ, and Mixwell trying to see if he can catch some players, not firing off any shots, and the smoke is going to obscure the fact that one of the players actually jumps through the mid doors there. Stewie, with the op, has moved in. He looks for that aggressive peek that we saw him pull against NIP yesterday, but nobody from OpTic is out in the open that would allow him to get this kill, so he'll very quickly fall back so as not to take the risk on losing this very important weapon.
I like that Stewie has the AWP, even without armor at the moment, which you preferably wanted on someone with armor, but the fact that Stewie's willing to be so aggressive and he's so good at it, I mean, that's what you want your op to do when you're in this situation with 4 pistols. You needed to alleviate some of the pressure in terms of body counts. You needed to get that opening kill and make things easier for the pistols in the late round situation, but at the moment he hasn't found anything, so it hasn't paid off, and now they're going to readjust him over to Cloud9, or I mean, excuse me, they're going to readjust him over to Catwalk. And we'll see if this peek works out. Rush here to the left. That's a nice flick. That's why you want Stewie to have the AWP. He's going to go for more as well. Looks like he's staying perch. He gets a second one. All it's left is 3 players outside long, and nothing's here as well. There's a good dink on a NAF. Shroud takes one down. Again, Cloud9, these ecos are going to go so well. Op as well. The nade does damage. There's no HP left, and there's 2 ops in the hands of Cloud9. And Shroud, he's got to guess if they come from above or straight ahead, and this is so awkward, but Stewie bails him out. 3rd kill of the round. He's being a hero. Flank, meanwhile, showing up for automatic, but OpTic has been stumped in this round, and Stewie with the 4th. He ends things. The star power wins out.
That singular op doing so much work. A bit worried I was when I saw him push through mid. He doesn't actually get the kill, but then falls back, plays the patient game, and then just starts ripping them to shreds on the long push there. Brilliant from him, and those 2 shots that he gets back over on Cat 2, absolutely phenomenal on how quickly he has to adjust for those. But now that op will go into the hands of Skadoodle. Money still is a little bit low for these guys, despite the fact that they just picked up the round, so he's just going to go back down to the rifle for now. OpTic will invest into what they can, but it's not going to be the greatest. However, they'll make up for that with blind aggression. Out they go to long. Yet again, Shroud spotted it, and he's blinded some of them, but he doesn't have the initiative to get the kill, and nothing. He's hopping away. Tarek is going to leap into the pit in the meantime, take down Shroud. Automatic will find a response, but that's back over in the tunnels there. That's knocking out NAF. Very irrelevant from the current situation of these guys taking control. They've got the staging area, now they're trying to push themselves out onto long itself, and Skadoodle can't do anything about this. He's been blinded, he's been smoked out. He's got to try to work through this here, but at the moment, only really Stewie can stop them from getting control of the platform. He's even holding back, but now the time it is to peek out. Grabs the kill against Mixwell. They're pushing up to the site here. Stewie's so looking for a way to get out of that smoke to net some more kills for himself here, but he's having trouble doing it currently. It's a bit of a dangerous game, but they've got the bomb on the ground, and they've got a hesitant amount of control for right now. There's Stewie, though, taking another risk, and it's going to be punished by Stanislaw. Skadoodle falling back a little bit here, waiting for it, but he's losing teammates 1 by 1, and now he's the only one left. With OpTic having control, he'll be able to pick up that shot on the Tarek. The bomb is now down, and this is where it's going to get tough. They already know where he's playing from. Only 2 real routes he could go here, and they're watching out for both of them. Takes his time, slowly creeps up upon it, spots the head of one, but the missed shot, and now again, he's been revealed here, hoping for a re-peek. He just spotted the 2nd player. Now he knows where they both are, tries to no-scope it, misses the shot, and again, forced back. There's not a whole lot he can try and do here. OpTic have full control, and with that, as soon as he peeks out into the open, Rush will shut it down and net the 4th one for OpTic.
Yeah, but that got sketchy. Skadoodle missing very, very close shots there. But again, OpTic just barreling their way in towards long, and they win the battle one more time. So this defense from Cloud9 out towards long, as it does, I mean, it gets hectic when you have so many bodies just kind of rushing, you know, that choke point with all the different smokes and flashbangs coming out. Sometimes it's just a Skadoodle is on the ramp, and he's got a flash. This could be a little bit dangerous if he's able to time this well, but there's enough members of OpTic far away that it shouldn't be too bad. There's a kill from Skadoodle, and he
got a spot Stan, and he hasn't realized that he's pushed up over there towards the CT approach. So Stanislaw, he's going to be able to close it out, but with all that damage that was done before, Stewie certainly was not out of the running to clutch that 1v3.
Good lord, that was almost a disaster. And you can even see Naf and Tarek looking at each other like just so nervous, just so relieved they even win that round. That's nice stuff from Stewie, cleaning up a couple kills there at the end and almost bringing it in his favor. But 7-5 now. This has been a good response from OpTic on a 4-1 run at the moment, and the flick from Mixwell. He tries to go for the timing shot out towards long. It doesn't work.
Stanislaw is once again investigating back over here from the doors, though, and there's no presence from Cloud9. Normally they've been having Shroud position here, but he's moved away now. It's automatic watching along with Skadoodle, and he's going to be able to grab that first kill. Great pickup from him. Knocks out Stanislaw. Now more are going to try to push their way out here, but with the man down already, their intentions may be revealed. We've even got OpTic sitting back here too. He's smoked off currently, but with him and Shroud around the corners here, this is where they could do some damage. It's going to be Rush that finds the first kill, but there, Shroud peeks up from around the box. It's Rush and Nap both going down. OpTic are in a tough spot here now.
Clever play from OpTic to boost up the pick off Skadoodle. That's actually very, very nice, but Shroud with a good read on the situation, rotating towards mid to be able to respond on both kills, but now Tarek's going to follow things up. They know his position, and Shroud's not going to miss that shot. All down to Mixwell as OpTic has been picked off one by one. He's got an angle underneath this smoke, but he's got to hope and pray that Shroud gets over aggressive. Doesn't look like it's going to happen, at least for the moment. And that smoke has a timer on it, so Mixwell is running out of plays he can make here.
And they're all just patiently waiting on the Cloud9 side. Nothing even lurking his way in here too, and he's going to be the one that finds the opportunity to take down his opponent. Possibility there for a double op setup too that was sitting on the ground for them, but they choose not to take it. They're just going to be sticking with a singular one as they find their 8th round off of that victory there. And obviously OpTic, with the money being broken, they're going to have to go down for the most part just a pistol pickup here. It's Eagles for one of their players, and the rest are either going to go with P250s or nothing at all in the case of Rush and Mixwell.
Yep, saving up for that last round, making sure they can have as decent a buy as humanly possible there. So again, pressure out towards long, nothing in the pit. He's had good rounds from this spot. He's had bad rounds as well. Rush and Tarek with the bomb in lower B. So it remains to be seen if they're going to try and make their way up catwalk or if this is some kind of fake out. Here comes the hit. Nothing again. Caught a little bit unawares with the nade in his hand. Shroud, though, he peeks out. He's blind. He can't really do anything. Nothing cleans up one kill, but he falls immediately afterwards. His long pressure from OpTic has been really successful. And again, Skadoodle getting caught in an awkward position on ramp. So is Shroud. He's out of bullets. This is a nightmare. The positioning from Cloud9 in this whole half has been suspect, and it's bitten him a couple times. Perhaps no worse than right now. Stewie coming through the smoke, though. What can he do? The spray's a little bit ugly, but he does get the kill, and that's the bomb down. That should help to stabilize this round a little bit.
OpTic's position, though, is still not the best. It's going to be tough for him to really pick anything up unless he catches one of these guys going for the cross to that smoke there. Stan, specifically, as you can see, is a bit cautious because of that factor. So he's taking his time with it, too, and for good reason. It's OpTic. He's going to be able to shut him down and safely falls back in his CT now that they've been equalized here. Into a 2 versus 2. Naf still has that AK to work with here, but OpTic even falling completely back here. Catching Naf on the cross, though, to down to 22 HP and finishing the job. Rush the last man standing, but Stewie's going to handle that. Finally commits back over from Cat and finishes the job for C9.
Yeah, but that's very nerve-wracking. I mean, how many times the Cloud9 has been caught in these rotations on that ramp. And a pause here from Cloud9. Tactical, I would assume. Yes, it is. As they figure out, I think they have to do a little bit shuffling with the economy to make sure everyone has a gun, but also, I mean, maybe just to calm themselves down for this last round of the half, make sure they get that 10-5 lead.
We've been seeing so much of that. I think you mentioned it a couple times, and I think I brought it up once too, but the long pressure has become such a point of contention for the Cloud9 roster, and they're very adamant on defending it, despite the fact that I think a majority of the time they've ended up losing it there. At the very least, 1 for 2 trades and whatnot that, for the most part, end up going into OpTic. If it doesn't, at the very least, give them control to then initiate the hit, along with the cat pressure that they then send in with 1 or 2 players there. Not really wanting to pull back and play a little bit more passively. They're always defending it, and for the most part, they always lose nothing and possibly Shroud in certain situations there.
When you're Shroud there, you're the support player out towards long for nothing. You're frequently at long stuck in like a situation where you have to make like the cold-hearted decision of whether you're going to support your teammate in the pit or whether you're just going to give it up, because it's such a long route to fall back on. And nothing has been caught a couple times where he hasn't spotted initially OpTic coming out of that long cave. And that's what makes that fight so difficult for Shroud to determine. Because he doesn't have eyes on it, he feels like he has to help out in some situations, and it's punished them both at times, but still they maintain that big lead. OpTic peeking a little bit into the double doors in mid, and OpTic with the buy. They had to save basically last round, only pistols, but they do that, and they still are running out of utility pretty early on. They've got 3 smokes, which is nice, but it looks like all that's left for them is an AXQ with Naf playing the kind of lurk role at the top mid to cut off any flanks.
Well, now we have the guys from OpTic moving in over here, over towards Cat. They're going to push themselves up directly into this one too. With a minute left on the clock, we'll start to see the smokes and Molotovs come in for the CT side, so they hold it off for a moment. And we've got Naf still holding back here too. For first time in a while, they've avoided the long pressure entirely, but OpTic reads the drop-down play. They know they're in here. It's Skadoodle's got that little hole to look through. That's Mixwell getting knocked out. No responses coming from Tarek, and he's even stuck in the smoke too. They know he's in there. They find damage, but he falls back, grabs the kill into OpTic, and all of a sudden nothing. Caught in a swamp, but Shroud supports him, takes him down. Nothing survives with 14 HP, and Skadoodle just shutting them all apart here. Naf is able to pick up at least 1 more kill, but these final 2 are so heavily lit up. Rush is trying to run away, but it's not going to pay off. Nothing eliminates him, and Naf is so far away from the action. He's way back down in mid right now, trying to wrap up on the Cat. The flashbang goes in, he's blinded the diffuser. He tries to chain it into his second one, but it's not going to pay off. The Cloud9 roster retakes the A site once again, and they will end this half 10-5.
That round was on such a knife's edge. I mean, you could see trying to push that smoke to punish Skadoodle. OpTic Gaming gets sucked a little bit into overcommitting to that fight at long, and they swing out way too wide for Skadoodle at long with the AWP to get a couple kills. So Cloud9 end it with a good lead.
Well, a good stance from Cloud9, a few blemishes here and there, but OpTic are going to be on makeup duty on their CT side. The second half, guys, is coming up here in just a little bit. Do stick with us for more action here at the ESL Pro League Season Finals. Half so far here in Cloud9 versus OpTic Gaming, and now the match itself will continue into the second half as Cloud9 will jump onto the T side and OpTic Gaming will go on to the defense here, but they only have 5 rounds on the board so far coming off of their first half, and if Cloud9 will start up with a pistol, that will certainly make things very, very difficult with the lead they could attain off of that one. Moses, your thoughts now going into the second half, and obviously the big lead difference that OpTic have to make up for?
I think the interesting thing right now is that, OpTic has 5 rounds in their first half, which isn't great, but I think they're going to be happy with that considering Tarek and Mixwell have really struggled to have a good impact in this match. But that's also got to be worrying now on the CT side. If your 2 stars haven't shown up, this is going to be so very difficult for them, especially like you said, if Cloud9's able to get both pistol rounds, that might just seal it. But definitely OpTic feeling the lack of their star presence when you have guys like Stewie on the other side having some of those big impact rounds, and you have guys like Skadoodle having great. I mean, this is 14-9 for him. He's had a very good match. The op at that A bomb site was very effective. Cloud9 again, just much like OpTic, going to go right out long, but Mixwell, he gets that first kill. Can't get anything after that. Or, excuse me, Sanazog gets it. There's Mixwell chiming in. Good trades, though, from Cloud9. Down into a 3-on-3. They have long control and 1 smoke, but it looks like they don't want to press the issue.
Not yet. They're waiting to see here now. OpTic as well have rotated a little bit, but even they're a bit cautious upon it. They don't have anybody sitting in the site. Actually, I thought Rush was sitting up on cap, but no, he's down in CT. So he's going to be sitting back here waiting, and as far as pressure beyond that, the only thing they're trying to apply now is sending Tarek back over here on mid. This could prove very, very useful, however, as Cloud9 may peek back out in a moment, and this is where Tarek's going to be able to spot it. Can he stay alive, though? And there's the headshot. He's got the bomb and the second one, both at long range. Huge kills from Tarek, and now final player is going to be Skadoodle here. The CT smoke actually comes in, so they'll let him reclaim the bomb and go back out towards long. They're going to have to spot him out here and figure out where exactly he went.
Yeah, I think that was actually a bad smoke. Now, obviously, Skadoodle has no way of knowing that all 3 members of OpTic are there, but no one's actually defending the site, so Skadoodle could still get in there and get a cheeky little plant off. I mean, he's going to have to be very cautious. Like I said, he doesn't know, and now I think just because of how cautious he has to be, it's taken too long. I don't think OpTic's going to be letting him get this plant. Although Skadoodle, speaking of...
He's got 30 seconds left if he wants to try and escape, but no, he's sticking around here. He's going to try to take the battle. Lights up one player, looking for the headshot on the second one, but just as he's about to escape in CT, Tarek leaps down, grabs the final kill. A great round from him. Good movement there to get himself back up on the top mid, and spotting those two players and taking them down, obviously, is what turns the tables and allows OpTic to secure the second pistol.
Yeah, they needed that. They absolutely did. Good job from Mixwell. Gets that second kill as well, but then Tarek flanking up mid. So both of the stars, as I just said, they struggled to have an impact in the first half. They've had good impact, at least on the pistol round, and Tarek and Stan both get tagged by scouts through the door as they cross. So not any critical damage is done. They're both down to about 66, 67, but still not exactly the most fun in the world. 2 scouts on Cloud9, Stewie and Shroud, and then a Deagle on automatic, Skadoodle and nothing. Skadoodle definitely not invested whatsoever. Nothing has armor, a Glock in the utility, so he's got a smoke flash for late round situation.
And it's the usual group up as well for this T side now, moving themselves over here towards the bottom of middle here, just outside of the doors, and really preparations to take this into either site now if they want to burst it out towards mid and then try to wrap it up towards B or go into the cat hit. Generally tends to be the two most common from here, but it does look like for now they are favoring Cap, being very cautious about the way to set this up here. Stewie goes first, but he'll be grouped up with automatic and a few others here in just a moment as they do start to move in there towards it. And 3 members from OpTic will remain here. Rush will have to rotate up a bit, but the main bulk of it is going to be coming down to Mixwell along with Naf as they push in. And actually, as they push in, Naf is blinded immediately, and on the repeat, he doesn't get much done. Mixwell working at long range with the SMG, but he gets 2 kills and a lot of damage. There's Naf chiming in now. He's going to be able to pick one up with a scout. Still very low here, but at the very least, the damage that was done earlier by Mixwell, it's really forced Shroud and Skadoodle into the back. There's not a whole lot that they can try and do here, so they're trying to play it back, but just doesn't work out. OpTic move in and do shut it down without too much extra conflict.
Yeah, there was an opportunity there. Good damage dealt from Cloud9, but they just couldn't win out in the end. So good defense from OpTic. Naf, obviously, with that Molotov, slowing things down, preventing any plant from coming in, manning up that defense when it seemed like it was likely to crumble. So Cloud9's going to have to just fully save into this round. They do upgrade. I mean, Shroud upgrades a pistol. Skadoodle's got all the money that he needs because he's going to have it up in the next round. But this is a chance now for OpTic with those SMGs. Build up some money. Send Stanislaw Mixwell to be a little bit more aggressive. You know there's not going to be any armor on the Cloud9 side. Let's see what you can do.
See, Rush is going to hold close quarters too against what could be a possible push in here in a moment from C9. They're still holding up around the area here, and Automatic has pushed himself forward, but not moving in just yet, as he does now. However, Rush is waiting for it, and he is going to grab that kill against Automatic through the smoke bullets, give him the hint, and obviously he just takes the shot to close it out there. So first one going their way, and it's not going to be too difficult to kill anyone else that follows it up now that he knows there is presence here. But after that one, it is looking like I think that the C9 roster, again, is just going to group up here, sort of play it by ear in terms of where they take it.
Yeah, I mean, all that's really left for them. They don't have anything. They don't have, like, at this point, if you don't have utility, this is when you normally say you have a Deagle and you're like, that we want that Deagle to be the one to do the damage, but they don't even have that. They just have a P250 on Shroud. So basically all that's left is for them to charge into their death, especially considering there's a player in the back of the B-bomb, so that's Tarek with an M4, so he's going to have the advantage of that range. Although not utilizing it, he could get caught off guard, but Stan is there to help him out. 3 quick kills for him, 3 quick headshots. Builds up that bonus. He brought down to 4, but does not fall.
Clean sweep for OpTic there to start things off. No risk after they pick up the pistol. They don't get upset in a second. Cloud9 don't manage to maintain it there. And now, of course, we go into the danger zone as OpTic sits within just 2 rounds of tying this one up, which could prove to be very, very bad indeed here for the C9 roster, considering how hard they worked for their lead in the first half. Issues already popping up here. Certainly not going to look too good, but we've got our first gun round in front of us, and Skadoodle with the op. He's going to be sitting back over here in Suicide, waiting to see if he can catch anybody getting aggressive from the OpTic side, but it's the exact opposite play style here now coming in for the OpTic roster. They're playing it pretty much as default as you can now for the CT end of things.
And this is where I think the regional matchup is going to be very interesting, because Cloud9, I mean, one of the advantages of the kind of aggressive plays that Stewie makes is that it catches people off guard. Like some of these Europeans who aren't expecting that kind of aggression at certain moments. Well, I'm sure all those tactics that Cloud9 used and all the fast-paced things that Stewie was doing, he's tried those and he's used them on the NA teams at some point in practice, in Rank S, in the Pugs, in official league matches. So they're going to know a lot of the things that he has in his personal playbook. So he's going to be limited. He's going to really have to pick and choose where he does, you know, his crazier plays.
Cloud9 grouped up now, ready to initiate, but they need to find a kill or two here to allow them to actually push into one of these bomb sites, and it doesn't look like OpTic are going to give them that chance anytime soon here. Closest player would be Mixwell sitting on the other side, but he's very safely tucked away behind a big wall of smokes, and even he's actually starting to get a little bit curious, so maybe Cloud9 will have that chance, especially with the smoke moving in, very slowly creeping back over there behind the box in CT. Does not want to give himself away, which could have proved risky if someone from C9 wanted to push through that smoke. They choose to not take the chance, so Mixwell stays alive, and now Cloud9 are moving in. They reapply the smoke, and the first kill goes by the way of Tarek. He almost grabs the second, but he's been blinded by the flashbang and stays in the open where nothing is going to take him down. And that puts all the defense here on the Mixwell, peeking back out along with Stannis on the site, but he's got control. He's waiting for the second player to move out, but good movement from Cloud9 there. They allow OpTic to go in first. The second player on window catches Stan off guard and does not allow him to get either of the players pushing out from the tunnels. And now Shroud cutting them off. An instant headshot on the Mixwell as he tries to push up the tunnel, and they've got the advantage here in the 3v2.
They also even know there's a second player in tunnel, so good read. They have all the info they need, and I think it's already a save call. Naf's going to bail out very, very quickly in this. He's only got a scout. Rush has the M4 picked up now, and he's just going to run off as well. So Cloud9, it was a little bit sketchy. It was a little bit scary. I think Stan in that B bomb site. OpTic was trying to come through the window, but got occupied by someone in CT spawn, so that helped. I mean, Stan was able to get that kill on nothing and not get refragged immediately, so the fact that OpTic was able to get in and find that was very, very nice, and there goes the scout. So first gun round goes to Cloud9 off the back of a B split, and it's going to be 11-8. The next buy for the OpTic side is going to be strong again, though. I mean, Mixwell's got no money, but they can drop whatever they want over to him, and everyone else can get anything they want.
And so we take a look here now as Cloud9 does resume their lead, but OpTic are not giving up on this just yet, of course, as their investment comes in. Managed to actually get themselves the double op setup. Naf and Tarek picking up the ops for both of the members here on OpTic Gaming. Mixwell, interestingly, not going to go for that here. Skadoodle taking some of the early shots as he once again drops down into suicide to look for those, but does not net himself a connection onto anyone here. They both get across safely, and again, they go into their usual positions. A little bit later on mid this time as they are using one of the B defenders to hold it. That going to Tarek, obviously, with him having the op, but that is going to allow them to send 3 players back over towards A and try to fend off some long aggression, which at the moment I don't really think there's been a whole lot of from Cloud9. Really only 1 or 2 players poking on their eco rounds and back in rounds 2 or 3, but since then they haven't said anything there. It's all been Cat in terms of A pressure.
Cat control now. Naf and Tarek, the double op setup. Tarek has his over in B, Naf over at long. So where does Cloud9 decide to go? Looks like they just want to do another mid to B split. Waiting for a flash. Stewie probably leading the way to clear things out. And here it comes. It pops. Nope, that's the smoke. So they do just thought they're going to go out and do the little shorter execution of this, but it's not going to happen. Molotov to keep Tarek from peeking down. That's going to help out a little bit, but he's got an angle at the door. What can he find from here? He throws a Molotov, so he gives up the angle with his AWP, and now he's got to hit a beautiful shot. He does leg one, but I don't think he can get away before recovering. He does, though. It's a very quick shot. Nicely done from Tarek, and Stan is there to get one more, but they still have to clean out this op. He knows there's one on the site, and there's the distraction. Mixwell now trying to come through the doors. The timing is not well flashed, but he wins it anyways. Shroud eats it right in the eyes.
Tarek even still just waiting outside. They're going to let him go for the plan here now. Final 2, and that's actually Skadoodle getting aggressive into the tunnels. He's going to be able to find Rush, trying to wrap his way back around there. Suddenly, tables are turning a little bit. The smoke in the doorway. Tarek doesn't feel confident enough to push back in here yet, and the Molotov going back outside of the window. That can be avoided, obviously, as we can see Mixwell doing now, but still, they're hesitant to go into the site, and all this time wasted. Well, it's let Skadoodle back in. They're checking the complete wrong area. Skadoodle and OpTic find 2 kills. It goes into the 1v1. Bit of a hesitant battle here, but Naf switching over to his pistol. Time's running low. Naf, you need to get the hell up there and find the shot. Tries to no-scope at the miss, but then he goes out. It's the shotgun knob. Shuts down OpTic, but he can't find the kit. Finds it, though, thankfully. He'll be able to get this defuse, and the round should go into the way of OpTic Gaming.
That is some insanity right there. Naf in a desperate situation. Knows he has to get aggressive. OpTic, you can't play that much better in the one-on-one, but Naf wins it out with a beautiful no-scope. But it's really Tarek who falling back into the site. I mean, recovering like that, that one kill he has slows down Cloud9 from taking over that site. That's what allows time for the rotations to come in. And look at this, Cloud9, they would love to be able to buy knowing that went down into a one-on-one, but they know they just can't. They don't want to give up too much, so they'll be able to buy into the next round, and they just played conservative. Stewie's got Tech 9 armor. Bunch of flashbangs, though. They can set up some kind of an execution. It looks like it's going to be a catwalk. Xbox is smoked off. They're going to be able to get up, and with 1 smoke and 4 flashes, they want to use these flashes to chain Nafly away from the cross. They want to make sure he can't pick them off as they try and get in the site. It'll isolate Mixwell, and if they can pick him off, they'll at least get a plant here.
Support system from Stan and Tarek in that last round was really well set up too, and Tarek's movement is something to be respected there. But now, Cloud9 are going to try to force their way into this A bomb site. Naf getting the nice shot there onto one of them, hitting him a bit as they do drop in, but it doesn't net the kill. And now, Mixwell's blind, but he's got the support from Rush further back down. That's not what Cloud9's focused on, though. They got the site control, but Mixwell Mixwell's tearing them all to pieces. It's not looking good for them to actually hold it here in the post plant. Mixwell doesn't get that last kill, but Rush moves in to close things down. Only the loss of Mixwell is gained for C9 here, but still the round will go into the hands of OpTic, and they're going to get in double digits and 1 round away from tying it up.
Yeah, but the plant is so nice for Cloud9. That's going to give him plenty of money. Skadoodle has all the money he needs for an AWP. He's leading the way, which is a nice change to see from Skadoodle of recent times. So another chance here for Cloud9, but this double op setup ever since OpTic pretty switches in that pretty early on, and they've won 2 in a row now with it.
So we'll see here. OpTic down by 1, and Cloud9 emptying out the bank accounts once again to see if they can pick anything up here. Skadoodle looking for that opening shot, but it won't be found. And Tarek starting to push his way through the doorway here too, hunting for that early player. Not to be found either. It's just another round where we have a big group up from the Cloud9 roster. All of their players sitting over here on top mid, and they've got one more sitting down below in the lower tunnels, but it's already sort of evacuated here, and if not, he'll have the support system from NAF to get him out of there. Nades being tossed in. Again, though, the damage somewhat minuscule. Risk was taken in this, and they left the A-site defenses rather weak, but with how slow Cloud9 is taking it, they are going to be able to readjust to get them back into the site. Yeah, and also, I mean, not only did they leave the A site exposed entirely, but Naf and Tarek were the 2 closest to support that. So the ops coming up the ramp would have essentially been it would have been so difficult for them to have any kind of effect. So Naf's the only one here now. Under the cover of that smoke, though, they're able to carpet bomb the site with Molotovs. Flashes ring out. They're going to have to play retake. Naf doesn't even try and fight for the cross. He gives it up. It's going to be a 5-on-5, and Tarek and Sanazal, they haven't even left the B site yet. They're still waiting for that 1 or 2 players to move out late into mid there, too, to try to catch some of these rotators. It won't be found. Everybody from Cloud9 was focused 100% on that site, but look at how hesitant they are. This is so much time being wasted, and I mean, there's good reason, obviously, behind it from the OpTic side, but still, it's a bit unfortunate, as now they have all this work to do over here up on the site itself for the retake, and they don't have a whole lot of time to do it. This has to be 5 very quick kills, or enough of it, at the very least, to clear it out. Skadoodle, though, is going to shut down 1. We see the second coming in, but Shroud finding another one for Cloud9. There's 2 more, but Cloud9 with their 2 as well brings us into a 1 versus 2. Naf cannot do anything about this. He needs to fall back and save. Unfortunately, was not able to assist with that one. It's going to be a 12 for C9, and they just barely keep their lead going. Naf may not even be able to save this gun. He's going to be challenged, but they don't expect him to be that much into the open. Naf, at the very least, takes down Shroud. We will not see a contestation from Nothing. Yeah, and not a bad round. Nothing, I think, has to drop a gun over. Yeah, so there's not going to be an op on the Cloud9 side this time. And that retake, I mean, 5-on-5, you give up the site completely, but that retake just takes so long to come in. So much time is eaten off that bomb timer. Everything had to go right in that retake for them to actually win that round, and unfortunately, it doesn't. So they're not able to do anything. They get some kills, but not able to make progress on the site in that retake. So 12-10 now for Cloud9, as something just fell over in the arena somewhere. I don't know if you guys heard that on the stream, but it was like a little thunder, lightning and thunder. All right, getting back into the mix. That's Cloud9 are going to push themselves again over here towards the mid area here. And still already moving forward, but the problem is they are going to have to deal with the Naf on the fadeaway, but he's blind. Tries to take the shot really early, but it's about a second or two too early there. He ends up dropping back down. Cloud9 get control easily here, but look at how forward Mixwell's being, and that's a perfect nade. Automatic and Stewie both get hit by that one, and that's going to call for an immediate fallback on the Cloud9 side of things. Yeah, I mean, that nade has got to indicate that there's some pressure on this catwalk behind these smokes. The angle that it comes in, and actually, I don't know if Mixwell meant to do that, but that's a scary situation for him to drop there. So Naf is going to be out towards cross. Mixwell and CT spawn, trying to see if this execution is going to come out, and actually Nothing's going to probe out mid. He might actually have Mixwell. They're going to change up the Sid at the last second. Mixwell, though, chiming with the first one and stands waiting around the corner, and he gets the secondary support from Mixwell. Mixwell, the balls, just moves right out through the smoke there to be able to assist his teammate, and that sort of tag team play is what's allowing for OpTic to come back in such a stunning fashion. Now it's just automatic, but I mean, he really has no good ground to work with here besides utility and the B-side control, but he's lost the bomb. He's going to have to move and at the very least take down Mixwell. He'll probably have to deal with Naf too as he moves out. Good flashbang. There's that kill he needs on to Mixwell, but 20 seconds left to retrieve this bomb and get back onto the site, and he's got 2 players waiting for him back in the tunnels. Yeah, this is not a good situation for Automatic. He's not going to be able to win this one, so just pick up the bomb and just try and get away, but that's not going to happen. Naf picks him off, so closer again in Cloud9. I mean, a good TF we saw yesterday, but they're not able to string 2 rounds together in this half quite yet. So OpTic making a very good comeback, and you can see Stewie's going to pause this. This is actually a very scary situation if you're Cloud9, because your money's pretty much, I mean, it's running low at all times. You're not able to have solid buys multiple times in a row.
And OpTic, I mean, this defense is looking very, very strong. And part of that, Tarek and Mixwell have really come alive. I think it was, 4 and 5 kills when we started this half. Now it's 12 and 15. So very, very good effort from them in the second half.
That is the second tactical pause coming in for Cloud9. They used their first one back over in the first half. Actually, after they had one around there, but it was rather close. And it was off of the eco from OpTic there, where only 1 or 2 members of C9 ended up surviving. However, very short pauses, so we should be getting back into the action now. And it is going to be another just about half buy round here from C9. They get Tech 9 armor from most of them, a little bit of utility here and there too. Skadoodle obviously going to be saving a little bit more. Actually, he's one of the lowest currently, down at 1,500, so he really can't afford to buy anything if he's wanting to save up for that op. OpTic, however, back up to full force. They actually do have a couple players downgrading a bit there, most notably Mixwell looking to scavenge some cash here, as I believe they know they have control of the economy. He's down at, he's picking up the SMG for this one, and Stan just unfortunately does not have a choice. He'll have to go to a FAMAS, but it's full utility tips across the board. And while Cloud9 aren't really going to beat around the bush with this round, they're all going into the tunnels early on here, and we'll see if they try to take it into the site quickly after.
Skadoodle with the bomb is going to stay outside of upper B, so you imagine this would come into a mid to B split with nothing doing a pop flash so the players can get out lower B. And this might actually work. Tarek's in CT spawn, so he's going to be able to get smoked off pretty easily. There's only one player defending that B bomb site. Depending on how Tarek plays this, it could be a nightmare. For the moment, just spotted the crack, and the timing, he doesn't see it coming quite yet. 4 players in mid for Cloud9. Skadoodle now with the bomb. The execute's going to come out any moment, and they're just going to walk out. So actually, Tarek could have a chance here if they don't just smoke this off right now, and they're going to do it. And Tarek grabs an awkward angle, but he sees him. It doesn't plume quite yet. There's the flash. He wants to go through. He knows the defense is weak, and there it is, 1 kill, but it's traded off. The B bomb site is lost. This is the nightmare for OpTic, and they've even got 1 player, Stewie with an AK-47. He's going to be preventing anyone from crossing through that smoke in CT.
They try to both pop out into the open to support each other, but they go down 1 by 1, and it just allows both of them to get dismantled. They only lose nothing there as Tarek grabs the kill. Stewie gets aggressive, and that's a mistake. Rush is going to catch him when he's still trading out weapons. Grabs that kill. At the very least, they've been able to get back up to the site to start the retake, but they still have 3 more players to take down, and one of them still armed with a rifle. Automatic, taking that off of the hands of Stan, and now, oh, Mixwell grabbing Skadoodle as he tries to jump up for intel. Another mistake from him, but there's Automatic grabbing one with a grenade. Shroud finds one with a pistol, trying to play it out here. Nav, he's only got the up, so he's got to switch over to his pistol, but Automatic with the scavenged rifle shuts it down. 3K for him on this round, and Cloud9 pick up a 13th. Yeah, that's just a straight up tactical outplay for Cloud9. Blind as well. They don't know the setup that OpTic's running, but with Tarek and CT spawn, that B defense is so weak, and it was the right idea in that situation for OpTic. Both Tarek and the B defender trying to actually be aggressive on mid. Tarek pushing through that smoke to try and help his teammate. The trades just don't go in their favor, and Skadoodle adds a little bit of an insult to it, a pick through the mid doors. It's only an eco for OpTic, so it's not any kind of big loss, but now outside long, Stewie just spraying away. This is going to be a slaughter. The AKs are getting involved now. Mixwell inside the smoke. They don't see him, but Automatic knows it's a possibility. Now he comes out and gets picked off. It's just Tarek left. Awkwardly wondering just what the hell he can do here, as it's a 1v4 and he's sitting on the opposite side of the map. He's only got that CZ to play with, the possibility maybe to work in there and scavenge a gun, but even that's going to be difficult. Skadoodle is sitting in the pit waiting for someone to work out that doorway. As soon as Tarek walks out, unless he has a creative flashbang to blind Scott here, it's going to be tough. Actually, Shroud taking the duel a little bit further back onto long itself, but he does manage it there. Cloud9 closing out that one. No risk from OpTic's eco there. And we will go 14-11. OpTic make the choice to buy into this one. They're playing for the win instead of the tie in overtime.
Yeah, but this is scary if you're OpTic. I mean, obviously you have to do it because Cloud9's at 14 and you want to go for that win, but the setup that won them so many rounds that was so effective was that double up. Stan takes a little bit of damage. Now they don't have it. In fact, I mean, they're significantly weaker. Stan with an MP9, Mixwell with a FAMAS. Not even a couple M4s to take the position of those AWPs, and a lot of utility that they don't bring into this round. No kits as well on the OpTic side.
Well, we are seeing Cloud9 group up again, and they're being cautious now since OpTic are in a bit of a desperate spot on this map, that they still want to try to take control of the game. Obviously making sure that nothing pushes out over there on the cat and whatnot, but we're going to see the rest of C9 now grouping up to actually start their own conquest here over towards Cat. And Naf again, blinded by a flashbang. It's been a very common theme for him. He now has to fall back and yield room once again to the Cloud9 roster.
Mixwell, this is a scary spot. That smoke comes out at the right moment. He's going to try and get around it. He's going to catch one off guard. That's Shroud coming through the smoke. Stewie finds the refrag. One player in the site is caught out in the open. He gets undercover, and so much damage has been done. Automatic and Stewie have nothing. Naf in the bomb site. And actually, Cloud9's going to get stopped. They're going to fall right back, and there's no pressure behind them quite yet. 50 seconds left, but it's got to be nothing in Skadoodle to initiate. They have the most HP.
It's very aware Cloud9 as they fall back to watch out for these types of flanks. And Stanislaw is now trying to activate. Shut out by Automatic as Stanislaw does not get anything done whatsoever, but at the very least they know they're back out of the site now. And that was the good play from Mixwell that we did see there. Considering he had done this a couple of rounds ago, the interesting was is that he was never actually revealed. He just threw that nade and the hit two of them pretty heavily, and then Cloud9 backed out. So he was able to do this again without too much suspicion being raised from the Cloud9 side. Now, though, they're waiting for Naf to try and get aggressive. He doesn't do it, and as he backs away, he's got the angle lined up on his Stewie, but it's Rush that falls in from long, able to take him down and finish off the job. He's now tucked away, waiting for more of the aggression to come back in, but Rush also has to deal with the long pressure. He's able to handle that, though, takes down nothing, and all of a sudden, there's 16 HP for 2 players left, and they cannot do anything at all. Rush, a big round from him on the 4K, and the guys from OpTic will still remain in this game for a little bit longer.
Cloud9 does everything right in that 3-on-3. It is just nothing at long with the Galil. Not the best weapon for that range. Still a kill he should have gotten. And since he misses, it allows the defense over at A to be so incredibly strong and so much damage done early on in that round. Cloud9 almost bring it in their favor, but another good hold from the OpTic side, and now they have at least one AWP. They have utility as well. 4 Molotovs to utilize. Cloud9 seem a little bit confused early on in this round. Most of the team running towards the B bomb site, but stopping before they get right outside of it and going back to T spawn. So maybe you're going to allow Skadoodle to try and get a pick into this B bomb site. We'll see how aggressive he's feeling at the moment.
Well, we are going to see now Cloud9 again grouping themselves up, but with the pressure in the tunnels being a thing that we haven't seen in quite a few rounds, it is very likely that this turns itself into a mid to B split with the tunnels activating a couple seconds later here. OpTic have gotten used to more of the pressure coming out towards Cat, so again, they're going to completely ignore it. If Cloud9 were going to go for mid pressure, this would be the perfect round to do it, as right now they don't have anything defending that. Again, however, they end up going back out towards mid with the bomb included, and they're starting to look towards Cat once more.
At the moment, just being very, very slow. 3 smokes left on the Cloud9 side. Stewie, Skadoodle, and Automatic with those. 2 of the smokes are going to be an upper B. And this is looking like, I mean, this is something Cloud9 has done from time to time, that timing hit into the B bomb site with no nades. We'll see if they feel like doing it once the smoke subsides. Got to imagine that one smoke is going to be used from Stewie. It already has been. That's out in mid. That's for the mid to B, but it's only going to be 1 player in mid. So this time OpTic has the right setup. They have 2 players in the B site, the one in the far back. Tarek's got to win this fight. It's going to be huge, and he does, but Automatic drops the drops Stanislaw in the back. That's the bigger kill, and now the B bomb site is lost. The bomb is going to get planted eventually. Automatic's got to cross for it, and Cloud9 have complete control.
Mixwell looking to hop back in there, but also Naf running way over to the other side of this one too. He's going for the long rotate.
They're saving. They're already saving in this round, so they're going to yield it. They're just going to give Cloud9 15. I mean, not a bad idea overall, because you want to have whatever weapons you can, and in a 3-on-4 with only a couple flashbangs to use, and everyone being very, very far away, I mean, really not a whole lot of hope in that situation. B is a very, very difficult bomb site to retake with low utility in a disadvantaged situation, so OpTic playing this round conservative, but it's risky. Their backs are against the wall now. Map 1 is very close from falling into Cloud9's favor.
Overall, the B bomb site in general has been very underutilized by both teams on their T side. Cloud9 finally using it, and they've been the ones who use it just a little bit more here, as we've seen. Finally, it works out for them. They're able to pick up a round off of it. It's a very key one, too, but with 3 potential players saving, and it's looking like it's going to remain that 3 here on OpTic's side. That is still going to allow, I imagine, for a pretty good rebuy to come in on the last round. Maybe lapse utility for a few players, but hopefully they should be able to donate a gun or 2 over. My eyes do not deceive me. Yep, now it's going to pick one up there, and I believe Mixwell does the same. So that'll get tossed over to Tarek and Stan. They'll still have full guns for 5 players across the board, but it's the utility that is going to be severely lacking, especially after these first few seconds if Cloud9 applies the aggression properly.
And I like this. I mean, yeah, there's a couple players missing utility. Overall, it's not too bad. Naf, though, I mean, this is the aggression you want to see. This is when your back's against the wall, you want to take initiative, but they're messing up this boost. This is such just a standard boost, and they keep missing the timing on it. So that's not good. OpTic, I mean, 3rd time's the charm, not this time, and they just say, screw it, we're going to fall back. So there's an opportunity as 2 players, Stewie and Automatic were in lower B, so that would have been a great chance to find a pick, but not executing that boost well.
And as they move away here, too, Cloud9 starts to get ready to push in, as since B worked once, well, it may not hurt to try it again. As we do see Stewie starting to push his way out over here towards mid, and I mean, OpTic, they've handed over free. It's not even like they got a player at car watching for this one. They've got one over here behind the boxes, and Tarek tries to crawl back into the site. He gets one along the way, but automatic trades it out. Skadoodle getting aggressive there inside of the tunnels. Finds Stanislaw now, able to take up another kill. That's full B site control. OpTic, they can't save anymore, but they won't even get the chance to. Shroud moving out into mid, shuts down Mixwell. They're under full control of this map now. OpTic have nothing to work with here. Nav is going to try to push out, but once again, Shroud just waiting for them here in mid. Nav doesn't even know what hit him. He's been knocked out. Rush stuck in CT spawn, the last hope for this team, but even crossing mid is going to be a tough task as Shroud is waiting. He's able to net that kill. Still a smoke and a Molotov sitting in his arsenal, and he'll immediately use that smoke to try to get into the site. Up close is a second player. He's chaining this into another one. Hold on, Rush may have some heroics as of yet. Skadoodle's down at 26 HP. He hasn't seen it behind that box, and he's going to molly it off. Going for the fuse now. Can Skadoodle see? And he can. Doesn't check it, and that ends up being the bad news for him. Skadoodle shuts it down, and Cloud9 take this map 16-12.
Oh, your heart's got to go out for Rush in that situation. A phenomenal attempt in a very, very tough spot, but Cloud9, they found the winning formula by the end of that match, and it was mid to B splits. OpTic could never get a good read on when it was coming, and even just a couple times a little bit unlucky for them. It was just blindly the wrong setup to have. And that's a big bummer, but that mid B split can be so effective. The good news for Cloud9, Skadoodle, 23 kills in this. We haven't seen that in a while. Shroud, 22. He's picked that up from yesterday as well. Continued that good effort. And it's again automatic leading the way with 24. But Mixwell and Tarek, they had a rough first half. They stepped it up a bit in the second.
Well, guys, we have the experts waiting for us back over at the analyst desk. Let's send it over to Machine to talk a little bit more about Dust 2.
Cloud9 win their map pick. Thank you very much. That's Blue and Moses casting over that one. Our second quarterfinal of today. Now I'm joined by Peacemaker and Sponge to talk through this one, and indeed it did go as anticipated. You guys expected to see Cloud9 pick it up in the end, but do you think OpTic put up the best fight we were anticipating here? I mean, it is nice that we're starting to actually see teams win their map pick, which is not how the group stage started. Peacemaker, starting with you, was that as expected for you coming into this one?
Not really. I kind of missed my prediction when I said they would get crushed. But I think that this game, I don't remember how many times the teams broke each other's economies during this game. Like there's a lot of back-to-back rounds, and one team wins the eco round, force buys and stuff like that. So, I mean, in the end, I think that C9 had a very different style, especially on their T side, where I thought that they would start very strong and trying to set the pace, but instead they choose to play very slow and developing map control, and I think they probably caught OpTic off guard in a way that they couldn't adapt.
It certainly helps when some individuals are showing up. One example we can show you is, of course, of Stewie 4K this time. 4 quick kills for Cloud9, enabling him and his team to pick up yet another round. We can show you that right now, I do believe. Or not. I mean, that's an opportunity as well. But Stewie did pick up some frags, and I was hoping to demonstrate exactly what he was capable of. And I mean, this is what we were talking about, right? No equipment, Chad. No equipment needed.
So if you're losing to just one saved AWP, basically, you're going to have a rough time. And OpTic put up a really good performance, a much better performance than we thought here on the desk. And if they hadn't lost this round, or there was a couple of other ecos or force buys that they had lost as well, if they were able to hold on to those and convert them like they should, this could have been either an overtime or an OpTic win. So this is where you see Cloud9 having not more skill, but showing more skill. And these are the types of performances from people stepping up and winning rounds single-handedly. If you can do that, as well as having structured Counter-Strike, like what we saw on the T side of Cloud9, then you're starting to build the full package. And like Peacemaker said, them being structured on their T side caught OpTic off guard, I think.
Yeah, was the T side from OpTic underwhelming for you guys? I mean, they got 5 rounds on their T side. It looked like they hit a bit of a brick wall initially. I think Cloud9 got, 6 or 5 rounds consecutively just to start things off. First buy round and stuff like that. I mean, OpTic unable to make too much of an impact on their attacking side. What were some of the flaws you identified, Peacemaker? Was there anything they were doing evidently wrong?
Yeah, especially when they won their first round on this side, and this is where they could get their economy broken, and then this is where I think that they should have went for a more like a slow style and develop map control and maybe do some kind of execution, but instead it was round 5 or round 6 where they choose to rush B right after winning a round, and then they lost this round. They got their economy broken, and I mean this is where I don't agree with this kind of approach, and this is where, for example, in the next round after this, they had a force buy and did a catwalk execution and they won the round. So why not doing the catwalk execution in the other one and maybe try to develop some momentum during the match? And this is where I think that things got really bad for them. And also, like I would say that they won like 2 force buys going A. So maybe like this is the reason why they even had some rounds, because they won those first buys. Otherwise, I think that C9 would win even more comfortable.
2 out of the 5 rounds you win on T side are because of a force buy. Certainly must be indicating more aggression.
Yeah, here's something to touch on. Like when you're force buy or a low buy, it's so stupid that you have a different mentality, but you do. As a player myself, you know, okay, I've got a Tech 9, you know, or I've got a Deagle. I'm going to be a bit more risky. Imagine if people could have that mindset, you know, when they have the AKs and stuff, the more powerful weaponry, we might see rounds play out completely differently. So this is when you have aggressive players, so it doesn't matter what type of weapon they have. Like a Stewie, for example, they can get anything done in any situation. So if players could, you know, people actually genuinely get worried. Like I've played with people in the past who have been like, oh, I haven't used all of my nades yet. You know, I don't want to risk my life by doing this. But the situation calls for you to go for that wide peak or take that risk. And it's just things in people's heads that it doesn't make sense all the time. It is fundamentally right, but sometimes the situation calls for the counterintuitive play.
I mean, we'll be seeing perhaps more of that in our second map, but you're right. Sometimes you just have to kind of, you only live once. Go for that YOLO play, indeed. Well, you actually live more than that. In fact, 30 rounds, you can live 30 times in CSGO. That's the beauty of it. But talking of CSGO, there's more events around the corner, not just this one, which we're enjoying here for the 4th season of the Pro League. We're also reminding you guys to check out Oakland. If you're in the area or you fancy some CS online as well, make sure it's in your calendar. It's iemoakland.com. $300,000, and some of your favorite CSGO teams will be there. So do be sure to go check that out as my dinner starts making its way back up. Oh, I just had some beef. It
was good though.
The Brazilians do beef well. That is something I've learned. In fact, just the whole barbecue thing.
Barbecue, right?
Oh, God. Let's not get started on that. Chicken hearts, not really my thing. Did you like them?
Yeah, I remember it was first night. I didn't even know what they were. I was like, yeah, just saying yes to everything appeared on my plate. Why not?
Yeah, you did kind of. That was the YOLO. There you go. Yeah. In all aspects of life, Chad lives the YOLO life. All right, and alongside that, you can go ahead and grab the eScore Esports application. It can actually give you a little preview of what's going on in IM Oakland, or even a catch-up of what you may have missed here at the ESL Pro League Final Season 4. Want to check out what happened in Season 3? You know where to go. All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, it will be Cobblestone. We're going to be seeing if OpTic can bounce back on their map pick. We hope to see you there.
They train, It's always been about fighting your fears.
They travel.
The thing that I strive for the most is to be able to capture the moment.
They explore.
Constantly trying to push myself and then try to see how far can I go.
To see the world in a different way.
I'm not supposed to go here, but what if I go there anyway? What's gonna happen?
It's interesting to kind of just watch the world go by at your feet.
It's such a liberating experience.
Urbex, an exclusive 8-part series, only on Red Bull TV.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!
This is the Score Esports, the ultimate esports experience. The Score Esports is your home for everything CSGO, delivering the biggest stories and all the scores, stats, and updates you care about in real time. The Score Esports takes you inside the ropes with exclusive video interviews, features, highlights, and analysis. Even get all the same non-stop amazing coverage on your desktop at thescoreesports.com. The Score Esports. Get it now from the App Store or Google Play.
Okay, tags up. One. He's gonna get. Oh! I'm starting to believe as well, Henry, because he's got to take a flame. Oh! Fallen! Stop blowing my mind! This is gonna be absolute madness.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
After a bit of a wobble, it was OpTic's chance to take it on Cobble. It's a second map here for the ESL Pro League Finals. Indeed, I'm joined by Peacemaker and Chad Birchall. I'm your host, Alex Machine Richardson, and now things do get interesting. It's our second quarterfinal of the day. Cloud9 proved that Dust 2 still is a great map for them as they add another tally to their Dust 2 successes. It was first NIP phase that even seen them find success versus Dignitas on Mirage, and now they want to try and take it on Cobblestone versus a North American adversary. It's OpTic to stand in their way, and Peacemaker, I want to start this discussion straight away by probing you regarding OpTic's strengths on Cobble. Not just probing you, that would be unusual, but...
Very interesting for the death segment as well.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, are we past the watershed? Maybe. Either way, Cobblestone.
Cobblestone, this is where it gets very interesting because OpTic did play Cobblestone already in this tournament and they had a very good, convincingly win. And I think that a good thing that OpTic does on Cobble is that they tend to go a lot towards A side, on their T side, and they do it very good. They like to force buy and do a lot of hits A really fast, and it's very hard. And also, but at the same time, they do develop map control really good in this map. And they have a lot of experience playing it online. So I really think that they have a lot of executions as well. So this is where Cloud9 needs to be aware of all their executions and don't mess with their rotations, because I mean, it can cause them a lot of trouble. We previously critiqued SK's Cobblestone game by saying that they just kind of forgot that the A site existed. Now you're crediting OpTic for having good plays on the A site. Now, why is it, do you think, that the B site is so much more popular from like the standard team's T side? I think that on B side, you have a lot of executions that it can do, like a lot of set smokes and stuff like that. And also, like, CT side teams, they usually have a lot of trouble getting plat control and stuff like that. And I think that OpTic does that pretty good, especially on their CT side. So this is why I think that teams tends to go more towards B. Right. But this is where I think that OpTic has a good thing on their cover, because they do know how to hit A pretty good. And I'm curious to see if C9 is going to be able to handle that. What are the ingredients to a good A hit, Chad? What do you need to kind of take into account?
You need to methodically take that hay area, I call it. So once the first part of corridors, as we call it in Australia, or maybe it's just me, I'm not sure. Yeah,
you can call it A-holes.
It's like it's the hay area. Once you have that, you can basically flash over and push back any AWPers, and then getting that territory unscathed is very important. From there, you can throw smokes and flashes over the roof to execute onto that A site and do whatever you want. Right. Also, the mid area, which I call trap because it is a bit of a death trap in there, taking that is also relatively easy if you just know one or two simple flashes and smokes, combine them together and just check your corners. You should grab that or trade out efficiently. And once you have that part of the map, you are able to throw whatever you want and execute however you want. The issue is not being able to fake very easily, because you need a lot of people towards that part of the map to throw those A smokes. There have been NIP, they came up with the ones over the wall to B. Yeah. I don't remember exactly who it was who came up to the ones towards A. I remember seeing Hellraisers in the online.
There is an equivalent on A.
Yeah, they were doing a couple from there towards A. Liquid actually did 2 truck smokes, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, we did,
yeah, and we stole that. That was a good strategy, because you could throw them and then you could still go hit towards B. So there are ways to do it, but you're very far back when you're throwing these smokes.
So how did 2 smokes on truck force a rotation to A?
You do it normally. You would do it as a strategy first of all, and actually commit A, and then you can throw it as a fake later on. Okay, interesting stuff. I love that you've just had a little interaction where he's like, "Oh, we do that. Oh, we did that." Yeah, indeed. Yeah. We finally pulled something out of the ever elusive Peacemaker, but we need to start talking about some individuals now before we do get into this one. So it does seem like you guys have more faith in OpTic on Cobble than you did on Dust 2. Yes. Who on that roster from OpTic has the game-changing potential to actually make that impact? I think that especially Mixwell used to have very good games on Cobblestone, and I would even say that Tarek has been playing really good cobbles as well. And we've seen Tarek on the last 2 that he had kind of sloppy performance, and I'm really looking forward to see if Tarek is going to be able to step up his game on Cobblestone.
Okay, expecting big things from Tarek and Mixwell.
Yeah, on the T side, however, I think Stan, he's a very annoying lurker. He's one of those guys that you sit there and you wait for, and you maybe you try and flash him back, or you might even go and check it, and he's not there. But as soon as you look away and you try to rotate, he pops out, and it's infuriating. It's just weird. Like, these kind of guys, there's a few of them around. Like, Cutler was one as well in practice that we seem to have the same issue with. You would wait, and they would always come at the right time. And those players, they're so hard to read and so hard to flush out, and they're good at their job. So on Cobble, especially with the drop zone and being able to go out either towards A or B site very easily, that lurk is very effective. If you know what's coming, however, like a happy style lurk, you can just wait for it, and it happens 90% of the time.
Oh.
I think with strategies on this map, for me, because it's so heavy execute based, or it can be, if you can come up with a few new executes or a few new tweaks to your gameplay, you can be gimmicky early on, use those executes to get those first few key rounds, and then start playing default or faster Counter-Strike, and you're going to catch the CTs off guard. So for me, I think that's what I want to see out of OpTic early. Few executes, get the rounds on the board, and then start playing a bit looser and not get caught in a rhythm.
It is so absurd that we have actually now seen a bit of a shift in Cobblestone where we're seeing teams actually win their CT side. What's your opinion between the two of you in terms of like the T to CT bias? I mean, should everyone playing correctly, there should be a T advantage, would you say, Lewis?
I think that it was at the beginning, but nowadays I think that because I mean, the CT side used to be very hard, and I think like people are starting to learn about how to have drop control and stuff like that, and also like when and how to take B-plat control. And we've seen SK doing a lot of good stuff on Cobblestone when it comes to taking plat control and putting a lot of pressure on the T guys. And this is where you force the T guys to be afraid of what we should do. Like, should we keep forcing, keep trying to get plat control? Should we default, go more towards A? And I think that this is the good adaptation that teams are doing nowadays. And we've seen also teams doing two guys holding drop recently. Immortals used to do that pretty good online and also at the tournament, but unfortunately
we saw how that worked out for them versus OpTic.
Yeah, exactly.
16-4 in favor of OpTic on this very map.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's the reason. I think that people are learning how to play Cobble and how to pretty much hold the drop control and B-plat, like I said.
So Chad, if I was to ask you what your prediction or expectation was, I want to know if you think we're going to see overpass.
I don't think so. Like, I know that was closer than we predicted, but I think Cloud9, they're going to be well prepared for this. I've played them on Cobble before after thinking they weren't going to be doing too well, and they did prepare awesomely. This was with Slemmy, however, so there was a bit of a difference there. But the confidence that I saw from Cloud9, they were not doing as well as they should have in rounds they should win, but individual performances were what got them across the line. So if they can get it together, they can maybe get the nerves down. They should be able to push through and win this one and take it in two.
Believing Cloud9 are going to be taking this one. Lewis, you got a similar kind of trail of thought? Do you think Cloud9 can close this out early?
I think that it all comes down to OpTic setting the pace, like I said, and I think that one thing that OpTic really needs to change for this map is use the timeouts, because they haven't used timeouts in the previous map, and I think that if they start losing and they make sure they use the timeouts and discuss what's going on, I think they are the favorites, yes.
So in your opinion, with these new 4 30-second timeouts, how much can really be said in a 30-second window? How much can that really influence your game?
This is where, for example, when you're losing and you have those 30 seconds, this is where you start to discuss what's going on and what you should do to counter what, for example, C9 was doing. And it's good because also, like, the players feel pressure, and that's normal. So sometimes you even take a timeout just to take a deep breath and just relax a little bit and try to break the other team's momentum. And I haven't seen OpTic doing that, and I'm really looking forward to see if they're going to start using more their timeouts.
Chad, you stopped playing before these timeouts were implemented. If you did have this opportunity, is that something you'd consider, just genuinely like, right, no talking, 30 seconds, just focus on yourself?
Yeah, definitely. If you have an emotional team, it would be very effective. Yeah. You get to take little mini breaks here and there and calm everybody down or give everyone a chance to reflect on what's happening. Sometimes the game can go so fast, the rounds are over before you even realize that you're 10-0 down, or it's a 10-2 scoreline, something like that. What I would like to see is maybe teams doing what NIP did. They used their timeouts even when they were up. I think it was yesterday they were up like 10-2 or something like that. They lost a round. It was 10-3, and they wanted to make sure they secured the last couple of rounds. So they took a pause just to talk about the 2 remaining rounds at the half. So I think that's a good use of it as well, to maybe even maintain your lead. It's a thing you can use while you're winning as well as losing.
Yeah, so you do believe that it also could just be a 30 seconds to stop a team from running away with. We talk about momentum. You say OpTic have to have momentum. They have to bring the pain. So surely if something starts going a little bit down, away from that, a quick 30 seconds and get back on the horse. It's basically a bit of a rejuvenating factor as well with 30 seconds.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And also, for example, I can talk about Liquid. In the previous tournament in New York, we were winning against Fnatic, and we've had a very good half. But then Fnatic was adapting to our style, and it was like we hit 15, and they made like 4 or 5 rounds in a row. And then I even took a timeout, and the guys were like, Luis, we only need one more round. Why are you taking a timeout? I was like, because I want to finish this match as soon as possible and break the momentum. And this is where, like Shad said, you can even take a timeout when you're winning or you're really close, just to make sure that you actually manage to finish the match.
Right. I mean, we have seen a plethora of examples of teams unable to close out. NRG is the first that springs to mind. So close to finding success versus NIPO and Cash, and then having it taken away from them. Perhaps those 30 seconds could have made all the difference. And now these 60 seconds are going to make all the difference, because we're going to take a quick 60-second hiatus before jumping into Cobble. The analysts think it's going to be done in 2. To prove us wrong, it has to be OpTic who hit the ground running and genuinely sprinting if they do start on their T side. This is the ESL Pro League quarter-final. It could very well end here. Will Cloud9 secure a spot next to Mouse Sports tomorrow, or will it be OpTic taking us to Overpass? Find out after this.
Well, we won't be finding out after this, as we're going live right now, ladies and gentlemen. Moses and I are ready to get into this second match now. It is going to be going on Cobblestone, and once again, for those who have not been with us previously, it is Cloud9 versus OpTic Gaming. Cloud9 already took control of the first map back on Dust 2, and now they have the chance to shut out OpTic with a 2-0 set here.
Yeah, I mean but I think OpTic has a really good chance at actually taking this. I think there's a pretty good opportunity for us to see 3 maps in this set. OpTic was very impressive on this Cobble early in the tournament. This was the map they beat Immortals on, and it was a big win. I think it was something like 16-4, something bad. So their defense has been so strong on Cobble. I know they had a big conversation on how this map has kind of evolved from going from being T-sided to seeing defenses be so strong. Part of it was, I mean, just great control. Stanislaus over there, Terek's over there. They've done a very good job defending that B bomb site, which again, like the analyst talked about, that's where the majority of the action is on this map.
Yeah, and I believe OpTic talked about, or I believe, sorry, it was Peacemaker that talked about a little bit there too, just how good OpTic is at actually hitting both sites in this moment. We talked, I think, a little bit about the Brazilians yesterday, about how they have sort of an inability to do that, and they're very hard-headed on consistently hitting B. OpTic's a little bit different. They're actually really good at keeping that varied and actually playing to the entire map a little bit more, and with that, being able to vary things, obviously giving them a bit more of an edge and keeping Cloud9 guessing as far as where they're going to take their hits towards. But guys, it is time to jump into it. The pistol round is getting started now, so let's take a look and see if Cloud9 can keep their own dominance rolling here into the second map, or if OpTic are going to look a little bit stronger, going on to something that may be a bit more akin to their own home turf here.
Yeah, Cloud9 starting on the CT side, on that defensive side. Rush has got utility, so does Naf. Terek's been raid bossed. He's got the Tech 9 armor, and everyone towards the B bomb site for the OpTic side. No one going over towards A, and there's actually a big defense here. There's a little bit of a bait setup. Nothing and Stewie over towards the chicken coop, but only Nothing being exposed. And he gets blinded. He's flushed out of the open, but he's not getting dropped down. Mixo with good damage, and there are the 2 kills. Finally coming at 4, actually, for OpTic. So quick, it's Skadoodle. He gets 2 quick pistol kills, but he's got no more bullets. That defense, I mean, you have to say that was a good read by Cloud9 to be there, but no kills went their way.
No holding at all, and OpTic finally showing up there a little bit too. We saw Terek coming alive a bit more in the second half of that last map, and now he's definitely transitioned it so far into the pistol round here of the second map here as he picks up those 2 quick kills, definitely showing up in big strides, of course, as does Stanislaus, finding 2 of his own. Good counter out of the good defense that was there for C9, but C9 just not really bringing the firepower, so they're going to have to start off from behind the back here, and OpTic get their edge to start off this map. Nothing too unordinary really from either team here in the second round either. Cloud9 trying to play things up there towards the mid-connector to catch any of those lurkers from OpTic moving over towards it, and obviously beyond that they're just hugging close angles here on Broken Wall and in the drop room to try and stop OpTic from getting into the site, but at the very least catching a couple trades along the way.
Yeah, and this is the next test. We saw last night against NIP. We saw it in the last map against OpTic on Dust 2. Cloud9, their buys here with these upgraded pistols are so effective. They're very scary. They've won a lot, and they've actually, even a lot of them, have come down to very narrow losses. So OpTic's got to be very cautious in how they take this. They do not want to lose the advantage of this pistol round. Stewie, that smoke extends a little bit too far. I think he thought he was going to be able to grab some information behind it with that flashbang, but unfortunately, the denial of info is a real thing, and OpTic, it looks like they're going to readjust the bomb back towards the A side. This is more than likely. I mean, this is looking like it's going to turn to a split. Naf and Mixwell over at drop, come down, head towards the A site, but Cloud9's ready for this as well.
OpTic now starting to move in here too, but the problem is they're getting a little bit low on time. They've only just started the formation of this. If they run into one of these stacks from C9, it could prove troublesome. The 2 and drop are going to start to inch their way out here, but they still have a lot of work to do to really clear things out here. And they're really only trying to sell the fake, however. But Shroud, he's going to grab that first kill. Mixwell catches the player trying to move in onto a flank. That's Skadoodle getting knocked out, and the others really just walk right into the A bomb set. Cloud9 tried to lurk on a flank, but in turn they ended up giving it up. But on the peak, though, there's nothing. He's found the kill on the rush, hunting for a second one, but he's going to find his own death. Stewie, however, holds within sight of drop, is able to take down Mixwell, and there's Automatic swinging out for the other angle. Now it's just Tarek isolated all on his lonesome, trying to hold here. He's got one player pushing out the shed. That one should be doable, but no, Stewie, an incredible shot from him, and all of a sudden Cloud9 have upset in their first eco.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. So scary, and they win another one. Cloud9's, these force buys have been so good. In OpTic, that's the nightmare scenario. You lose first map, you win the pistol run, you're feeling good, and it almost feels like maybe they get a little bit too fancy with that, because that wasn't even attempted at being an A split. The 2 players from OpTic that come down drop actually challenge over towards the B bomb site and get traded off, but they're not even trying to meet up with the three teammates at A. So losing a lot of the advantage of having so many different rifles or SMGs together in a group. And Cloud9 just eliminated them. 2 AKs for free on the CT side now.
Well, now we are going to see OpTic pushing forward again, more decisively over here towards the outside, leading up to the mid connector and obviously the A halls here, as Tarek already pushes himself inside too, with a few more just holding back. They have not decided, interestingly enough, to go into the force up themselves. Not going to want to go on that sort of wild goose chase of an economy run there. They'll be a bit more preservative in that regard. Just picking up P250s this time, but the brute force of their hit, if they can catch 1 or 2 of the members of Cloud9 off guard here initially, then they'll still have a chance to try and bring back the upset too. Trying to bring Cloud9 back down to their own turf currently.
Even Stewie being a little bit risky over in the corner, just staring into the wall, but he's going to see some action. This is just designed, again, to be a little bit of a fake out. Automatic's alone at the A site, so that's a benefit for OpTic, but they want to bring the bomb over towards A this whole time. 2 players on the B platform, 2 holding drop. And here's Shroud, he sees him coming out, he gets the first kill, and the second one, and the third. All 3 kills for him, and now Automatic, it's his job next. He knows what's coming, and he's prepared for it. Easy for Cloud9 to handle that.
Squeaky clean as well. Shroud being dinged down to 4 HP, but those 3 kills look perfect. Then Automatic spots the shadow behind him of the players pushing out from long A. They read it 100%, and they don't have any problems at all shutting it down. 2-1 goes up the scoreline. OpTic, however, with that full save, they go right into the buy, as we did see the plant coming in still in the second round, so they had the money. The bad part about this buy, though, as you can already see there on the right side, is that the utility is going to be very, very limited here. For the most part, they're only going to have that single smoke and little tidbits here and there. And beyond that, just the AKs to get them into this site and hopefully win out the round.
Yeah, they're actually out of everything right now. They have a decoy and stand. This is actually really awkward for OpTic. I mean, they've just got to win battles now, and they have nothing to flush Stewie out of this corner. They have nothing to blind Shroud if he's going to aggressively defend drop. They have nothing to even really force back any of this pressure and danger stares from Automatic. So really, really tough spot to be in if you're the T side of OpTic. And again, I mean, this is much like we've seen on their Terra sides. I mean, no one really doing anything for the first 30, 40 seconds right now. It's usually around a minute where they start to kind of give up that indication, even to the casters who have the minimap, even to us, have any kind of indication of what's coming.
Well, we're starting to see them group up towards it here now, over into the A-bomb site here. Stanislaw will soon be falling away from that mid connector, I imagine, move into it, but Cloud9 are still keeping the presence over here towards A. Even that, however, is now going to change as Skadoodle starts his slow wrap over there. They will keep Automatic, obviously, in the A sites. They still have some presence here, but OpTic sit on the edge, and they're getting prepped to move in here now as the time is getting a little bit low. Only really 30 seconds left on that clock by the time they initiate this, so they're not really going to be giving themselves a lot of extra room here to make mistakes. And as they move in, there's 2 players from Cloud9 waiting to stop this hit. And there we go, nothing. Able to dink down 1 player, but he does not get the kill. Stewie, however, peeking out. He's going to be able to find not 1, but 2. Shroud also picking 1 up elsewhere on the map here. Naf trying to turn it back around for his team, but nothing being picked up at all. Shroud switches over to the Deagle. We've seen Rush find a kill, but he's at 2 HP, and there's only 10 seconds left. And he can't even jump up onto that barrier there. Having trouble with that even. Looks like he's going to be able to get out at the very least and survive the round, but good defense from Cloud9 is they just absolutely destroy OpTic's offense.
Yeah, that's the problem. They had no nades to really, I mean, they had to execute through it. I mean, they had to wait for that smoke to come down. At that point when the clock's running down and Automatics felt no pressure over at A whatsoever, and he's playing it very passively, they just know it's going to be a B hit. And even still, with the clock running down that low, I mean, look at all the utility still left in the Cloud9 sides when this replay is going on. There's still a Molotov on Scooter that doesn't have to use because he's far away, but they had another Molotov on another user or another player. So, I mean, just so many disadvantages in that round for OpTic, and now they just have to rely on Rush, the sole rifle, to find a pick for them. But meanwhile, Skadoodle, perhaps a little bit of confidence being regained in that first map. He's a bit aggressive with an angle towards the A hallway, and Automatic's just got to protect him from behind. I don't think he's aware that one's so close up the danger stairs. Now he is. There's a pick from Skadoodle. Automatic holding down these stairs, and he sees him running up the ramp. So the call's already come out. Meanwhile, the bomb is closer over towards the B site. Naf's trying to split it, and he's going to get through at least initially.
Now as he moves in, he's got to hunt for those kills, and immediately he's going to get found out by nothing. The earlier damage that was done to him by Automatic is going to come to a boiling point there as they knock him down. And Stewie now waiting for more than a push out from Drop itself. But OpTic, they're being hesitant all of a sudden. They're not wanting to push into the site now. Trying to be careful and see if they can fish any of these players out into the open. But we've already seen it from Cloud9. There's no reason for them to do that in their current situation here. They're going to hold back. They're going to play it safely. And now, all this time, some ways, it's already started to rotate over. There goes Rush. He's been knocked out. Mixwell just getting hit by a nade here. He does finally return some damage on one of these guys, but Shroud moves in, and it's just Tarek with a P250 left now.
Yeah, trying to time this jumping shot. That's not going to be too much fun. He's about to get taken out, but yeah, an interesting round for OpTic there, because again, they had that AK-47, that rush save. They brought that into that round, and they didn't let it lead the way. They let the pistols do the work over towards the bomb site, and Rush never seemed to really want to make a move with that AK-47, so it gets taken out. 4-1 for Cloud9 pretty quickly, and here comes another buy for the OpTic side. Rush is going to be a little bit beat up because he didn't get any bonus money for surviving that previous round. But they have all the utility this time at the very least.
OpTic, however, will now send their players again on the usual split. Nothing too ordinary about this. In fact, it's a very, very basic T side at the moment, which proved to be a bit dangerous. This is what we see from like every single NA team to a certain degree, and how they open up their T sides. And needing to see them investigate a bit more, but they're quick about it. However, Shroud's ready for it. Finds the first kill. The Molotov and the earlier damage, however, is going to be enough to prime him to be taken out by Mixwell. So he finishes the job, catches the 1-for-1 trade, and that's drop control found really early on in the round here.
Still the AWP in Skadoodle's hands over towards the B bomb site, so he can be a force. Him and Stewie are playing at this B platform, so they want to make sure no pressure comes this way. It basically is just drop that's undefended over on that side of the map. Skadoodle, though, this is a chance for him to peer over the smoke. Is he going to be able to find anything? It does look like that smoke is clearing just enough to allow him some vision. Here comes a little bit of an execute. Skadoodle still can't find anything over this, and they're going to come right through it. There's some coming out drop. Skadoodle takes a shot. He misses it. Now they jump through. He almost makes that work. Stewie, though, that's a good trigger control. He finds the second player, finds another one. Huge hold from him. It's down into a 2-on-2. Nothing coming through this smoke. Is he going to be aggressive? He is. There's one to his right, and he can't win it out in time. Naf finds the kill. Now it's Automatic's turn to come through the smoke. And he is going to find this one at the very least. Into a 1-on-1, and he can't recover. Stanislaw wins a big round for OpTic. Their second of the half.
Stewie baiting Scott may have worked there too. It allowed to get the 2-for-2 trade, especially if he manages to stay alive in that situation and it's a constant force to be dealt with up on platform. That round goes in the complete opposite direction, and it should be an easy closeout for Cloud9 with the additional 2 reinforcements coming in from A. But unfortunately, with that not working out, it still allows for OpTic to battle back, and of course they are able to get their second round. But now is the question of consistency, as we have seen in the past with many, many teams before. If they drop this one, well, again, their economy is going to be reset. Even on this one itself, Mixwell is down to a Tech 9 again, so their money's not solid yet. If they drop it, then Cloud9 has another couple free rounds as OpTic look to rebuild again.
Yeah, and the boost up into drop for Skadoodle. And he's just going to hold this angle. Easy to fall back from. That nade misses its mark just a little bit, doesn't do any damage. OpTic again just choosing to have most of their bodies over towards this B bomb site, just waiting out the timer, waiting out smokes. Appears they're going to get a little bit aggressive pretty early on here. The Molotov comes out, but it's a little bit late. A couple players have already streamed out. Stewie's got to be careful. There's the kill from Skadoodle, and Stewie can't manage it through the smoke, and all the defense is falling. Nothing is down as well. Bomb site control. The bomb is being planted as well.
And now Shroud, however, is going to find himself a close counters battle with Mixwell. Is able to take him out of the picture, and the smoke wall is set up. No one else from Cloud9 wanting to challenge that at this point. They're all holding back. They're all waiting for it to fade, which is going to do now. However, at the same time, some of the players from OpTic are starting to lurk out there to look for kills. Rushed and Automatic. Trade blows, but Automatic sneaking in. Again, he's going to be able to find 2 for himself. It's on to Tarek. He just whiffed the whole clip there, throwing it out into the open. Damage being done a little bit, but there we go. There's the tap away that picks up Skadoodle, but he cannot shut down Automatic. A big round for him. He gets the 3K. He's going to go for the defuse, and he will be able to find it. Cloud9 pick up a 5th, and that's the trade they were looking for.
Yeah, the economy now the losing bonus is reset. A nice round from OpTic. They're getting into the site, but a sick retake. Automatic with 2 huge kills, and Tarek just stuck in a really tough spot. Almost even pulls it out, but it might have been the fact that he used so many bullets initially just to hold off that first peek from Automatic that he doesn't have enough to get that kill at the end. 5-2, and even with that plan, even with the extra $800, OpTic can bring no weapons, and I think they actually just wasted a smoke. Yeah, right in CT spawn. So, and you can't rebuy those either. So, hopefully they didn't need 4 smokes for this execution, and nothing getting aggressive. He's just going to find an easy kill. That's just a little bit sloppy. That might be a little bit of frustration, because why is Naf so far away from all of his teammates just jumping around? Nothing gets away with one there, and maybe some cracks starting to form in the OpTic team morale.
Pause maybe need in the future. Interestingly, though, I don't think we saw OpTic take a single pause in that last map, even when things were starting to look a little bit dire there. So now would certainly be the time that with how unorganized things are starting to look. And in this one, as they move in, Tarek's managed to knock out nothing, but it has negligible effect with Stewie picking up the kills that he is here. Look at this, absolutely insane, shutting it all down. And Shroud chimes in there for one final frag.
Yeah, and you're right though with the pause. Like, this is where Stanozon maybe a little bit inexperienced as an in-game leader. This is where you'd want to call it, because that round was just sloppy start to finish. First, just dropping the smoke accidentally, of course, into spawn, and then Naf just kind of running around and getting killed before any kind of, like, if you're going to invest in the utility, like, you have to have some kind of a set plan, and Naf running far away ahead of his team to get dropped is not part of that plan. So a little bit of tilting showing up for the OpTic side. Finally, they're going to switch things up. This is what we've seen a lot of teams get stumped over towards B and apply a little bit more pressure towards the A site. Naf on a Tech 9. They have a Glil on Rush and a UMP on Mixwell.
You see OpTic, again, splitting up their players here into the default split. Nothing beyond this. Nothing too advanced that we've seen as of yet. It's been all since we've had any A hits really coming in from OpTic as well. Here's something that the analysts talked about a little bit there too, and how they are able to hit that. But certainly it's not really showing up at all here, but they're on the cusp of it this time. The bomb has not been committed to yet, so I imagine it's going to rely on their ability to get a frag, even using a little bit of a boost if they're to try to catch any of the players. But it's going to be Mixwell that finds a kill, I believe, in drop first off. This is where he does take down Shroud, has been positioning himself inside of there, but all of a sudden, Automatic in the mid connector, looks for his own opportunity to pick up a kill. He won't get it, and now he's been surrounded, but he holds the line, even sees the foot of the second player, but that greed is what causes his death. Tarek is able to trade, and it puts it into a 4-on-3.
Skadoodle's kind of patched up that long A passageway with the AWP. This is frightening as well. There's a good kill from nothing. He's overexposed, so they can commit to that, but spraying, he continues forward. Good recoil control. Skadoodle's going to be safe here. Now he can just watch for them to jump up, and there's an easy kill for him. Not even looking is Tarek. Mixwell, the last one left. It's a 1-on-2. He's got to commit one way, and Skadoodle gets that as well, but he was sandwiched no matter what. And here's the pause for OpTic Gaming. Stan calls it out immediately. The question is, they don't have any money in this round to really do much with it. 3-round losing bonus is built up, so you could spend a little bit of cash into this round if you want, if you're the OpTic side.
7-2 though. This is happening again at a very, very dire scoreline, and more than likely looking at an 8-2 scoreline too after this one, considering the money factor there. So this is going to be a lot of recovery that needs to happen in a very, very short amount of time, considering already the lead that Cloud9 has already managed to establish here. And if things don't turn around very soon, this could easily just become a quick 2-0 for Cloud9, setting them to the semis.
I don't know if my gauge of 30 seconds is off, but that felt like a very short 30 seconds.
Does go by pretty quickly, I've noticed.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if that's me or if that really was just a quick one, but we're already back underway into the round as freeze time dwindles, and look at nothing. Knowing it's going to be mostly unarmored opponents, knowing it's going to be a save, goes for that P90, so expect for him to take an aggressive stance.
Yep.
But it's going to be the A site that's challenged.
That pause necessarily too. If Stan knows what he's thinking going into that one, that could just be a quick brief as far as what they're going to do on the next round, and then just use that as more of a breather, making sure everybody takes a few seconds to calm themselves. And in this one already, Cloud9 sort of shutting things down. Automatic is lost in the midst of things, and they start to push themselves up to the site, but even they're not sure about that. They move themselves in a little bit. They fall back from the ramp positions, and now they're heading back up Suicide to wrap out towards A halls instead.
This isn't a bad idea as well, because they know Skadoodle last round was playing over towards long with that AWP, so they have this rifle on Mixwell who has armor. They want to use these pistols of Naf and stand and perhaps distract him enough to get a kill. Unfortunately, he's fallen back to be a little bit more passive. Shroud is here to back him up, so there's a good presence from Cloud9 defensively at this A site. And no utility left, so they've got to rely on Mixwell to either bait properly or just straight up win a duel, and they have no idea where the Cloud9 members are.
They will move themselves out here into the alleyway. First off, Skadoodle. That's an easy shot for him without flashbang support or anything like that. And the tip down below, a broken wall finds a second, and back over to the crack to find the third one. Shuts down Naf to end the round. Flawless from Skadoodle.
He's had a phenomenal day so far today, all things considered, considering his struggles recently. So good to see that out of Skadoodle, perhaps playing himself out of his slump a little bit. And now the switch up. Cloud9 going to employ that double op setup. Stewie's got his. Skadoodle obviously keeping one as well. And OpTic still choosing not to bring it out. So we're going to see. Still go committed to this A bomb site. Still feeling like perhaps this is the weakness that they can exploit. We'll have to see how they do it. Only one player at the moment. Stan is over towards these A halls, so he might run into this crossfire from OpTic and Skadoodle.
Now we are sitting back and waiting too as OpTic finally going into another one of these A hits here. Skadoodle tries to go for the shot initially. It doesn't hit, but that op shot is enough to draw Stan into the open where OpTic is going to be able to punish. Now they fall back to the site. The problem is, though, they're already up. And with these two fully committed here, there was no room for Cloud9 to rotate in, especially with the pace that OpTic were taking. So they get site control. They will find the plant, but they haven't done the damage necessary here, so they're going to be knocking at their door for a retake very, very soon.
Good call from OpTic, though. They recognize once the op shot comes out and OpTic gets the kill, they know the two A defenders are over in hall, so they just run right up into the site. Nothing on the flank is going to have to find Naf. There's Tarek. He's in the murder hole. He finds a kill. Naf still not revealing himself quite yet. I think nothing's been spotted. He's got to be so careful. He's throwing nades. Naf gives out the position and loses that fight. That's not good. Rush still. He's the next one up, but his teammates are falling, and he still hasn't seen action now. Completely blind. It's a 4-on-2, and Cloud9, this is surgical. This is precision retake, and they're going to get the defuse. It looked good for OpTic, but Cloud9 proves too much.
And with that, they pick up a 9th, and again, their lead continues to push forward, even after the pause, even after OpTic needing to take a breather there to figure out just what was going wrong. It hasn't worked out at all here. They still are dropping rounds, and the lead just continues to grow. OpTic aren't finding anything on this T side. This is where we would hope that they would be able to find some success due to the fact that they're one of the few teams that does bring some variance to the table, but it's just not happening right now. Another AK buy for them, trudging away from the A takes here, but it's like, again, they're just going to head in towards B and see what they can find. A lot more direct this one, though. They're not toying around with setting those 1 or 2 players outside. That will allow, however, for OpTic to peek out there and figure this out very quickly, but he may not even get a chance to do so. These guys already try to move into the site. Smokes are covering it, but in they go. Tarek has found his first kill. That's nothing that goes down. Stewie pushing in, looking for a counter reaction, but oh no.
How has he gotten here?
He's pushed right past him. Nobody was even watching it. He's crawling behind them. However, he's losing his teammates, so he needs to strike soon. There's the first one. Cobble get into a second, trying to shut them down more. He's gotten all he can get for now, but he's got to watch out for the staircase. There's a player lurking behind him. He hasn't seen it, and although that was a great flank, it seems to have had very little effect on the overall outcome of the round. OpTic was still on his way back over here. However, that's a great edge shot, finding Rush, and now he's got it down to a 1v2. The smoke will let him back into the site, but close encounters, unfortunately. Tarek is sitting just below that. It'd be dangerous. Oh! OpTic jumping down, and he gets the last one as well. OpTic with a huge clutch. You cannot stop Cloud9 right now.
Yeah, Cloud9 can do no wrong. What a performance for OpTic. This is nuts because this play from Stewie, this replay we're seeing, it's risky, and you're exactly right. It almost takes too long to come to fruition, but OpTic pulling out some god-tier plays. This is a nice headshot coming up, but a jumping shot on the second player is what really does it. And OpTic, I mean, this is where you're just completely broken. This is where you wonder to yourself, how can we even win this? You can see heads in the hands. We've seen some of the tilting coming out earlier in the half. Well, that one just threw him off the face of earth.
Cloud9 with absolute control of this CT side, and OpTic just doesn't even know what to do with themselves. They've tried outright aggression onto the A-bomb site. They've tried outright aggression onto the B-bomb site in that last round. They've tried to take it slow. They've tried to play the defaults. They've exhausted everything here, and nothing is working for them. They go on to another buy, but it's very weak. Beyond the utility they've already used here, there's just not a lot left. A few more smokes just being picked up there. They're already down to just 3 flashbangs and 2 smokes for the entire team here, trying to set something up that they can use. They're back to the default split. However, they are applying a bit more aggression over here towards the A bomb site. 3 of them pushing into Suicide and A long respectively, and they've gotten good control, so it seems like they're going to call Mixwell and Rush over instead of initiating a fake and then having the other 2 execute into the B site.
I'm still just laughing from that OpTic 1-on-3. If you're OpTic, I mean, no matter what tactic you call, you've just got to feel useless at the moment. And again, I mean, this slow, methodical play, you can't do it to this extent when you don't have the utility. They have no smokes at the moment. I mean, they're going to toss, I think 1 out is going to be out for the double doors, but nothing for OpTic and Skadoodle, and they're going to be able to take this. Skadoodle peering up over. There's the find. Casual shot from Skadoodle. OpTic baiting for him, just there to support, and he does find one, helping his teammates out. Now he's got so much mobility available to him. The bomb is down, and he's just going to wrap around the APC. He's playing Ring Around the Rosie, and he's going to win it. And there goes Stanislaw as well. No success in the execute again.
They had limited utility, but that's the weird thing is that they had smokes. They had, I believe, like 4 or 5 smokes picked up there across the team, but they all use them in the first like 15 to 20 seconds of the round, and then they don't save them for when they actually go into the bomb site.
Yeah, it's very. I mean, this is also, you get that feeling that OpTic just knows they've been beaten because they're not doing anything. If you're going to use that much utility early on before the execute, you have to use it for something. You have to gain some kind of positional advantage. You have to be able to flush someone out, force a rotate that you can exploit. But no one from OpTic is being aggressive enough to do any of that. No one really seems to want to step up and make the play at the moment, which is crazy to think about when you have guys like Tarek, guys like Mixwell, guys like Rush. These are playmakers.
Well, we see now Shroud and Rush trading blows at the beginning of this one over here towards Drop, but Skadoodle quickly adjusting his own position there. He's being challenged a little bit too, but he is able to get out of there as those are the 2 players pushing their way in. And oh, a quick shot. He can't recover quickly enough to get a third for himself. So Tarek finally puts an end to Skadoodle's reign there, but already into the 2, now 1 versus 3 as Tarek is sandwiched there, and as Stanislav peeks out, they see him coming. Nice shot actually to take down OpTic here, but still the 1v2, and he's got to get back into that doorway to get the bomb under his control too. So this would be an absolute miracle, the level that OpTic just pulled off here. If we could somehow see Stanislav clutch this, but it's unlikely.
Yeah, extremely unlikely at the moment. You can see he even knows it, going for the spam, going for the fights. Molotov is out. It's after that he'll have to make his play, but they have both edges covered, and he's going to peek out. He does at least find the one-on-one, but you can't exactly know when that peek's going to come in, and Stan can't react fast enough. So dominant half for Cloud9, 12-2. We have to remember as well, thinking all the way back, OpTic won pistol round. So they only have 2 rounds after winning pistol. That's a bit rough.
They immediately got upset the second, and then I think they won 1 or 2 rounds there when they were finally, or they just won 1 round when they were finally able to really afford another full buy that went back in there. And it's just been an absolute shutdown now. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 rounds straight from the Cloud9 roster here as they have been absolutely shutting out the OpTic guys. And well, they're going to try for another what seems to be a quickly formulating execute here going into the V-bomb site. They'll hold it off for a few seconds, of course, due to the usual smokes and Molotovs that have been tossed out from C9, but they're not going to wait too long here. They're already going out. Good Molotov actually will force Nothing out of position, and he's going to chop right in front of the faces. One! How have they not seen this? And Nothing just goes off, finds that kill there. Thankfully, it's a quick trade because the Molotovs are causing, or the Fox are causing so much confusion, but after OpTic picks up a few kills, it's left into a 3v2. OpTic is still in this site, posing a threat, and as he pushes in, there's his first kill. Very, very low, though, down to 12 HP, looking for more. And oh no, we're going to have to radio cast this one. It's in a 1v1. Naf and Skadoodle. Naf has a position over by Steps, but Skadoodle finds the shot from the backside over behind the rock. And as he takes down Naf on the steps, Cloud9 will find their 13th.
How does OpTic do it again? Coming through his smoke. There was 4 smokes deployed on the map, and he just goes right through it. I mean, that's just the feeling that you get when you know you just can't lose. And OpTic has been a monster this half. 20-6 for him, but what a performance from Cloud9.
All right, guys, the first half is done, and it's been a shocker for the guys on OpTic here, as they have not been able to put anything up on the board at all. Second half is coming up in just a bit. If there's any hope for recovery at all, they will have to do it in just a few moments. Stick with us as the ESL Pro League Finals continues.
When you first enter Sao Paulo, you'll be amazed by an impressive collage of colors and shapes. The city's landscape is made up of an eclectic selection of buildings interspersed with the natural beauty of Brazil. The true mosaic of colors, however, can be found on Sao Paulo's numerous street markets located all over the city, where fresh Brazilian fruits and produce are sold to locals and tourists visiting this phenomenal city.
The Mountain Dew League is definitely the biggest thing that's giving us exposure. And that's basically what this kind of league does. It just promotes growth in smaller teams, and you can really make a name for yourself. We definitely have a possibility to raise some eyebrows, and people are going to be surprised.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Silent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
And with Cloud9 absolutely destroying OpTic Gaming, is there any hope at all for the OpTic roster, the Canadian hope, to bounce back into this match? Moses, I'll leave that question to you.
There's always a little bit of hope, as we've learned. You never I think the analysts call it never go with full Moses and say that there's zero chance. So there's a little bit of hope. I've learned my lesson over time. But I mean, the big thing is that I mean, this defense for OpTic has been strong, but I mean, the big X factor in this has just been, you know, Cloud9 can do no wrong. I mean, Skadoodle's shown up with good impact, but Automatic mostly is just like every fight he takes, he just wins. And when you're in that kind of a situation, you win that kind of a 1-on-3, and then have the impact that he's had on some of the retakes that they've done. There's just not a lot of options open left to OpTic. And remember as well, they won pistol in first half. Even if they win pistol here, we've seen how good Cloud9 is on their force buys and their saves. So I mean, there's just so many chances of danger. 13 rounds. An 11-round lead in which Cloud9 can really, I mean, they could just flat out win rounds, or they can just grind the economy down to where OpTic, even if they go on a streak, if they just have a couple rounds where they don't have the economy, they don't have the money to buy a nade, a smoke, a Molotov, an AW, whatever it might be, they could just miss a crucial part of their arsenal, and then all of a sudden it's just over. So Cloud9, just so many different ways they can win at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Automatic come alive again, too, in this match, where he came alive just yesterday, I believe it was, in the match versus Nip, where he had some absolutely fantastic rounds, and that huge clutch he had, where it was the 1v3 that he managed to pull off towards the end of that last half there. Some really great stuff, and then, again, it's just him and Stewie constantly working together to bring these really great plays. Skadoodle, we've seen some good stuff from him in this map, too. Obviously, the scoreboard doesn't necessarily represent that, along with Shroud, but still good stuff over the course of these two maps so far. It's certainly showing up and proving some of the naysayers wrong. But we'll get into it, of course, now, the pistol round, and really the last hope of redemption here for OpTic. If they want to try to bounce back, they need to win this pistol and form some hope of a foundation off it. Cloud9, they were taking things very, very slowly. Not the direct path that we saw OpTic take to the B-bomb site in the last half. They're holding it up with quite a few of their players outside of A-Long right now.
Yeah, Skadoodle's got the smoke here in this tactic, and they've taken control, yeah, completely. I mean, this is just flat out passive from OpTic, so he's going to line up this smoke. That's going to go out. That's going to go over for the doors. And are they going to commit to this? It looks like they will right up. Tarek gets blind, but he hits the shot anyways. That's nice stuff. That's sick. So he can be a little bit more passive. They don't have to commit too much as Rush gets one more as well. But he's brought down very, very low. But some of these fights have got to start turning into the favor of Cloud9. Can they win another one? There's Automatic and Stewie with 3 kills so quickly, and they might have just done it one more time. The bomb is going to get planted, stands on a flank, and this has got to have huge impact.
Every single time it seems lost, they somehow bring it back. And Alphos to stand to open things up. They've gotten close. They're ready to retake, but the problem is Skadoodle is waiting just on the other end of this one as they do try to push their way back in. Mixwell tapping for the shot too. They know they have that player stuck over in the corner, but they don't even find it. And Stewie and Skadoodle instantly shut down those 2 kills and give Cloud9 their second half pistol. 14-2, only their first of this match. Just thing they keep in mind again, I think you brought this up, they lost the pistol in the first half, but they still have this huge lead to work with.
Yeah, I mean, it's just insane how many big advantages OpTic has lost in this matchup. And I mean, they've put themselves in great position to win. This is the big thing. It's just we're seeing, I think, maybe a little bit of inexperience. You know, talked about the mental game, some of the tilting, and we've got music.
Bit of a new touch.
I like it. I like it.
Polarizing subjects for some.
But yeah, so here we are coming up this A ramp, and 2 kills for OpTic, and surely this cannot be turned around again. Surely they have to use that advantage and win this. They need it, but they're losing everyone now. I mean, Shroud here, he's going to get dropped by Rush. 2 on 3, but Cloud9 have control of this A bomb site. There is a flank coming in, and it looks like Skadoodle knows. He doesn't have the bomb. Nothing has that, so he's going to get into the site. But the player on the flank is Stan, and he's playing extremely passive. And Cloud9, they have 1 minute and 15, so they both just stop, and they wait for the next piece of information to come their way.
It's not going to be coming, though. OpTic are waiting outside for this plant to actually happen, and they're very, very far away from the gates of the bomb site itself. Rush even makes sure that nobody decides to push back in, so they'll feel safe enough to be able to go for this plant. And Skadoodle waits for what I believe will be Stanislaw to lurk his way back in from the outside here. It's his turn to initiate, and Skadoodle will have to make sure that he hits this shot. This should actually be the easiest kill, because he's only got 9 HP, and in fact, he'll grab it there, takes him down. 2 left up and running for the Cloud9 roster as they move in, and they're going to find the first. Naf responds. It goes into a 1v1 with nothing trying to clutch out, but he's got full control of the bomb right now, and as he moves forward, Naf is the target, but he's close with the shotgun. The jump up brings nothing down to 15 HP. He's got to look for him now as he's still stuck behind that shed. He tries to go for a second shot, and now nothing. Playing the positioning perfectly, just trying to use as much cover as possible and waste as much time as possible, but Naf leaps on. However, he doesn't have a kit. There's no time left, and this is going to be another round for C9.
There's the veteran play from nothing, knowing that he just has that bomb is essentially a teammate in that situation. Doesn't even need to go for the kill, doesn't need to put him in any risky situation, just needs to live long enough for that bomb timer to tick down low, and it does exactly that. Even with the kill, OpTic falls, and now Cloud9 15-2. They're about to take this series 2-0. I think this is the point where you could start saying there's a 0% chance. I've done it.
And jinxed.
And he's back in the room. He's back, boys. No worries. Perhaps he never left.
Well, we'll see. And obviously here for the C9 guys, still playing to the basic default. They've got full control of the matchup as we continue to use phrases that probably shouldn't be uttered. But they'll just hold themselves outside. It's not looking like there's going to be anything crazy aggressive from OpTic here in the early round, obviously for good reason on that one. Stanisla's pushed himself in, but this is still a somewhat typical position to play, but he's being hit quite a bit through the door. Down at 22, and he just walks into the spray. So he's going to go down. Stewie will find that kill quite easily.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Stewie's going to be happy with that one. So good find. Shroud, on the other hand, on the other side of the map, he's just watching for pushes. Cloud9 with great map control, and I mean, OpTic has no idea what's coming. You can see them on the mini-map just rotating everywhere. They don't seem to be comfortable with any of their positions because they don't know what's going on in this 4-on-5. And it looks like they might, yeah, it looks like they're doing a reverse boost up drop, and Mixwell's going to be the one who at least has an advanced position. Is he going to push forward, and he's going to get dropped. So Cloud9 know they have an advantage. They know they're not the ones that need to make the play, and they're just punishing OpTic for trying to be aggressive here. Even Tarek, he seems like he wants to try and find something out, but his teammates have all followed. Even though he gets a nice pop flash and a kill, he gets traded immediately, and this is it. A little bit anticlimactic, but we've seen some spectacular play from Cloud9, a map where we thought OpTic had a little bit of a chance based on their play from it earlier in the tournament. It's not going to happen here. In Cloud9, they cement themselves as the best team in North America. If there are any doubts before, there are no longer.
Rush is going to try to make his best attempt here to pull off the 1v4. He's gotten the first kill, AK now in his hands, but he has no utility. He doesn't even have armor sitting behind his Vi either, trying to navigate through the smoke, but there you go. Nothing finds the shot, and Cloud9 will move forward into the semifinals with an absolutely shocking score on the second map, 16-2 against OpTic. A bit disappointing, I imagine, for the OpTic fans at home, considering how good they look coming off of New York, and to end the tournament here like this, certainly not what they expected.
Well, I mean, this is what we said. You know, we mentioned OpTic, like, yeah, they've looked good, but like keep the hype measured because they hadn't played, you know, a best-of-3 series against any Europeans. They hadn't even played against a top 10 team. So they've been all BO1 wins. This is the first real LAN series we've seen from them against, you know, a highly touted team like Cloud9. And obviously there's going to be some stumbling blocks, but I think OpTic can still kind of come away from this that they impressed again in the BO1s. They've moved up the NA rankings at the very least, and they can build on this. They can look back at these demos. They've had significant games against significant opponents, and they can see some of the weaknesses in those matches, some of the strengths, and see where they need to improve and where they need to transition maybe some players into different roles.
All right, guys. Well, we do have the analyst desk waiting to break down this set. Let's take it over to them to close off the day.
OpTic unable to make it work this time on Cobblestone. We thought Dust 2 was going to be a challenge. It proves that Cobblestone was even more so. They looked so good on the map previously versus Immortals, but now as time progresses and a different opponent, it proves too much. Cloud9 have progressed to the semi-finals, and that means they're going to be meeting Mouse Sports. What a fantastic set of semis we've got. We'll be coming to that a little later on. And talking of two semis, I've got my flaccid friends here. I've got Peacemaker and Chad Birchall to talk through this one. Chad, start with this. Cloud9 on a level that we haven't seen in a while. Fair to say?
Yeah, and quickly to just touch on what we saw Nothing saying in the interview before the game, where when they're playing on the CT side, they focus on themselves. It's a very interesting thing because the CT side, you're still a unit and you still need to be able to react to what your teammates are doing, but you see it in their play that they're so focused on their spot on the map and what they're doing, they always get multi-kills. It's very rare that they're only taking one. They're normally taking 2 or more, and it's fantastic to see. And if you're doing that, you're really stunting the terrorist progression.
Truly they were. Were you impressed to see Cloud9 in a form like that, or was that just OpTic looking poor, Lewis?
Yeah, I was very surprised. And you remember when we talked about those tendencies that teams have?
Yeah.
I feel like Cloud9 was very prepared for the OpTic's A hits, and I mean, they just couldn't do anything, and they were unfortunately not hitting their shots.
They
got outplayed.
They got outplayed. They could do nothing, and actually Bia, she's got nothing on stage right now to go ahead and understand exactly how good that win was.
Chance, nothing. You are at the semi-finals, and before the match you were considered the favorite to win, and you made it. In which point of the match you realized that it's going to be possible?
At which point what? I couldn't hear you.
In which point of the match you find out that it will be possible to win?
Well, we had confidence in winning the whole time. You know, Dust 2, we felt like we could have won a lot easier. I want to give a shout out to my team for carrying me that game. I felt like I made a lot of mistakes that game, and I felt like that was probably my worst game yet this tournament, and I've been feeling good with my game, and I'm not going to let that shake me. I'm going to come back strong. All that matters is the W. You win as a team, you lose as a team. We won today. OpTic is a good team. They had some good ideas and ways they played against us. Obviously, we're confident they could beat us, and we're happy to do so. They beat us in the last 2 best-of-3s online. Not to say anything about online, they're a great team. And we had the confidence, and I'm glad we did it.
Good. And I want to make an audience question, because you are always playing under pressure, and they want to know what you do to relax before matches.
I think it's different for everyone. Some people like the pressure because it really gets them focused. I like to keep things lighthearted. I just like to relax, have some fun, drink some coffee or something. Then that kind of gives me a little energy or something. But all in all, it's just, you kind of get in your zone like you're playing at home, right? So we're doing the same game as we always play. You got to focus on the big things, the team and having some fun.
Thank you so much, and good luck tomorrow. See you tomorrow.
We'll see you tomorrow as well, Bia. That was nothing there standing by, just seeing very chill and very happy to be taking himself into the semi-finals. Cloud9 are on the rise, heading skyward. I guess it's kind of appropriate given the name, but we can just kind of reflect upon the series as a whole then. It started with Dust 2. Cobblestone we haven't really touched on too much. But I mean, again, with these dominating halves, 13-2 on the CT side. OpTic just hit a brick wall. It wasn't green wall by any stretch of the imagination. Chad, they couldn't seem to find a way into the C9 defense. What were the various approaches that they did try?
We did see them try like set executes and stuff. They started a bit more free-flowing in the early part of their T half. They did win pistol and then were eco/4 sport, and they lost that round. They went towards A and they didn't have much luck there. And when they did the B execute, they just went straight back to hitting A over and over and over again. So how we were saying teams favoured that B bomb site like SK and Immortals, it seemed like OpTic to me favoured the A site. I would have liked to see them go for a bit more map control, but then once you've got to be more free, don't just force yourself into an execute. Look for openings in the Cloud9 defense, because they were definitely there. They were just, once you do an execute, you're kind of telegraphing what you're doing, right? And the Cloud9 defense gets to set up how they want to and start rotating accordingly. If you can get 1 or 2 players to potentially slip past or do like a contact play where you basically force Cloud9 to the point of they might be holding a grenade out, they might be caught mid-rotation, and then you can pounce. They don't get all the information. They can't start making a read and cheat over to the bomb site.
There were flaws to C9's defense then, Lewis. Is that something you identified as well? I mean, when they're winning 13-2, it must be hard to find flaws in something that's going so right.
Yeah, I mean, talking a little bit about what Shad said, I would like to also pretty much say that I do agree, because like Shad said, OpTic went A a lot of times on their T side, and they made it so obvious that they were going back to B. And we can't forget about the round that they won a 2v5, and Automatic went huge.
Yeah.
And I mean, they made C9's lives pretty easy because it was kind of obvious. And I mean, they couldn't get momentum going, so.
Yeah, I mean, Stewie and Automatic, the damage dealers in that 2v5, actually top of the scoreboard across the entire series. Automatic is a point we have to hit before we do start talking about the previous game. Automatic, 100 ADR across the 2 maps averaged out. I think 46 frags alongside Stewie's 40, top of the scoreboard for C9. These two have become quite a power couple in North American CS. And I mean, the Automatic storyline, right, Peacemaker, is TSM, and then suddenly it's a big leap to C9.
Yeah, definitely, and it's very surprising because he's young and he never had an opportunity to play in any like impressive teams.
Yeah.
And as soon as he joins C9, he brings that firepower that C9 needed, and he's stepping up every single match. And yesterday we saw him stepping up, having like 30 kills in the first half, almost, I don't know, like in total. But and he's always stepping up, and it's really great to see his composure because he's young, and it's very hard for him to like all of a sudden start playing all the tournaments and just keep grinding even more.
I think composure is the word as well. Unaffected. You know, often, Chad, I would think you would assume when you see someone going from not necessarily a poor team, but definitely TSM to C9, there is a gap.
Yep.
And he takes that leap and seems to land on his feet almost instantly.
Yeah, I think the mood in the team, or the way that they have Jordan in there and he likes to keep things relaxed, that it definitely rubs off on the other guys. Have spoken to Stewie and Automatic before, they seem like they're very similar to Jordan. They like to have a joke, and they're those kind of calm guys. So it's good for them to be able to be that unit and all be similar in that regard. I think it's good now because the old duo of Skadul and Shroud, that's what we saw last summer, as they were like the dominant two. Now they've got Stewie and Automatic as another duo. If both of these like pairs are firing, they're a really dangerous lineup.
It's also worth addressing that Skadoodle previously was unable to surpass 60 ADR, rocking a solid 75 across 2 maps this time. So a gradual incline for Mr. Skadoodle.
He was hitting a lot more shots, especially on Dust 2, and on Cobble was getting some multi-frag rounds and doing his job. I think the thing is, it's obviously you need to be confident as an AWPer, and you need to know that you have your team confident in you. And I think he's definitely got the latter of that. He just needs to get the confidence back in himself and just keep backing himself, because he is a great AWPer.
And another team that are going to be having a whole lot of confidence is the Swedish side, NIP. They picked up the first game today to get themselves that spot, of course, alongside SK tomorrow. That is going to be a huge semi-final. You would not want to miss this. With this crowd tomorrow on Grand Final day, it's going to be packed. It's sold out. But the fact that the way they did get there, of course, was Envy, who stood in their way. And actually, I don't want to say it was underwhelming, but Envy didn't put on the show we were anticipating. Another 2-map stomp.
They look more exciting in the group stages, but I think it's not a pressure thing for them. These guys are very experienced. It was just they didn't show up today, and they didn't get the clutches and stuff that we're seeing from them on the group stages, which is unfortunate. But good things for them in the future still, I think.
It did start on Nuke, and I think it's kind of worth highlighting just how good NIP did look at that. We can take a look at some of the highlights of it, because it was rather one-sided. For some reason, Envy started on the T side. NIP had an opportunity to start on the defense, Chad.
Yeah, we didn't touch on that. The weird thing is, like, they must have chosen to start on the T side because it was NIP's map pick, which maybe, they're going with, okay, T side, we can get the ball rolling, we can do some aggressive plays. But Nuke is the one map where you really, really, really want to start on that CT side, because you have so many advantages across the map. You can play very different styles where the Ts are basically feeding themselves to you. And unfortunately, they went with the T side and they got punished.
Yeah, I mean, that was a real kind of tough one to watch for any EnvyUS fans out there. They do get to the quarters, though, and they did look good in groups, so there were positive takeaways from the French side. We didn't have you there for that one. Did you manage to catch the action?
Honestly, I wasn't able because I was doing a Sunny session. But yeah,
I knew you disappeared for somewhere. Okay, it's a good reason, though. It's a pretty good reason.
Yeah, but I was very impressed by NIP's performance today. And the thing with NIP is that their last tournaments, whenever they start getting to, they are that kind of team that you have to take them out before they hit playoffs and stuff like that, because that's where they step up huge. And they always, whenever they reach the finals, yeah, it's hard.
It was a close call. I mean, it basically came down to the last match yesterday to determine whether or not they won it. There's a video circulating social media of all 5 of them becoming the biggest C9 fans you've ever seen in your life, just watching the screen, like biting their nails off. But they did do it, and they even proceeded to the semi-finals as well. That was a big win for NIP, of course, as you were alluding to. You have to knock them out early. Now, though, they are going to be meeting SK. That's going to be a big one, Lewis. That's going to be a game to remember.
Yeah, this is where things get very interesting, because SK does know how to play NIP, and I mean, they lost for NIP in this tournament, and I'm very curious to see what map they're going to play and what kind of approach they're going to have to playing against NIP. But Brazilian crowd tomorrow, this arena full packed, is going to be very tough for NIP.
It's going to be scary. I think the words out of Chris, or Get Right's mouth, was, we're not going to have any friends in the crowd coming into that semi-final. They know what's going down. The other game, though, Mouse C9, that's not something we necessarily see all too often, especially in a semi-final environment. That could be very promising, Chad.
Yeah, I think based off of E-League just on the other weekend where we had Cloud9 versus Mouse, Cloud9 are definitely looking for revenge. Mouse, they finished the group off with the win over Envy, I believe it was, and they finished that strong, but they get their day rest. I don't know if that's going to help or hinder them. They're the type of team who I think, they get better over time, and the more they play, the more we start to see out of them. But interestingly enough, Lau, for the tournament so far, he's been super impressive. Like, across almost all of the stats, he's near the top. And to have a guy like that who's young, he's introduced to the team, he's very new, so he's already found his feet, and he's playing fantastic. That's a factor that Cloud9 need to prepare for.
Apparently, he even had a great game off-air versus FaZe in that final determining match, so that was big to see the Spaniard doing oh so well. It does seem like the storyline surrounding CS is that youngsters, new blood, is here and here to stay. We're talking about Automatic, we're talking about Lowell. These lesser-known names are knocking on the door of the ex-pros of the, of course, extraordinary old guard. Caught myself, yeah, either way. A couple of ex-pros, or rather one of them sitting next to me. We are going to start talking about how on earth it goes down tomorrow. We have already promised NIP versus SK to be good, but these are the times you need to be putting in your diary. A quick Google will give you where that is for you, but it is 11 o'clock here, local time. We're going to be doing SK versus NIP, and our second semi should be starting just close to 3 with Mouse Sports versus Cloud9, the winner of which will be meeting in that grand final closing in on 7 o'clock. Man, that is a good day. It's a good day of CS. I hope you guys have got your schedule cleared out, because it is going to be filled with entirely quality Counter-Strike here live from Sao Paulo. This is the 4th season of the ESL Pro League, and we have started a bit of a tradition. We did so in London when SK were crowned your champions. It is, of course, the Pace-Safe MVP. We want you to start sending in your votes. It's a cash prize awarded to the player that does get the most votes, and so do be sure to head over to the link in the description there. That will enable you to go ahead and get your favorite player or the player you believe has performed the best at this tournament. We've already given a couple of names here on the desk, so do be sure to head over to that URL and cast your votes. All right, another day done here in Sao Paulo, and we're going to go ahead and say goodbye. Before we do so, the Score Esports application will enable you to understand how these grand finals could go down. You want to see how well OpTic played? Find it on the app. You want to see who went out when? You want to see the breakdown of how Liquid were removed? I'm sure Peacemaker won't be reading that one too often. But either way, do be sure to go ahead and check it out on your smartphone, iOS, and Google Play. Tomorrow we start and finish the ESL Pro League Finals, semi-finals, and that big grand final. $750,000 in the trophy sitting in the center of this stage up for grabs, and we definitely demand we see you there. Thank you.
That will be Panda picking up the pistol round.
Took a moment there. That was their first LAN fist bump.
The more I play CSGO, the more it's more about the little things that you get to touch on, you get to talk with your teammates.
I think it would be pretty spectacular, honestly. If we were able to make that pro spot, I think it's a great achievement.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest race. Silent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
This is the galaxy's easiest meal. And this is the galaxy's easiest haircut.
I absolutely love it.
Soylent, the galaxy's easiest meal.
He's going to get the one kill in that bomb. Coming onto the side. FNX has to stay up. Oh, he gets the triple FNX. Oh my god, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this orb is still. Oh,